習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武统即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lanazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. NARAKA goes to me with no turns back. Diana, your king is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hipren, and I'm joined by Seb as we're getting ready to go into our final week of the bi-weeklies. Seb, how are you doing, mate?
I am absolutely phenomenal. It's crazy how fast this whole 2025 split went through. Spring split went by so quickly, and now we're already back to bi-weekly 4. It feels like just yesterday we were watching the spring split finals. And now we're already getting to that point. Again, ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, make sure you guys have your Twitch drops on and connected to your NARAKA account so that you guys can get those lovely free in-game goodies.
Yeah, and that last one, the Spring Choice item gift it's coming up next, not this weekend, next weekend. You'll be able to grab your hands onto that one. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that this split's already rocketed by. It doesn't feel that long ago we started, but we even had a break in EWC in the middle of it. So it actually did start a little while ago. But yeah, it's been an absolute banger season so far. We've obviously seen changes to the way the rule set came in from week 2 onwards. And I feel like now the players should have adjusted to it. I felt like they got the first couple of bi-weeklies after we changed the rules to get adjusted and figure stuff out. And I don't think they're going to have it solved per se, but I at least expect the players to be a little bit more used to it and, you know, able to plan and, you know, effectively prepare for the for those changes. But they're not the only changes we've had, have we, Seb? We've got some changes coming up in the game from patches, which will be affecting maybe some of how the meta works. So, you know, I'm going to get you to break this down for me and tell me, you know, what exactly it has gone on.
Yeah, well, as we in the NARAKA community know who've been playing in the ranked games, we are going to be seeing the start of a brand new season coming out. So that means new patches coming for us. But for the Nbpl, they are on a patch that we haven't played in quite some time on the live patch. We're now going to be jumping over to the live patch for the first time in the Nbpl. And these changes are pretty big. We've got the Soul Bloom Essence changes coming in with the Vermilion Birdmite. We have the Yang depletion timer changes. When it comes to that end game with the Yang Spirit Well, it affects so much of the gameplay. The first thing I wanted to take a look at, Vermilion Birdmite. If you grab that buff and you die, your Soul Bloom does no longer cleanses Yang depletion, which is going to be one of the bigger ones to watch out for. Because when you die, if you are on Yang depletion, you're trying to fight a team. If you go into a Vermilion team and you win, you still can't cleanse. It's only going to reset that timer. So it is a good last ditch effort, but it is not something that you're going to be fully investing on. You have to find a team that doesn't have that Vermilion Birdmite buff attached to them. Second, getting a Spirit Well buff no longer cleanses Yang depletion. So these teams and players are really going to be fighting it out super hard for that Yang Spirit Well, because we saw so many times in solos yesterday, 3 to 4 players just dying to Yang depletion because they weren't able to get an elimination, and it was so much more difficult for these players to cleanse. Taking a look at our game schedule really quickly though, we've got game 1 and game 2 coming out as our mirror matches. 3, 4, 5, and 6 going to be the standard issue of what we've seen so far when it comes to the draft. And one last thing I want to touch on, oh my goodness, look at the new comps.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing quite a lot of this Monk Takeda comp. I didn't expect it to be this much, and I think the key thing about this is this really screws over anyone playing Monk for the rest of the day. You're only allowed 3 picks of a hero. Monk gets picked twice in the first 2 games. You also use your Kurumi and your Zip picks at least once there as well. So I don't know, man. That looks real dicey to me, actually, for some of these players. They're not going to be able to, you know, pick quite as effectively as they like. Also, as an avid Monk hater, I kind of like this because we just get Monk out the way at the beginning of the day, and most of the teams are not really gonna be able to pick it that much afterwards. Crazy, but it was 2 Monk comps for the top 2 though. I really felt like the Ainur was gonna be a bigger point of contention.
Ainur, Matari, and Feria have been dominating in bi-weekly 3, but it looks like that's not going to be the case anymore, just purely because of the fact, like, we're seeing the Kylan being parryable now, Syra being parryable now, with the new patch coming in. It just takes away so much value from that Justina Matari or Justina Viper Syra composition, and then Ainur, Matari, Feria just becoming more and more of a dangerous comp to play, especially when you're trying to play it into monks. It's going to be it's not a comp meant to combat the Monk comp. It's meant to combat your Syra composition. So it sort of falls a little bit out of the meta, especially since you're not running any combo breakers with that comp.
Yeah.
Enor, Faria, and Matari all do not have any combo breakers. So it is a super risky comp to play into a Monk.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're at this stage where, you know, for anyone who's maybe a little bit new or has forgotten what the challenges are with the mirror matchup, the way the mirror matchup works is it's the most 2 played comps in the previous bi-weekly. So in bi-weekly 3, those Monk comps were the most played. But that's because we're talking pre-nerfs, pre-changes to some of these characters. So they were higher priority. I also, if I remember right, Ainur was in the second round of the mirror matchup in the 3rd bi-weekly as well. So people weren't really picking it because I'm going to make an assumption here that we're not basing our popularity on the mirror matchup games. It's the 4 games that follow the mirror matchup games. So therefore, that's why we're seeing a situation where, you know, things that the Ainur actually aren't going to be in that mirror matchup. I am surprised because I believe Viper was out of the mirror matchup. I think it was
Viper, Syra.
Was that number 1 and then Ainur was number 2
in the mirror matchup? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was off last week. I was on holiday, so I can't remember exactly what was going on. But yes, so you know, I think this week we'll probably still see a lot of that Viper comp. I know obviously it's a bit weaker with the Syra changes, but like we thought Syra nerfs were gonna absolutely gut her, and it turned out it didn't. So you know, I think we've been a little bit wrong. I think her kit is still very strong, even with some of these changes, backed up with the likes of the Viper, who's, you know, just been so oppressive in trios. It makes for a solid comp. So I feel like today, once we're beyond these mirror matchups, and these first 2 games are probably going to have a lot of people in the final lobby because Monk comps want lots of people. So I think it'll be a slow start to the day. Then we'll see the aggression pick up with Viper comps, Ainur comps, obviously this Cannonball comp. We do also have this variant of the Viper comp where people run the Justina as well, which is one we've been seeing thrown around. Another kind of heavy crowd control comp. You know, we've got things like the Yoto variant with Tessa showing up. There's still loads of really explosive comps. And I like that we've kind of like packed all those comps to the back of the day where we're going to, you know, once everyone gets their mirror matchups out of the way, I feel that things are going to get a lot more heated towards the tail end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree with that. The Justina addition to that Viper Syra comp, whereas some teams prefer to run it with Temi, some teams prefer to run it with the Justina, and it really depends on the playstyle. If you have a reliable Justina who's able to get, you have to get a lot of value from those Justina dashes. You have to basically into a fight get about 3 to 4 double dashes, maintaining the amount of dashes that you're able to perform, which then gives you even more CC. If you just burn those 4 dashes right away and you start to falter in your gameplay because of it, you can really see the difference between a really coordinated Justina and somebody who hasn't been running that comp very seriously. And that's why some teams decide to stick with the Temi, because it is just a more streamlined, easier version that doesn't produce as much value as a potential insane Justina player does.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see, you know, what today looks like with the changes. Obviously, for people on live, they've got experience playing this patch, they have a rough idea, but also you don't really know what the pros are thinking. They always kind of have something up their sleeve. We could be in a world where it feels like not much has changed and we'll see just more of the same, or maybe there's some spicy comps left up there. You know, we saw the death of the blind date comp where it was Viper, Tessa, and Wuchen. Wuchen and Tessa now existing in this world with a Yoto. Maybe with the Syra changes, maybe this actually is the straw that breaks the camel's back and we see a return of the blind date comp. Realistically, I don't expect that to be the case, but you know, there is a world where, you know, some players could start to look down that angle. I feel like that comp's fallen out of the better for more reasons than just Syra kind of replaced the Tessa. I think a lot of that reason for that comp fell out was the way the game plays is very different. There's a lot more Yang portals because that comp was designed to basically gank people getting into the portal. They would try and jump into the Realm Yang portal. You get slammed by the Tessa charm. You get slammed by the Viper stun. Another Tessa charm will come up momentarily. They kill 1 or 2 of your players, and as everyone else jumps in, they just Wuchen portal out. It was a grab a couple of kills and just like peace out and, you know, dine and dash. It was a dine and dash gameplay. And I feel like with the fact there's more Yang portals, I think it's harder to pull that off. I think teams are very quick to get inside the portals. And also, I feel like inherently, Yang itself is so important to how the game scales and how the teams play late game that I just feel like the players don't even bother like picking this Tesla comp because it sucks inside the 1v1. It sucks inside the realm of Yang. Like, what does Wu Shen actually do for your team inside a realm of Yang? It's nothing.
After the Wu Chen bans came out, when we saw like lots of people running Wu Chen, and we saw the heavy family meta and trios, NARAKA felt like there had to be something done. So they took Wu Chen out of the competitive hero pool for a while. They said, okay, you're not allowed to play Wu Chen, figure something else out. And they figured out so much that they realized we don't even need to run Wu Chen anymore. We can just run these combinations, and it's actually giving us more value. So even when Wu Chen was unbanned and he came back into the mix, all of these players just decided, okay, we don't really need it anymore. We can try this different stuff. It's complying with the new competitive integrity rules, and we're still putting up more points than we would with the Wu Chen. And now look at this. Everybody running Takeda Monk. I want to see if some of these people might be running V2 or V1. So yeah, we see Wolves' ZK running that V1 variation of the ultimate, but everybody else running that V2. The V2 versus V1 in the Monk ult is just a very little difference, right? The slam animation is a little bit different, and then you gain a bit of siphon when you get the slams down when it comes to that V2. But you have one downside, is there are weak spots that show up on your body. When it comes to the V1 ultimate, you don't have the weak spots, but you don't gain as much health back for the slams. You're heavily relying on your Kurumi in those situations. So yeah, we're going to be seeing this dropping out pretty quickly here, up to the top side of the map, just above Arcadia. We're going to be seeing OA, DRG, and SR. And then closer to that left side of the map, we've got all the way from the top to bottom is YZG, GG, and Wolves. Imperium is going to be getting a lot of members with SS1, Alliance, WZTE, and JL just on that outskirts. And then we've got WBG all by themselves on the most eastern side of the map in that gold zone there.
Yeah, I mean, a relatively spread out drop, a couple of little hot drops in the area like SR and stuff are, like you're saying, but again, it's Monk comps. They want to just grab loot. They want to just look to try and get into the late game, get themselves geared up at least for that first run with Yang. No surprises to see GG drop on Jellyfish spot. That is their drop. I think the only drop they changed is their Morasile drop, where they stopped dropping on Secret Tunnel and actually started dropping on Shadow Jade Mines. So more tunnel gameplay for them. But yeah, it's all about kind of just some teams will look and fish for fights. It looks like the likes of Wolves are looking to try and drop on top of GG, but right now we actually have SR get themselves into a little bit of a scrap here. Zhao already losing a fair amount of HP, has been forced to pop the bell. It's just going to back away, but Kakaishi keeping on top of him. Still, Zhao, no weapon to speak of, really struggling, as now Kakaishi is looking to get caught out here. Bell gets popped there by him, and now 17S just going to get jumped on by everyone from the side of DRG. It looks like Zhao's going to jump down and just try and throw fists, because he has no weapon to speak of, and that is going to be an absolute horror show here for the side of SR off the bat. Another bell comes out, but it is not enough. OA dropping in, actually stealing away all of these kills from DRG. 17S could just be up on the menu. They find the parry, and OA absolutely make easy work of this one. 4 kills to start with.
And they got all 6 there. 6 eliminations right on. Oh no, 5. Somebody got away in that situation. But OA, as everybody getting low, managed to jump in and take every single possible elimination away from DRG except for the one, and YZG, or we're going to be seeing everyone getting sent back to the Soul Altar, SR included. As we're taking a look here, it looks like JL won their initial fight in Imperium. SS1 could be coming in on the third party here, and it looks like One Fang spots the Takeda out. He's going to try and go in for the scale rush with the fan. It looks like Shuan just going to try and get out of the situation. He is all alone right now. Where his team is, I don't know. Yuan and Louis starting to close the distance in between. Looks like Shuan able to get a bit of a heal in. Pops that F ability, so anybody hitting him with that blue attack is going to be losing their weapon. He's going to try and get in, and look at that. We're going to see Junks actually using his F to take away the weapon of the opposing members Takeda. Yuan gonna get himself grabbed up. Shuan looking to be in a lot of trouble as well. Pretty low in HP as we're gonna see these shots coming through onto the side. Junks gonna be able to throw that down. Yuan extremely low, gonna get himself grabbed again. As SS1 not looking too good right now. We're gonna see the slam coming out. Lu Yi actually getting a lot of health back from this Kurumi circle. He's gonna let one go. Yuan gets grabbed for a third time, and SS1 just looking a little bit panicked off of this fight. TXJ gonna try and follow up as we're gonna see Yuan in the back end. Gets the 1.0 onto One Fang, but TXJ gonna try and go for that follow-up focus attack coming through. The 1.0 is gonna connect. The uppercut comes through from TXJ to take the elimination. Now it's a 3v2 situation. JL with the upper hand.
Really explosive start actually from the side of some of these teams. I mean, OA kicking it off strong. JL also going to be closing this with a 5-kill start as well. I wasn't expecting this much of a bloodbath in a monk lobby, but I guess I was wrong, as we're still not done with the action. GG getting jumped hit by Wolves a little bit later than expected. It's 3-3-0, gets slammed into the ground, but he doesn't go down yet. The sustain from the Kurumi keeping him alive, has been able to get himself all of his armor back, and GG CGS also losing a lot of HP here, but has the tether on from 3-3-0. Will be able to get himself potted back up, restore that armor, and look to jump back into the fight, but no ultimate available to him, barely upgraded as well, so he's not going to be doing too much damage, but does look for some extra damage off here. 3-3-0 being chased onto. ZK is going to be able to secure the kill there for the side of Wolves, as GG now are going to be left scattered and running to the wind. Their drop was for nothing. Wolves will take them down.
Yeah, Wolves doing a really good job of cleaning that up. If you notice, they managed to hold on to their Takeda ultimate for a very long time, giving themselves the advantage. As soon as all of GG's ults went down, that's when we saw the Takeda ultimate coming out. We're going to flip over. YZG getting absolutely obliterated right now by the members of OA. AB manages to pick up one. ZXL does go down. Now we're in the 3v2 situation, but JL jumping in for the third party. One Fang going to take out CXZ, and this is an unfortunate circumstance for OA because they pick up so many eliminations. JL's going to even the score, sees them without ult. They actually still have the Kurumi ultimate online for the side of OA, but they're just going to back off, and TXJ not looking to get too aggressive here. He's going to see on the other side and decides to just back off as Alliance now, as we're flipping over to them. Looks like they're chasing TE down the Mercury River, getting their surfer action on. We going for a little bit of a play here as we're jumping back in. It looks like OA got caught out by DRG, and now it's the run back time. We're gonna see AB might actually get taken out here right before we're gonna see the ultimate come through. AB's gonna be able to get his ult up. Double grab coming out from Kakashi. Huge slam. He burns the Bullpine Essence on the side of one of the members of OA. We're seeing Two-Tick getting extremely low. AB now grabbing Dongqing. This might be the comeback for OA. Kakashi gonna get de-ulted here, and now AB gonna grab him out of the sky, looking for one more grab to see if he can get the double. Goes for the punch up onto Kakashi. Bell's going to be coming out. See if he can get re-grabbed. It's not going to connect. Big Kurumi ultimate coming up for the side of DRG. Does he get the double grab? Ult's going to come down. Very low HP coming through here. He has the Bell available if he needs it. He's going to need to pop that soon. Trying to get out of the way from Kakashi. Bell finally going to come out here, using it until the very last second. Big parry coming through. Kakashi takes the elimination. Back on the other side, Two-Tick going to get wrapped around, and this could be it for the members of OA here, as DRG fighting for their lives, able to come away with two, now putting themselves in a 3v1 situation.
That is rough there for the side of OA. They had a lot of scaling, a lot of work, and it has gone wrong for them. Cuckoo finds a nice parry, may try and take one with him. He's doing a fair amount of work here onto the members of DRG, but they can just run away and heal up as Cuckoo on the Kurumi, not particularly the greatest 1v3 duelist, is about to get that ultimate back. I don't really foresee the reason in using it, but they're going to throw it down and see again. Maybe there's a world where they can find a kill, but that is not going to be the case. OA forced onto reset. Lose all of their gear, and DRG, who had lost their resets, are going to be walking away with some nice gear off the back of that one. Some purple weapons and a couple of purple armors as well. These are nice and scaled up towards these Rama-Yangs. So we're spawning up in 2 minutes time, so I expect to see probably DRG jump inside a Rama-Yang. I expect the same from JL's WBG, just grabbing the goodies that are spawning up here. This little platform here on the Mercury River. And right now, not the most loaded on Soul Jades, but you don't expect people to really have too much on that front off the start anyway. But SS1. Soul Jade situation is not great, but Lue, purple Hong Sword, purple armor, that monk transformation is going to be hitting pretty hard right now. So it looks like they're going to quickly run over to the shop and maybe get themselves a Bane's Breath or something to work with just to make sure that they can secure themselves a Realm of Yang. It looks like a bunch of teams actually right now getting themselves situated in the area for this Realm of Yang spawn. Obviously, we don't know exactly where those portals are going to be. Oh, we do know exactly where those portals are going to be. Shows up just as I say it. So your teams are going to start to get themselves in position.
Taking a look at these Yang portals, we're seeing one up on the top side. With OA going to be completely uncontested there. We saw earlier they managed to get themselves that Vulpine Essence Soul Jade from Arcadia, but it looks like they weren't able to continue that use into the late game as that double slam managed to take them out. They did lose all of their loot fighting DRG there. DRG were in a bit of an insane kind of fighting scenario there, as OA not looking to take that fight at the initial stance, as they were low on ultimates. They were trying to escape another fight from JL, and DRG with no lives left decided to full aggress into that fight. And it was a bold, risky play, but they made it work. They came out with all of that extra loot, and it really turned out in their favor, because look at that, OA now only on blue weapons, blue armor for the ones that are on screen right now up on the top side. As it looks like they are just going to try and go for Cave here instead of going for that Realm of Yang. WZ going to try and take that out first. Our first Realm of Yang matchup of the day is going to be TXJ and the rest of JL versus the members of WBG. This is going to be a super interesting one. TXJ taking to the skies. We're going to see the ultimate coming out first from Yali. TXJ going to be able to get himself his ult right after. Jump going to come through. They're going to be able to grab onto Shay. WBG Sing going to get grabbed. Now we're going to see the Flying Knives players all going for those extra attacks in the sky, trying to see if they can get the grab on Shing again. Kurumi ultimate coming through. They're not able to get the Kurumi before she ults, and now TXJ going to be in a heap of trouble as they're completely focusing onto his side, trying to jump away. Where's the rest of JL? They are going to come through. Now he de-ults. Both monks are out of that ultimate form. Iran going to be coming through. Oh my goodness, Junk's getting sent terribly low. Now we see the Kurumi ultimate coming out, trying to peel for him. He is going to be able to get his health back up. He's still losing a lot of that HP coming through now that the ultimate's coming out from both sides of the Takeda. JL's Junk's trying to make something happen. Takeda v Takeda coming through. Furin Slash is coming onto both sides. You see the peel coming out for Euron as well. We're going to see another one coming through. That's going to be Junk's just trying to keep the momentum up. But Shing incredibly low in the back end. Euron sees it, tries to go for the scale rush. Yali extremely low as well. Junk's going to get hit with the roll from the F1 of that Takeda. Euron now in the 3v situation. Euron absolutely demolished, getting pieced up from the one attacks of the members of JL. All of those light attacks in succession, just perma locking him down as they turn that into a 3v1 situation, as JL absolutely rolls with WBG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see JL have such a good fight. They've been very, very consistent for the last couple of weeks. Speaking of consistent teams, it's pretty much who you expect to see at the coming out of this Realm of Yang with the Vermilion Birds. I guess SS1 maybe a little bit of a surprise, but they've also been relatively consistent across the last couple of weeks. Not like they've been overly weak. As this was actually them versus Alliance. So to be fair, I am surprised because I think Alliance have really stepped up their game this split. They've been really, really solid. So I have to see exactly how they found this. It opens with PP getting a grab onto Juan. Gets shoved back onto Lue. I think he just struggles to ever get the punch off. Yeah, he just gets interrupted constantly by Lue. He just won't let him. And you can see that SS1 actually started to go low, but Lue, he doesn't greed for the double grab. He gets that slam off, gets the D-transform out, chunks through the Alliance members' health bar. Hopefully just fighting on top of Kurumi ultimates, so quite hard to really stick a single kill onto one another. As those Kurumi ultimates fade, Lue there with that purple Hansel, we did talk about this before going into the Realm of Yang, just absolutely shredding through Alliance. You've got the free range shelters to back up as well, and Switch out again, just constantly cutting through those members of Alliance, and they didn't lose a single player there. Really, really nicely played. Meanwhile, as we cut back over to the Birds Might fights, SS1 have found themselves a fight with JL. Like you were saying, this isn't particularly great for anyone who has the Realm of Yang depletion on anymore. Just resets that timer, doesn't find that full cleanse off, but these teams are still going to be going up toe-to-toe regardless. Is one thing. Throw out that ultimate there. We're seeing the ultimate connect here from Junks. He's already used one of those free range shells, looking for a second charge to go for it. The Golden Fist weapon's going to do a lot of work, but Doesn't make the connection onto Juan. There it is. Into a massive heap of damage. Gets caught by another Furen shove, but his last one comes through. But Alliance are able to secure the kill. And that Junk's just going to have to play on the defensive here if they're looking to try and secure a couple of extra kills on the way out, with Alliance sliding in forwards. Ultimate's charged up and ready to go. They're going to just chase forwards. F gets invested there, as we do see Lue go down in the middle of all of this fight as Junks. He's not done fighting for this one. He's got some of his ultimate actually coming back here. Catches Yuan against the edge of the rocks here. He's just going to have to back off, though. Doesn't really have too much armor to speak of. Neither does Yuan either, as he's going low. That's going to be him taken out. The birds might have popped, but it came at a cost.
Yeah, we're going to see Alliance pick up. Oh my goodness, Kakashi with the double grab, double slam coming out here. They are on that gang depletion. They just took out a Vermilion's team, and look at this. They're going to grab Blooms, but they're not going to cleanse. They're just going to reset that timer. It's going to go up to 5 minutes. So it's going to give them some extra time to sort of regroup and try and find themselves a Soul Bloom into this fight. As you see, every single Vermilion Birdmite player has already been eliminated from this game, as Yiran now on the back end trying to avoid the attack and pressure of the members of SR. 1 HP in a dream right now. Gonna end up going out. Shao picking up that elimination. Rico on the other side getting a nice little solos combo that we're gonna see coming through. YZG's actually gonna come in for the peel and try and take out both of the members of WBG and SR. Rico trying to go for this elimination, but CXC gonna be able to pick up that kill onto Rico, and now Yali in a very tough spot, gonna try and go for that scale rush with the pull sword. Last remaining member of his team, no eliminations on the board for him. This is gonna be absolutely devastating if he does go out this quickly. He's gonna try his best to get away, but it's not looking too good for him right now, as the members of Alliance are jumping into this fight. Who's gonna get the kill? It's gonna be Yuma, and now they're coming in against the members of YZG. Ultimate gonna be coming in for PP here. Wow, Alliance really putting the work in to get themselves as many kills as possible. Now in the back end, we're going to be seeing QGG trying to 2v1 against the members of Alliance. That's Jiang and Yuma putting in absolute work on the other side. Grab's going to be coming through on the side of both Alliance, and that's going to be YZG, but PP getting extremely low. We're going to have to see that Kurumi ultimate coming out. The weakness is going to be a very tough factor for all of them here. We are going to see them starting to go really low. That's going to be PP getting himself eliminated here. And now YZG looks to be in the front end of this fight. Could all switch around in a matter of seconds. Jung's just going to scale rush away. ZXL going to try and keep up the pace for this. It doesn't seem to be looking too good for them. They are trying to kite this out, but in the zone, they're going to be taking so much damage. Jung goes out here, and Alliance eliminated 11th out of 12. They still managed to put 7 eliminations on the board.
It's not a bad start for Alliance. Like I said, they've been quite a consistent team. I think these new changes to the Romyang, the depletion, has definitely costed some of these teams a little bit. Here is TXJ. Actually pops the transform loss, so he will have it just slightly longer than Lue. SS1 finding their victory over the now defeated Alliance from the lobby. See if they can do it versus the front runners in JL, a team who have been so terrifying for so many teams to fight versus as TXJ gets that slam off onto Juan, chunks him out, looks for the second grab onto Juan, is able to get it, goes for another slam, and that's because he transformed last. There are 2 slams coming out of him, giving JL a nice advantage. Kurumi ultimate has been committed here. Junks does still have his ulti to work with, as they are actually waiting and just seeing if a pot can get used in the meanwhile, as One Feng still holding that ultimate is going to look to throw it down any second now, but waiting till the last possible moment. So JL using the ult advantage on their side, as Yuan is getting heavily chunked out, taken down by One Feng here with those flying knives. A reposition of the Kurumi ultimate, as it's a 3 versus 2. JL have the upper hand, and they're just going to stagger lock. They're going to Furen shove and lock down Junks. There is nada he can do here. These flying knives, the mid-range that is getting thrown onto him is just keeping him pinned in place, as SS1 used their last Furen shove. Lue juggled in the sky by the flying knives of TXJ, and JL absolutely decimate SS1 inside that realm of Yang. Absolutely abysmal for SS1.
That was dirty. Let me tell you something here, Fred. That was... Oh my goodness. JL just put on a masterclass of holding on to ultimates there. They have TXJ, doesn't ult right away, holds that Monk ultimate for just a couple seconds, giving them that little bit of an advantage going in. They get that last slam and the shotgun burst damage coming through from the flying knives is what's going to give them that huge advantage onto the Kurumi, forcing the Kurumi ultimate out so early into that fight. They have to hold on to the Takeda ultimate as well. They're trying to fight it out. Kurumi ultimate goes down. The members of JL start to get a little low. They have that Kurumi ultimate in the back pocket. They have the Takeda ultimate waiting for them. They're able to come in, deal so much damage. Then they have the Kurumi ultimate to make sure that they're not losing too much value off the damage that they give, and they're able to take a little bit more. Soon as that Takeda ultimate comes up onto the other side, on the SS1, boom, JL answers with a Takeda ultimate of their own, and just after, able to counter every single Furen shove that SS1 tried to send out. They had read them like a book, and they played them for it. It was absolutely amazing to watch. Now we're going to be seeing OA trying to fight off against the members of DRG, and it looks like they were just able to get Kakashi guy to that Yang depletion. And look at how many more people are just starting to die to Yang depletion so fast.
It's really changed the game, hasn't it? I'm really happy to see it. It's seeing the Wolves versus GG Roma Yang. Seeing a lot of damage getting thrown onto LXM to get slammed into the ground. Another slam comes down. Does get the Kurumi ultimate down as well as LXM. He's grabbed 3 times? Nah, that is disgusting from ZK, actually. LXM, I don't think he even got to transform. I think he just got absolutely decimated before he could transform. Triple grab in and permanently locked down. And this fight, very, very Wolves favored when you don't even have to worry about an enemy monk transforming. That is absolutely disgusting from Wolves. They destroyed GG.
Yeah, I mean that's how the comp is meant to work out. You're trying to make sure that you're able to get that single grab off against one of their crucial players of the game. You want to grab either the monk or the Kurumi, and you want to have your Takeda ult to be able to, after you send the slam out, send the Furen shove so that they get knocked into the air. They can't use one of their abilities to get out of it, and they immediately get re-grabbed. And that is sort of how they were trying to make that play work out here. So we're going to be seeing now SS1 looks to see if they can get the run back onto JL. Will they maybe get to make this happen? It looks like they are just going to go for the buy. They don't really want to fight JL right away here. Could be a fight that we're going to see pop out here, but in the times like these, when we've got 2 teams on Yang depletion at the moment, they're not going to be wanting to fight this as quick as possible. All of these non-Yang depletion teams and all the buff teams are going to try and wait this out for as long as possible, wait till they get desperate, and that's when they're going to start to slip up and make mistakes, these Yang depletion teams. So they're going to try and hold out these fights until the very last possible moment. Mystic Mike going to be ending for JL. Wolves will be ending pretty shortly here. So we might start to see a little bit of aggression coming through from these teams that are on Yang depletion.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where obviously the teams try and force the Yang depletion teams into a desperation play. But I have seen sometimes that the fangs come out when they're backed into that corner. They have 40 seconds left and they just full send it into another team and almost out of spite take another team down with them. Maybe they get one player out, but it can sometimes backfire on the lobby. But obviously right now, if you're JL, like, why are you fighting? You don't really want to fight. You want to play this safe, want to play for the spirit worlds that are spawning up and everything else that follows towards the late game. You don't have depletion. So the best case scenario right now for the other teams is GG, and I think it's SS1 who the other team with the depletion on. They just have to find each other and look to try and go for a scrap, and one of them will make it out of this scenario. But in the worst case scenario, both those teams find someone who's not on depletion and full sends it into them. But it looks like right now GG and SS1 are hovering around one another. Only got 1:30 left though, so this could get very, very dicey for them. I feel like they're setting up for the depletion. Not for the depletion, for the spirit whales. But I mean, I don't know if you have time to get those. If other teams can test you, you're not going to cap in time. So they're coming up in 40 seconds. I think they're cutting it a bit too fine, to be honest. GG got a whole heap of teams in the areas. JL going to transform immediately, and everyone's looking to contest for this spirit well. Backing off GG Go. JL just too strong right now. See if someone looks to try and last minute jump in. It is going to be GG. That's because they got 49 seconds to capture the spirit well or get these kills. They have to full send it, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. LXM is just being absolutely cooked by the flamer there. Can't really find too much as we do see JL forced to back off, but if another team comes in and contests here on GG, they will just give it up as WZ are the ones going for it. 28 seconds for GG to go for the cap, and now with WZ forcing them on, I think this might just be the end of days here for GG. They were too lethargic, they were too passive. We see SS1, they just fall, and GG, they're not going to be long behind them. LXM caught in the grab by Young here, as YZG also jumping into the Spirit Well. The whole lobby full sent it for that Spirit Well. As it looks like YCG, who do have the Yang depletion on, once they cap, they're going to be able to get the cleanse off. As GG, they're eliminated. And we just lost a lot of teams to the new depletion changes.
Yeah, and as you can see, YZG still on that Yang depletion, even though they capped the Spirit Well and have gained themselves that Mystic Might buff. We're not going to see a huge fight starting to erupt here. It looks like the members of TE getting heavy focused on Xiaonan, forced to pop that ulti out. Youth and Peak still keeping their ults in the backside, but look at the range damage that's going to be coming out here. All of these shots coming through, targeting the members of SR and TE, as both their monk ults have been coming out, and now we're going to see the capture the flag game starting to come through. OA going to invest that monk ultimate to try and see if they can cleanse that Yang depletion with the flag catch. Huge grab going to be coming out on the side of AB. Tries to go for the double, doesn't get it. Slam's going to come through, but the Fury was just a little bit too early, not giving them the chance for the regrab, and oh my goodness, they get one. Junks is going to get himself grabbed out here. Ballista shots coming out from a corner on the other side as well. This could be super dangerous for them, but I do believe they managed to cleanse that Yang depletion. That is going to be the one cleanse for the members of OA. Doing that flag capture is going to work very well in their favor, but right now, no monk ult available, and now they're getting focused on the members of Wolves. You're going to be diving into the fight really quickly. F ability popped for the members of both Takedas on either side. You're going to be seeing coming through. Jump LMD's coming out as he goes for that hold. They're just staying in that ultimate for now. 2Tick actually getting pieced up pretty cleanly here. Decides to go back into the ult, gets his heal back through, and as they're trying to rotate in the circle, they only have one ultimate remaining. If one of them gets caught out, it's not going to be good for them. As we are going to see, they do manage to make it out pretty quickly, though, with Wolves still on that Yang depletion. We've got the majority of the lobby. The only two teams are TE and OA that don't have Yang depletion right now. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is very, very scary for some of these teams. They're just going to be backing off. And, you know, you can see, even though the cleanse came in for the side of OA, the lobby knew they burned everything to get that cleanse. So they all tried to focus fire them out, get the free kill, and get their own cleanse. Ultimately, OA were able to survive and fight them off. But they're still currently in an area which is hotly contested. A whole bunch of teams are going to fight it out. And 2 minutes left on the timer for a lot of these players. They're going to be full sending it as we see Monk Transforms break out. See JL waiting in the wings, waiting to see if an opportunity to ult later is going to be there, because your first ult, you get focused out the moment those ults time out by the teams who still have their ultimates. As ZK trying to keep his member alive. NiHQ gets caught by the Fu Ren shove. Do see ZK get a grab off, gets a slam down in the back of that one, but Wolf ZK is going exceptionally low, and that's going to be the kill. Always Cuckoo with the musket shot, able to secure the kill. So much work coming out onto the members of SR as Rico will fall there to WZ. And it looks like the whole lobby are just going to full send it into one another. Complete aggression, complete fight action here breaking out. Parry connects onto Young. Young pops the bell though to make sure but he's not into too much danger right now. SR gets thrown over the shoulder by Takeda. Looks to try and get that damage down there with these fist weapons on to the members of WZ. 18 players left, and with those depletions timing out, people have to go down or this is going to get real dicey. Double grab coming in into the clap there from Zhao. Look for the re-grab as well. Can he get another double? Yes, he can. Huge clap to follow it up. SR Zhao doing work, but he needs to find a cleanse for himself. Sorry, he has the cleanse. He needs to get out to safety. Quick armor swap into blue armor, but his health bar exceptionally low. Will be able to heal himself back up here with the pots. As you can see, TE off in the distance playing it nice and passively. 4 minutes left on the clock, and we still got about 6 players with the debuff left on, but that is quickly phasing away as people are going down left, right, and center. TXJ forces out the transform here for the side of JL. Cuckoo gets caught in the grab. 2Tick just about tap dodging away. He gets the slam off into the zone as JL's just going to completely go on the aggression. 2Tick caught out as Cuckoo. He will be cooked off, taken down inside the zone off the back of that grab as TXJ knocked into the zone, taking a lot of HP in response here as AB is going to lose his transform. Bell gets popped. That's going to be TXJ losing his form as well off the back of that one. He still has the belt to work with, and AB goes down. JL jumping up the scoreboard there to 16 kills off the back of that one, and with the flying knives, 2 tickets being juggled around inside the zone. AB knocked out, 17 for the side of JL, 3 away from that 20 bomb, as this end game is just so accelerated now with the new changes. We're seeing yet another transform come out here. Xiaonan looking for the grabs here onto the members of JL, not able to find it as he's just hunting for these members, knowing that the ultimates are down. If he throws a grab into that bush, QGG will get cooked. TXJ has been caught here by the grab. The repeating crossbow is going to be his undoing. Quick bell gets popped. He has the transform available to him, but a re-grab comes down, and the transform is going to come through. Xiaonan, too low on HP, pressured out, caught by the grab, taken down by the slam. JL, 18 kills, absolutely monstrous performances. They're hunting for peak, they're hunting for youth, but they're just tap dodging away, but they can't dodge for long. Peak goes down, 19 kills over. Zhao on the re-grab. Can he find the double? No, he can't. Zhao pops the bell in time as the D-transform comes through, but JL have the man advantage. What a parry on a QGG as well here from TXJ. Just dominance coming in from the members of JL. Zhao has transformed as he's looking for that slam, looking for that grab onto the JL members, but he is not giving it. It's the 20 bomb for JL. The last 2 people are on opposite teams. The man advantage is here for the side of JL. The flying knives are locking them down as they will just focus fire down one player at a time. Zhao loses the transform, loses all relevance at this point. The bells pop. There's no armor to speak of as he is just being hunted on the edge of the zone, taken down. Junks will fall. Zhao will be quick to follow as well. Nice parry comes out, but that is going to be a 22 kill start of the day for the side of JL.
Oh my goodness. JL fighting through that Yang depletion post Spirit Well, able to get themselves their cleanses, able to keep a level head while all of this bloodbath energy was going on. All of these teams just dogpiling onto one another, leaving them one of 2 teams at full strength going into that final fight with 8 players remaining. TE not able to get any value off of their ults, and they leave JL alive long enough to get their ults back. They almost had that elimination on a TXJ. It was so close. They were seconds away from getting, they got the ult canceled, but TE Xiaonan couldn't get that second punch off, and we didn't get to see any sort of follow-up coming through from that. Xiaonan ends up getting super low off of the D ult. TXJ managing to get the grab, which just sends TE spiraling, as TXJ managed to clean up the rest of the lobby with those grabs, and JL come through with the 22 eliminations after game 1. Absolutely insane.
Because we haven't really casted much together this year. Have you done much trios this season?
Yeah.
Or have you been more on the solo side of things? Or have we just been avoiding each other? I mean, I've been with Raven pretty much all season. I love the guy, but I haven't. Yeah. I've missed a lot of other people. But I feel like 20 bombs and 22 kill games are actually slowly getting more and more regular. We're seeing games where like some players are walking away with like 20 kills, or some teams are walking away with 20 kills, and then like another team is like 15. Like,
oh yeah. Right
now, I feel like we're in a position where everyone is just scoring so many kills. The game is so much more aggressive with, you know, the rewards of the kind of rebirths and everything, and the way that the Vermilion Birds might works, and everything to follow off that. It's just such a bloodthirsty game. What hero will be MVP at game number 1 is our question for you guys at home, though. Is it Takeda, Tianhai, or Kurumi? I mean, it has to be one of those 3 because they're the only guys that were played. I don't know the answer. It will be most kills, and if there's a tie on kills, it will be most damage dealt. I didn't see who actually had the most kills there for JL. I could hazard a guess, and I'm not going to give you the answer. So A, B, or C, actually. We don't even have a D. A, B, or C into Twitch chat. Check the whisper box, because that's where you will be informed if you are the victor. Man, what an absolute bloodbath of a start. And, you know, Seb, as the NBPL's resident monk hater, I have to say, if these changes force the game to play like that, then monk might not be so bad. Because My issue with Monk was it was boring. They didn't do much. That was a very, very aggressive game. That might be one of the first times I've ever seen a Monk lobby close before the circles closed. Like, it's a rarity with Monk lobbies. That is... I'm all for it, to be honest. That was fun.
With these new Yang depletion changes, it just creates such a more aggressive mid and end game. And that has been the one thing ever since the start of competitive NARAKA is we want to make the end game more and more aggressive, because these players, we used to have a mid-game lull where we'd wait 10 minutes before any sort of fighting would happen. Then they introduced Realm of Yang, and now they've introduced this Yang Spirit Well, and the new depletion changes just add on to the amount of aggressiveness that we see coming out from these teams. And we see one team dogpiling onto another team, and then the third party and the fourth party. And if you take a look here, Junks is going to be our MVP on the Takeda. F1 V3 for that Takeda ultimate variation, and F ability 41,000 damage with 10 eliminations. GXJ actually did more damage with 42,000 damage, just a little bit more in the damage section, with 14 assists, but only 6 total eliminations, whereas Junks was able to put himself up to 10.
That is 83,000 damage between 2 players. It's rare we see like 35k is considered a lot of damage. That is an extraordinary amount of damage. And for 2 players to have done that much combined, well, together, like individually, that is insane. 83,000 damage and 4,000. That is bonkers by JL. I mean, this is why a lot of people are hyped on JL. They've been hyped on JL all year long. They've been consistently good, and they're showing it. They're really making it work. And the likes of OA, who, you know, had such an amazing start to the season, setting almost record-breaking points across the board. They started to feel like they're falling a little bit to the wayfire, where like JL they've been on fire all split long. They've been playing very, very well. We still have the likes of SR in the lobby though, who obviously are EWC champs. They've been pretty solid this split as well. So right now the level is so high that it's very hard to say that these guys are the absolute favorites, but this is a good start there for JL today.
Yeah, no, 100% phenomenal start for JL. They really know how to put the work in when it comes into like holding ultimates there. As we can see, like, they're able to look at this juggle from the flying knives. They're able to use their ultimates in the way that either deny ult value to the other team or kite out long enough to then actually get ult value afterwards. When it comes to these fights, is oftentimes you're seeing that they're able to recover even if they don't have their ultimates activated. You can see here, this is down in their last. Look at this, he gets himself grabbed just as the ult ends. He's finally able to get his ultimate up. And they see so many low targets here. There's all targets that are low. Sees it on the bar, goes for the look onto the Takeda, and then they just focus out the rest of the lobby. When you have 4 solos against 1 coordinated trio, the solos are going to die every time. Even if they try to work together, there is very little communication between them, as you know, they're on separate teams. So it is very difficult to be able to survive and come through that. But look at that. Junks, 10 kills, 41,000 damage. Phoenix Blast didn't even need that. Juggernaut definitely leveled up to level 5 there. Fist Blades and Flying Knives doing the majority of his damage. Wow, look at that damage ratio. Damage without a weapon, so that's going to be his Fura and Shoves, doing only 3,000 damage. But he's able to put in 14 and 18,000 damage off just the Flying Knives and the Fist Blades alone is actually absolutely insane.
What's crazy was no Soul Jades to back that up. To do that much damage and then not have, like, you know, the Moon Shard or Palm Lightning, he was just raw dogging it, man. Like, blue Soul Jades, like mostly damage reduction Soul Jades as well, not even attack Soul Jades to buff some of the damage. Like, that was absolutely incredible from the side of JL. Really, really solid start. But there's still plenty more to go. You can see the players are taken to the stage for our second round as our mirror matchup will continue. Another round of Monk comps. We got our Kylin variant of the Monk comp with the Zip coming up now. Man, I'm excited to see, you know, how the changes to Kylin and, you know, how more parryable he's going to be. And, you know, you obviously don't have that, like, guaranteed sustain of the Kurumi. The Zip is, you know, still pretty obnoxious, to be honest. I don't know where I was going with that. Like, both of them are pretty solid sustain. But I'm going to be interested to see how these teams play around it, because I feel like the problem with Kai Lin was he felt so unstoppable with that ultimate for such a long time that, like, he would just be consistently stagger locking you, be dashing endlessly. It was a very, very obnoxious character to play into. That's not quite the case anymore. You know, we're going to see, you know, a much more manageable Kai Lin. And I would like to think that these players have been playing on live, as well as obviously their patch for what we're playing on now. So it's one of those things where I'm excited to see how many players and who's got the timing down on the parries, because that's the big thing, right? Like, every parry is different. Every weapon, everything that can be parried is parried at, you know, a different type of interval, a different frame. So you have to learn when you're able to parry everything. So some of our top players, I'm excited to see what they've, how well they've been able to practice this and how they've got this in the bag.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just because of the fact that they are going to be able to be parried. I wonder if they're going to try and run the different variation of ultimate. If they're going to decide to opt for that V1, I still think V2 is going to be valuable, but it is definitely going to pose a question: is some player could get a crazy parry off on a Kylan, ruin the entire push, and it could just turn the fight around. We could see you don't get the punish damage when you parry the Kylan. You just get the gold focus for a second, and you're able to knock them back, preventing their damage. It's actually not like your traditional parry. He's not going to lose his ultimate weapon, right? He's just going to get knocked back, be forced to go for the recharge, and he is going to get staggered a little bit. So teams could follow up on that damage, especially in a 3v1 situation. But I think when you have a Kylan dashing in from the outside, trying to come in onto a fight against 3 players, you're not going to be thinking about, okay, I need to parry the Kylan. You're going to be thinking about parrying any blue attacks that are going to be coming through off of the Kylan damage follow-up. So you really are going to have to look at it. We're going to have to wait and see until the game actually starts to see if that is actually going to be the case, or if they're going to be able to get those parries off onto the Kylans.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot up in the air. We don't know exactly how the players are going to play these changes. We might also just see that they're not completely comfortable with it yet, and our expectations kind of fall by the wayside, and it's almost as if we saw it last week and how players were playing into it last week. Yeah, I mean, I think so far the one thing we can confirm is new changes to the like Yang depletion. Very brutal. I'm a big fan. I like it when the players are forced to play more aggressively and less passively. It feels like every time we do a change, we remove one of like the downtime phases. Because like you were saying, I remember back when we first started covering Nbpl back in season 1, where, you know, they'd get the revives. Once the revives walked up, were off, they literally would just wait till the end of the game. Like, the odd team would fight, but more normally you just see like Mora's blessing spawn up, and like a Temi would like ult on it, and then everyone would just walk away. And then they put the Roma Yang in, but sped everything up. Depletion then kind of got somewhat solved, so teams slowed down off the back of that. And I just, like, where do the players get to like chill anymore? Because it just feels like the game is so fast tempo the whole way through, and that's what I want. Personally, that's what I want. I don't want any downtime. But it is interesting to see how the devs still are able to find like, there's 30 seconds so they're doing nothing here. Let's make sure they pick it up and get into some more fighting. It's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, the patch that we played EWC on, I felt like the climate was still pretty fast and aggressive, and then they decided to just add another element that would make it even more difficult for these players to continue on into the game. You really have to win all of your fights now. It creates a higher risk reward ratio coming into that realm of Yang. Like that first Yang, if you get Vermilion, you are set. You're not giving the cleanse to anybody now if you die. So it is less of a deficit if you're dying to a team with Yang depletion when you have that Vermilion Bird Mite. And it makes it even more difficult for these players to come back, because if you do end up fighting into the Yang depletion or into the Vermilion team when you have Yang depletion, you are only going to get that reset. But that reset does give you enough time to try and claim the Spirit Well to try and cleanse your buff. That Yang Spirit Well will cleanse your Yang depletion if you get it. But as we saw, GG ended up going out off the back of that because of how contested they were. We saw a couple of other teams trying that same situation, and their timers were just not hitting that same mark. They were trying to cleanse with only 45 seconds left, and they all-in'd everything and basically just lost. It hit 00. They needed it to go black or red.
Yeah, it was a bit rough on some of those teams, some of those players, but you know, it's only day one, it's only game one of these changes. You know, yes, they will have had some time to practice this at home, playing on the live service, but also remember they will mostly be scrimming on like whatever patch they're playing competitive on that week, so they've had a little less time to adjust to it. And it's a thing I really appreciate about NARAKA is the devs aren't like scared of being sometimes heavy-handed with changes, and that forces the players to then accept that, you know, they have to learn to adapt. And to be fair to the players, and I feel like this is very much a coaching staff shout out here, they're very good at figuring it out fairly quickly and then getting an idea of how to handle the situations. And then it's almost like this kind of tennis match between the devs and the coaches, because the coaches will figure like a solution out and they'll send the ball back at the devs, and then the devs will throw another curveball back at them and the coaches will catch that. It's really interesting to see, you know, how things get solved and changed. And, you know, the game feels fresh, and we're into our, third year of Nbpl? Maybe fourth year? I actually can't remember what year we're into of Nbpl now, but, you know, we're way in. And
we started
every season
in 2022.
So we're into year 3, coming up on year 4. Okay. So, you know, we're into that position where, like, I feel like there's never been a moment where the game has felt like it's fallen stale. It's felt like it's gotten slow, or, you know, kind of too solved so it's boring to watch. There's always something new coming in, even if that's mid-season. And I'm so happy that we do some of this stuff mid-season, so you don't get like a dreary season of the sameness. Like, you're getting changes, you're getting new heroes getting buffed, you're getting gameplay changes which enhance the game even more. I think I'm done glazing NARAKA right now, but, you know, I have to admit, you know, I come from multiple games, and some of those games can be a little bit stale at times, so it's nice to see that NARAKA are a game that are adverse to that, and they make positive changes on the regular.
Speaking of more crazy changes coming through, I don't know if you have seen any of the previews of our next new patch, which is going to be our next season coming in. It's all live on the test server right now. We have a new weapon, we have a completely redone glyph system, and there's some crazy controversial stuff in the glyph system that it's gonna blow your mind when you take a deeper dive into it. But we've got our longsword congeneric that's gonna be coming out. It's called the Whip Sword. It is a sword enchanted to basically all of the pieces have been split apart. You're able to like throw it like a whip. And it's all the basic longsword attacks, and then the focuses and some of the other attacks have been altered slightly, just like Hung Sword Katana, and we see Staff Greatsword. Just how they're very same at their core, but a little bit different on the outside with their extra little bits and bobs coming through. And then the new glyph system implementing what we call green focus, which is going to give you a disengage. You have it's possible on your glyphs to add in a disengage. So if you're getting hit with an infinite or a combo and you have that glyph enabled, you're able to press space and disengage and just backflip out of it. So there's a lot of crazy changes coming through. I know a lot of people are torn because of what green focus could do for the game. A lot of people say it's what NARAKA needs to keep it fresh, and a lot of people are a little bit you know, upset by, okay, I've been learning infinites, combos, and TODs, and now people are just gonna be able to press the space bar. Personally, I think that it's going to be a very good change. I think it's something that NARAKA really needs. It's super fresh, and you don't have to run it, right? It's really going to see what the meta is going to bring up with the new glyphs, and the new whip sword is absolutely insane. You got to check out some videos on it, Hipbrain.
I already love the idea. I can't remember. I think me and Raven were talking about it. But like, what new weapons can we actually have? Like, a whip is one which is very unique. We haven't really had that. Like, I guess it's maybe somewhat close to the chain scythe from Zai, but like that's an ultimate only weapon. So whip's cool. I'm trying to think what weapons haven't we got yet?
Like, I think we talked about this because I mentioned a mace, and
you did. And I think
the mace with the
like,
ball and chain. You were telling me that it was like a fake weapon, that it wasn't actually a real weapon in history.
No, a flail. A mace is a real weapon. A mace is a very effective weapon.
The ball and chain.
A flail. Yeah. That isn't a real weapon, man. They're not. They're fake.
Yeah.
Don't make me start again. All right.
No.
I
I was just remembering the conversation.
No,
It's
it's
like, oh, yeah.
fine. For anyone at home, if you heard this probably like a year ago, you're gonna hear it again.
It was Biweek 1.
A flail is fake. It's not real. No one used them. They were terrible. They're like it's such a bad design flaw. If you think about a mace, all the leverage comes from the length of the weapon and then the weight at the end, right? You swing a mace, you do damage with it because it maintains 100% of its force. If you add a flimsy chain at the end and then you put the weight at the end of that one, you swing that, the chain then eats up a bunch of that kinetic energy and the flare ends out hitting, doing absolutely nothing. The only way that you could potentially make them effectively is to spin it. It's to, like, you know, like the guy does in Ninja Turtles. I can't remember his name now. That's really bad, actually. The one with the nunchucks where he used to spin his nunchucks.
Donatello.
Yes, that's the one. Who didn't use them properly either, but that's
No,
another
it was Mike.
conversation.
It was Mikey.
Yeah, it was Mikey. You're
Michelangelo.
right. It was
Yeah,
Mikey
yeah.
with the spinning nunchucks. That's the only way to make a flail work is if you spin it. But, like, you're going to do your wrist in. It's going to be exhausting to fight like that. Flails are fake weapons. Don't put one in the game NARAKA. They're not real. Hook swords. Hook swords are the way, man.
Whip sword is definitely not a real weapon, and they've popped that in there, and it is pretty cool. I do have to say that Crouch LMB Soul Jade, it's a little bit like Tai Chi Fan, except it pulls your opponent in instead of pushing them out. Absolutely insane. We're going to take a look at some of our spawn points, getting back really quickly from the waffle. YZG down on the bottom side with OA. We're going to be seeing up on that top side of the map SS1 and WZ taking that gold zone to the far east side. GG and TE taking up Imperial Village, where Plumed Castle is going to be getting JL. DRG and SR are going to be going for that Salvation Podium puzzle. And then up by the Frozen Lake in the Yushan Ruins, we're going to be seeing Alliance and Wolves. Now back to some new weapon ideas. I do think the mace would be very cool. But yeah, I think they need to add some sort of nunchuck congeneric, and it would be difficult to see like where something like that would fit into the meta. As we are gonna see, it looks like SR managed to grab blues for their Kylan and their Monk, but they haven't found themselves any weapons other than Rico and SR. It's going to be a little bit of trouble for them. It seems they have found weapons, but the double parry coming up from Kakashi, focusing all of their energy on the 17S. 17S going to get taken very low. Rico as well getting extremely damaged. Peel's going to be coming in on to the members of SR, but Rico's going to go down. It looks like one of the members of DRG going down too. Rico, last member alive, as it looks like the team at DRG going to start to get pieced up here. Rico goes down, and I think that's going to be... Who is that? That's Xiao. Xiao's actually still alive, trying to come through to Peel for the rest of his team, see if he can get one more elimination off. But it looks like the members of JL have come into the third party, trying to see if they can get some eliminations off.
JL on that third party here. Xiao trying to hold fast here, but just with the golden fan and no armor to speak of. JL cutting it large. Nice 2-kill start for themselves, continuing their dominance on the day. As Alliance and Wolves got themselves in a scrap. Alliance knocked out very early in that last game, and they've been consistently solid today. So let's see if they can make the recovery here. Nice Q gets a lovely dash through the members of Alliance, absolutely cutting them to ribbons. Ultimate's still up, but he's about to lose out. So one last dash comes through from him, as you do see Zhang Zhang. A little bit of danger here now. Dashes coming in onto the members of Wolves in response into the parry onto Zhang Zhang. Nice little counter there, but it doesn't quite make the connection they need. ZK goes down, and Alliance finally getting that redemption arc from game number 1, as you left on their lonesome, nowhere for them to go, caught and pinned in place. They're trying to play the escape here, but the grapple locks will keep them tethered in place as they are locked up against the wall, taking down Alliance. Nice little start for themselves off the back of that as well. 3-kill start for Alliance as the Ballista is in play here. Can you line that shot up? All it's going to take is the one. Oh, it does a fair amount of damage here. WZ. Zhao trying to make that connection. I think T have gone too low, so he's just going to have to play the escape game here. I think WZ are just going to have to sacrifice 2 players to get the one out, because I don't really foresee them surviving this one, although looks like Youth's actually going a little bit low. Maybe WZ can look for some kind of a turnaround. Nice dash coming in. Looks like they're not quite done here. As Youth goes down, they equalize out the score. I gave up on them way too quick here. As Zhao looks for the scale rush, gets the pang out, the bell gets used. Nice parry lands though onto Xiao Yao, as he's going to get himself incredibly low. Has still got his zip load to keep him going. Both teams have their zip. We're seeing a parry land onto Xiao Yao. He's just getting absolutely bullied around here, trying to pick up his weapon. He doesn't really have anything to work with, though, as he's being chased off by Xiaonan. Once again, just playing the escape game. Young, incredibly low, has been able to survive and make their way to safety. Meanwhile, WBG and DRG have got themselves in a fight.
Yeah, Kakashi gonna go down off the back of Fishing, making a really good step in, and XLU is gonna go down as well. Dongqing now taking up so much damage, going to be going into 3v1 situation. This isn't too good for him. Immortality proc's going to come out as he tries to make his way out of WBG's Bane. And this is the 3v1 situation that's going to start to come in. We are going to see the third party coming through. They're able to clean up the elimination before the third party is actually able to make any sort of value come through. So SS1 might not try to fully engage into this fight, even though they have their ultimates available. It looks like they are just going to take the back off. Shuan actually going to be getting hit. I think he just got clipped off the Bane. As we go back in, SR look to be focusing down Wolves' ZK, taking a lot of damage. I don't know if you guys saw this before. Wolves versus Alliance. Alliance's Yuma with the flying knives had the most insane double uppercut juggle that I think I've seen in a trios game. He manages to get the uppercut into the 1-2 combo and then goes into a 1 RMB into another uppercut as we see focus attacks coming in from his teammates to gain extra damage. He just kept him in the air for so long. It was absolutely cooked for the members of Wolves. But Alliance just coming up with some textbook combo play. And now we're taking a look. JL with 2 kills on the board as we flip over now to TE versus GG.
Well, already, both of them have transformed. Just trying to stamp on the head there of Xiaonan. Let's make a connection. Just is able to leap forwards and looking for the grab. Not going to be able to find it. I think we're just going to have a sumo match between the two monks here. Grab goes a little bit wide once again there from Xiaonan. LXM hunting for a grab, but CGS has been caught out here. LXM needs to come in defense, but he's just letting him go down. CGS gets caught out by the slam here. It feels a little bit like GG's synergy was off there. No defense for their player caught by the grab, and now they have a massive health deficit, but CJS is going to fire out here with his ultimate in response, try and get some damage down. Peak has got some sustain though to keep his teammates alive and up for now. CJS dashes forward once again. A slight connection on, and actually looks like TE going to be losing out on this fight. That's going to be some more healing to Xiaonan though, as he hasn't gone down. CGS has finally timed out on his ultimate as Peak getting caught out here, both looking for those parries. Not going to make the connection as Peak caught by the uppercut. Nice catch there from CGS. The flying knives do a bit of work. The bell gets popped as Xiaonan goes down in the middle of the fight. You've caught by a parry as well. Tries to pick his weapon back up, but he's just caught by yet another grapple into a lockup here from the side of CJS. Is 3-3-0 being chased. Peak goes down. GG. I called out their synergy, but once the ultimate timed out, they turned that fight around beautifully.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I've only seen one Kylan parry so far. We saw it happen, and as soon as he parries, he stays in the gold frame, and Kylan just clicks his attack button again, and he goes into the 1 charge as soon as the 2 charge gets parried. I think people have found a way around it already, which is pretty interesting. They try to nerf Kylan and put him into the ground, and he just keeps finding ways to rise back up. He's like, you know what? We're still going to use this ultimate. This V2 has been nerfed into the ground, and these players are still finding so much value with it. As you can see how much CC that is actually able to output onto all of these players. Taking a look at some of the Jades, we're going to be seeing some, I believe that's Varja's grip on the side of Jiangjang. And on the backside, we have 1 purple attack Jade on the Monk. The rest of these players with blue Jades all around. SR doing a little bit of shopping, seeing what they can get going on here. Got himself a purple fan for 17S. That's going to give him a little bit of a scaling towards his ultimate. ZXL as well with the purple fan. We're looking super nice, ready to go here. So we're going to take a look at our map down by that southern side. Look at how condensed. Look at TE in the back end, reviving all the way in the zone, trying to make their comeback out of there. As YZG getting the Thorny Roller area by Matab all to themselves. Going to be trying to see, maybe they're going to go for the Ang Portal. I'm not 100% sure. They could be going for a puzzle strat right now, or cave strat. Since they've only got 3 kills on the board, they might want to try and pick the pace up though.
All right, well, Rumyang spawning up fairly soon. SS1 had a solid start to last game. Did crumble a little bit towards the tail end though. Going to be looking to get their hands on to this Rumyang. Fighting for it. JL also in the area. Obviously, you know, since this season we have had more Realm of Yangs up and available to the teams, but it's just a bit of a waiting game right now for these guys to get in. Who's going to get inside the Realm of Yang? The portal will be spawning up, and everyone jumps in. JL get their hands onside this Realm of Yang. They're going to be going up versus SR or EWC champions. Going head to toe. We also have GG versus Alliance, YZG versus WBG, and SS1 versus OA. Starting this Realm of Yang though, we get Aerial. Remember, first to ult. Normally has a slight disadvantage here on the Monk ult as TXJ gets that big advantage, comes in for the slam, does miss it, but he hits the grab here on to Zhao, able to get a nice jump off onto him. They don't find the re-grab for the follow-up from the Kai Lin, as 17S is not given the opportunity to get One Feng caught off here with that grab. He was able to find nice punishment coming in from the side of TXJ to make sure that his teammates stay nice and healthy. As 17S going low, a grab could come out last second here from TXJ, doesn't quite make that connection happen, but with those ultimates timed out, it's the Kai Lin's turn to throw down those ultis. As you're going to see some dashes coming through, Junk's getting himself heavily juggled around here by the CC. There's a bell still available to TXJ. He's just looking to make a connection with those flying knives onto these members, as Zhao is a little bit low, gets himself the fan charge off there for a brief second as Junk remains a little bit low. TXJ struggling to really find an opening into this fight here, as both teams on somewhat close positioning, as though One Feng has still got the health advantage over the entire Realm of Yang. Sitting very comfortable as TXJ is just going to get himself an armor pot off and now look to try and re-engage into this fight. Zhao gets briefly caught out here, but the zip healing coming in as SR groups up and they're going to start to lose way too much HP. Melted through here by the members of JL as Zhao, last man standing for his team, goes down. JL, another Realm of Yang in the bag for the day.
You saw that as soon as SR groups up, they eat one focus attacks amongst the three of them, all eating that same focus, and they all go down immediately off of that. Super unfortunate to see that happen there, but we're going to see the gold longsword given to TXJ, and now on the side we are going to see another golden weapon given to the members of JL. They're looking extremely scaled at the moment, and that's why that play is coming through. Oh my goodness, they're getting into it right away. The members of SS1 gonna try and find some value off of that play. Junk's actually getting extremely low. Yuan gonna get it grabbed out quickly here. We're gonna see Junk's getting grabbed and slammed as well. We're gonna see the re-grab opportunity come through. Gets the one, gets the two, double slam coming out. We are going to see one eliminations coming through. That's Shuan getting himself eliminated. TXJ is going to go down. And now Lu Yi getting absolutely pieced up by the members of JL. One Feng doing so much work. Now his armor is going to be back up. But now he's getting absolutely focused down by the members of JL. And TXJ is going to take that one out as well. And now Junk's fighting against Yuan in the back end. SS1 going to be getting pretty low. Yuan does go down. But now JL's Junk getting pieced up as well. They do have Vermilion. So we are going to see YZG coming in on the third party, trying to claim that, but the zipping ultimate going to be coming out too. No ult zone pop onto the side. I believe that was the members of JL popping that no ult zone, so we don't see the monk ult coming out from the members of YZG. CXZ going to go for the overhold, for the raw uppercut coming out from TXJ into the overhold. One thing is going to go down though. CXZ picking up that bloom. TXJ now trying to back out from this fight. Is going to find himself a second ultimate. And now we're going to see both monk ultimates coming out as Junk's extremely low on the backside. Oh my goodness, GXL gets knocked into the no ult zone, and he gets grabbed. Gonna get himself slammed, but Junk's gonna get himself parried here. Is gonna be able to use that F ability. QGG gonna get himself grabbed as well. This isn't looking too good for the members of JL, but they're actually putting up a decent bit of value here, as we are actually gonna end up seeing that zipping ultimate coming in and saving them from a lot of damage. So WBG actually coming in on the fourth party here with that Yang depletion, trying to see if they can cleanse blooms.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know if they are going to be able to cleanse blooms off the back of this one. The WBG, see, good target for them to do so, but Yali is going to transform now. As you see ZXL get caught out by the parry. Grab comes in, double grab from Yali, forces out both of those Vermilion Birds Might, cleaning up the remainers, the stragglers, as WZ could still be in the line of sight here for Yali, but he needs to find himself that grab. He's taking a couple of shots though. He's just going to have to jump into the zone and play this defensive, force WZ after them. Maybe if they start to take a little bit of tick damage, it could get a little bit hairy for them. But the problem is the zips going to keep everyone nice and sustained. Young transforms here as well. It's just going to look for his grab on to one of these members, looking for Yali from WBG, who is incredibly low. No ultimate to speak of. No grab needed, as he's just going to go down. Young dips the transformation as WZ able to secure that kill for themselves. And WBG now down there. Monk going to be in serious danger as Wolves looking to leap into the zone. I don't think they're really going to over-chase here. And all in all, we still have a couple of stragglers running around with the corruption on them, but I don't think we actually really lost as many players in this phase as we did previously. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, as you're going to see here in the feed, SR is going to get completely eliminated off of this. They were one of the teams that had Yang depletion. So they're going to go down to the members of YZG, I do believe that they went down to. So as we are actually going to see this replay here, this is GG versus Alliance in the realm of Yang. GG does end up winning this. I think Alliance did manage to cleanse their Yang depletion pretty easily. As we're going to take a look here. GG, LXM trying to get into this fight with a grab right off the rip, and it looks like no value coming out. We're going to see the first slam come in, and it is going to connect. 330 is extremely low in the back end, but Jung going to get himself punched out as well. 330 almost gets regrabbed. Both mark holds go down. Jung extremely low right now. If they get this zipping out early, this could mean huge value for them coming through. They do manage to pick up that elimination. Jung goes down. Now they're juggling PP up in the sky. Engraving going to come through. So much damage getting brought out from that staff. And then I do believe it was the flying knives 1, 2, 3, not the engraving coming out on that side. But now GG jumping back into the realm of Yang for round 2.
And they go versus OA inside this realm of Yang. LXM. See, again, it's really the story for me who ults first, but both of them synchronize on the ultimate, so timing out at the same time. Instantly opens up a grab, though, on to Cuckoo. Cuckoo losing a lot of armor, is not going to get caught out by the slam if they're going to be able to break away from that grab. Regrab, though, does come in. That time followed up by the slam. LXM getting his money's worth out of these grabs. Looking for a third. Doesn't quite make the connection onto Cuckoo there. There's the third slam onto Cuckoo. Repositions. Gets the slam down into the Kylin grab as well, or slash as well. And Cuckoo is absolutely evaporated by the members of GG. Incredibly clean performance from them. LXM still got that bell to work with. Looking for the scale rush. Makes the connection here onto Two-Tick. Two-Tick's going to get juggled around by the staff as GG. Oh, this is such a good performance from them. That's the GG I remember.
Yeah, the jump LOBs coming through from LXM to end AB's life. Oh my goodness. Look at the juggles coming through from the Kylan. CXC gonna get, oh, big parry gonna be coming up from CXL into Lu Yi. Oh, into the blistering edge, turns it around onto the side of Yuan. He's got that red full sword effect coming through. He's gonna get himself parried though. CXC is gonna go down. That blistering edge, not gonna do too much for him there. It looks like YZG now on the back foot of this fight. It's a 2v2 situation. Shuan gonna be able to get the heal up. ZXL needs to go for the heal as well. CXZ has been eliminated. We are gonna see the focus attack coming through into the focus follow-up. Big parry gonna come through on the side of ZXL. Yuan now on the backside. Golden Flying Knives picked up for QGG. That's gonna do them a huge favor later. ZXL already back up for the Monk ultimate, but his partner gets taken out, and now it's a 2v1 situation. Can he get the double grab? Will he be able to make this happen? No peel for him from his teammates, so it's going to be difficult. He goes up on the pillar. He might get the single. Does he get the double? Yuan going to just use as much skill as possible to try and tap dodge this. If he manages to connect, it would be crazy, but we are just going to see the D ult come through. Now the 2v1 situation. Oh, he gets the knock up. He gets the timeout. He gets the timer. He sends it so both teams get Yang depletion. He was able to hold on for long enough. How? Oh my goodness.
That is crazy, actually. And that is rough now, having, what is that, 3 teams running around with Yang depletion. Genuinely quite scary for some of these teams. Because like we said, if they fight each other, it's fine. Obviously, you don't have the Birds Might in play right now, but you have one extra team now running around looking to try and find a cleanse. There is a world where they could just go for rebuff charms and try and buy each other back. I mean, SS1, I mean, all of them probably have enough kills, actually. It's 10 kills for YZG, 3 for OA. They probably mostly have enough Dark Tide coins between them to be able to do this, but we'll see. Maybe they just look to try and full send it into another team as SS1 and YZG are going to see each other off the back. OA going to open up with a transform here. Little do these guys know, or at least one of these guys know, but there is another team running around with Yang depletion on as well, so it could get really dicey over here. And with all the sound effects going off, if anyone that's passing by, this could be a perfect opportunity for a third party. Very, very low health bars is ZXL, sorry, looking for the grab here. Has got one, but was fishing for the double grab, didn't make it connect, and that was a real mistake as JL waiting in the wings. We can see both of these teams eliminated. They've used all of their ultimates. Once the Kylin ults go down, I think JL is just going to look to chase in, as it looks like other teams are also coming into the mix here. We got SS1 making their way over, trying to just jump into the mix to see if they can secure themselves a kill. Cannon shots going down galore here as One Fang from JL is able to secure one with the flying knives already, as JL up to 9 kills in. Juan playing the escape game right now, but YZG, everyone is in the area. This is just going to be a total bloodbath for ZXE. Caught by the parry, caught by the knock-up, and down he goes. DRG's Kakaishi is the one to secure that kill with a cannon shot from a distance away. JL hunting to see if they can secure more kills, but right now, I don't think anyone's been able to cleanse on either of these teams. They've just lost players. It is an absolute catastrophe for them. Looks like JL, recognizing the DRG are not one of these depletion teams, are just going to back off.
Yeah, and it was a really good third party to come through, as a couple members of YZG do end up getting eliminated. I think JL only managed to pick up 1 kill off the third party, but they only burned 1 ultimate. So it's pretty good value for trade coming through here, as ZXL is going to end up going down to one of the members of OA. 2Take picks up that kill. They get their Monk the Bloom as well. AB is going to be cleansed. They are going to be looking. SS1 might... Oh, they've got 1 player cleansed. They've got 1 player still on Yang depletion, and their zipping has been eliminated. So they're going to be in a bit of a tough situation, especially in this little cavern area where they're at the bottom. They're going to be the target of every single player in the lobby. They're going to try and climb up here, as OA and Wolves are waiting in the vicinity, as well as TRG on the other side. Every single team in the lobby is going to be interested in this. As soon as we see AB with the Monk ult coming up here, we're going to see ZK dropping that ult as well, seeing if they can get any sort of extra value from it. I think he's just doing that mainly as a peel for his players, so that we don't see the grabs come through. But Yu is going to get himself grabbed. Almost gets the regrab. The ult from the zipping's going to come in just in time to defend that. AB trying to defend for his teammates is going to end up preventing the slam onto 2Take. ZK not looking too hot right now. AB just going to de-ult early, trying to get out of this instance. It's not looking too good for these members, as everybody on the top side is starting to focus them down with range fire. 2Take tries to get some extra value off from the Kylin ultimate, and it looks like it's not going to be happening for him today.
Yeah, it's one of those things, the blood's in the water and the teams can smell it, so they immediately pounce. DRG were able to pick one up from that fight earlier, as AB will just be another victim here. Down he goes. They agreed to take out Wolves and get that cleanse has cost them their only player, who, by the way, is cleansed as well. So with 2-6 going down here to the corruption, doesn't give the kill over to SS1, but SS1, I believe, will be able to get a cleanse off at least in time. Yeah, they were. So just due to the timers, they were able to survive that, as they get the cleanse off, and now everybody else is going to get hit. So OA, SS1, just cleanse themselves and immediately lose that freedom, as they are rebuffed, or re-debuffed, should I say.
Yeah, we're going to see GG and JL without the... capture the flag is going to be a bit of a dangerous game here, TE. We're seeing the ballista shots coming through from the members of GG. We're trying to prevent any sort of gain coming through. They might jump in on this if they have ults available. No, they're just gonna let them get it here. They put some heavy pressure on them for a second, but there we see the cleanse coming through. They're gonna be able to get themselves rid of that Yang depletion. The members of WZ, Wolves, DRG Alliance, and this SS1 are gonna be fighting this out. Shuan already getting incredibly low, as TXJ is going to see this. He gets the call from Junks to focus that player, and GG's LXM actually going to be the one to steal that kill away from them, bringing them up to 10. JL still on 9 eliminations. They're pretty stacked with their loot so far. Gold weapons on 2 of their members, gold armor on the team member that doesn't have the gold weapon, as we're flipping over to Alliance, fighting against WZ.
BB loses that transform. Young looking for the grab, but I mean, I think this might be a little bit sad here for WZ. Young, that bell just is the toll of death, unfortunately. Knocked out of the lobby. It's the end of WZ in this game number 2. 7 minutes left on the lobby. 18 players remain. We have 7 with the Roman Yang debuff on. Depletion gonna start to add up here. I don't know exactly how much longer they have it for, but SS1, the last man for the side of his team, just cleansed himself with that debuff and immediately finds himself caught off by the debuff again, and now is incredibly low, being chased down by multiple teams. And it is unfortunately a bit of a freebie for someone to get. We just don't know who's going to be getting it. It's Wolves DK who secures that kill. A lot of work coming in from LXM on the staff here. You can see a lot of work following up. Nice slam down. Wolves going very low though. Looks like GG are just going to back off. There's only 6 players now remaining with that Roma Yang debuff on. Expect them to be looking for a fight fairly soon, because they are going to be in some serious trouble if they don't cleanse it within the next 30-40 seconds.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for Wolves and DRG right now. They've got about a minute left to cleanse on either side. 2 minutes, actually, for both of these team members. They've got every single player on their team with that Yang depletion still. Some of these teams with a few less members, like Alliance, have managed to cleanse at least 1 or 2 of their team members because they have such a smaller team. They're going to be looking for that one bloom, that second bloom, and now they're chilling. They do want to try and see if they can get their other players up, but at this point in the game, it's going to be very difficult to get a teammate revived, because I don't even believe that there's any possibility for that to happen for the rest of the game. As DRG still in that Yang depletion, they need to find an elimination fast. They're going to be in a lot of trouble if they don't. And it looks like they're going to try and focus LXM out here. That member of GG going to be putting a lot of pressure off, as they're going to be sending out the Merciless Havoc. Kakashi actually getting hit pretty greatly here, as it looks like they are just going to try and go for the Spirit Well capture here. And this last Spirit Well, this could give them the opportunity to cleanse. It is the White Tiger's prowess, so I do believe that this one will be able to cleanse for them. But Wolves, nowhere to be found. They need to jump on this quickly, and there they go, jumping through with the Monk. Isn't going to be able to get the first grab off. We're going to see the toss-up coming through. You actually going to get themselves grabbed here. And who's going to cleanse themselves, and who's going to come away with the elimination? This is huge opportunity for a third party to come through here, as, oh my goodness, TXJ jumping in, gets 1 grab, gets 2, gets the members of NIHQ, and both members of Wolves get absolutely decimated, as XLU is also going to get himself grabbed up. That's the elimination onto him, as well as Dongqing going to become the next target. ZK gets grabbed, TXJ stumble grab, double slam, absolutely decimates the members of Wolves. And actually, ZK is going to get the elimination, Yuma is going to get the elimination onto ZK. TXJ gets the elimination onto Ubot. Oh my goodness, somebody stop JL.
He got like 3 double grabs off in a row there. That was absolutely brutal from JL. 13 kills. I'm going to say it. There is a world where they could 20 bomb 2 games in a row. There is a world where they could do it, but these teams are desperately fighting for this zone. As Xiaonan about to lose his transform, being forced off. LXM looking for one. Has got TXJ inside his grab. Gets slammed off onto TXJ, but he's not too low right now. LXM will be losing that transform, and the dome is gone, so that safety net from the range is there. But in comes so much work from the slam.
Oh my god, the red tome!
Getting absolutely destroyed by that one, but it looks like TE are going to actually be back on the mark. They're going to see if they can grab themselves the buff, as they are able to get it. As in jumps JL a little bit too late. This actually might be detrimental here for JL, with TXJ getting caught, but he's going to be forced to transform and force TE away to safety. That was definitely a mistake, though, by JL. TXJ going a little bit too aggro here. Does catch on to Yuma, so maybe it's not the complete end of the world, as One Fang's able to secure that kill. And Alliance lose a player. TXJ able to get the Soul Bloom, get some healing back in from his Zip as well. They just need to reposition, because TE are going to be hunting onto TXJ right now. Bell gets popped. This could be incredibly detrimental here for JL. He's a victim of his own greed, to be honest with you there, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the play, but I think that because TE are so heavily focusing on the other people in the lobby, they might have the opportunity to get the TXJ up. And we are going to just take a look into that corner to see in a second if the members of jail are going to get the revive off. Oh my goodness, they got sent into the zone. They could die off of this, and it looks like One Fang's going to go out, and JL lose because they get sent in. The White Tiger's prowess going to absolutely greet them. TE picking up the eliminations can actually knock them even further into the zone, take out some of their white health, and the White Tigers' prowess gonna reign victorious there, gonna absolutely grief the members of JLs. They only go out with 14 eliminations on the board. They're still gonna get a huge scoring game off of this. LXM gonna get regrabbed, shout out with a double, the slam's gonna come through. CJS still with a little bit of life remaining. 330 gonna try and save them with that zipping ult, but now it's gonna be the 3v2, the 3v1v2. Oh my goodness, the 3v3. There's 5 players left. What's going on? TE's Peak gonna be coming in. DRG Zongxing with the new Jade coming in on the side of that pole sword. Try to see if you can get any sort of value off of it. But it looks like CJS on the bottom side. GGS lost one of their members. TE still trying to come through. But it looks like they've lost all their members as well, as they've got only Peak remaining.
Yep. They've
oh no,
they've
they got
kind of
Xiaonan.
the
They
bag
got
here.
Xiaonan.
Let's see if GG have got enough in the tank. Golden armor, golden weapons on their 2 remaining players. Holding fast right now is the staff. Trying to find some connection here from Peak. Doesn't make that connection work, unfortunately. Xiaonan gets parried back into the zone. Loses a little bit of HP. Some of his armor forced to go for the pot. GG are actually going to let him get that pot off as well. They're not going to play aggro as 330 not given the same opportunity. And CJS's armor is absolutely eviscerated there by the staff Soul Jade. Completely cutting through them. 330 is able to break away though from Peak. Not going to get caught here. Is Donkey9 playing the high ground. CJS gets a full reset off. Has got that transform available as 330 getting heavily chunked out inside the zone as well. Xiaonan looking for that extra damage as 330 finds the parry here onto Xiaonan. Forces the bell out from him. Xiaonan doesn't have that transform available quite yet as 330 incredibly low. That's going to be the transform available for him. He's going to throw it down. TE are going to just die to the zone though as Donkey9 throws down the ultimate and he's just going for the timeout. He has to live for 5 seconds. He's taken down one of the GG members, but he's too damn low. The timeout comes through. No one takes the overall lobby, but I think that might be GG's game.
Yeah, they tie that. DRG doing a very good job being able to tie that out, but I believe they only had 4 or 5 eliminations going into that final. So GG is going to be the next highest scoring team. JL might, oh my goodness, no way. That because they don't get the kill multiplier, they only get the second place placement points. JL back-to-back MVP are mirror matches. That's absolutely insane.
That is absolutely crazy from JL. Solid performance 2 games in a row. They have been able to pick up the victory. And yeah, they weren't last man standing, but I have to give it to DRG. They knew that the focus was on the 2v2, and they just had enough grapples to stay aerial and stay out of the line of sight. The Kylin ult, given the invulnerability, really, really nicely played. But JL sitting very, very happy off the back of that one. 2 games to kick off the day. The mirror matches, the Monk games. Undeniably, JL kind of put their stamp down saying, we are the best Monk team in the Nbpl, at least in this group right now. Very, very solid performance from them. Let's see how they fare for the rest of the day, because now we're on to my favorite part of the trios. When we get out of the mirror matchups and we get into these personality picks, into these interesting comp designs and what people have kind of been cooking up behind the scenes. I am very, very ready to see what these guys have got ready going into game 3 going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really good right now, JL. And as we start to come into the personality picks of the day, we're going to start to see more of the off-meta comp starting to shine through. We're going to see a lot less Monk, which you're going to be super happy about, Hiprain. And I know you're going to be grinning from ear to ear for the rest of the day. So like, we might see one more Monk comp coming out throughout the day, but that's going to be about it. One more team. Every team might get one more Monk, but I think we might actually get to see triple picks off of some of these heroes coming out now. As we're going to be taking a look now, which hero will be the MVP of game number 2. So we said the same thing for game 1. What's going to be it for game number 2? It was the Takeda in game 1. So naturally you would think it might be the Kylin, but think about that. Think about JL for a second. Think about the double grab, double slam coming out. So it could be B. I'm going to tell you right now, it's definitely not C. the Z-Ping not putting in the eliminations. The position 3 is meant to be there for support and healing. Make sure you answer on Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hop on over to Twitch. And if you win, make sure to whisper NARAKA your UID. Otherwise, you will not get those prizes. I actually did win yesterday, and I won a couple weeks back. So it is possible for you guys to get the wins.
Are you sitting in Twitch chat trying to win the hat?
Yes, of course.
You already own it in real life.
I own it in real life. I don't have it in game.
But you have it in game now, right?
No, I don't. They haven't sent me anything yet, but I mean, I do have. We've got this. So.
There it is. There's the little hat. Right, here we go. Scoreboard for this game, JL. It was close. A 15.5 is the difference, but they tied with GG. So I assume the MVP
more damage
for the match goes on the kills.
Oh yeah, I think it does. Kills. I think it goes to kills first.
Yes, and kills then damage is how we calculate stuff. After that, I genuinely don't know, but to be tied on damage would be miraculous. So yeah, it's normally kills then damage is how we calculate stuff. But yeah, tied at the top there, GG and JL. Very, very close. And a pretty even spread of damage, but not an even spread of kills. So yeah, that's going to be your answer to the question if it hasn't already been screenshotted and taken. TXJ, 8 kills over MVP performance from him, 28,000 damage. Not quite the 42,000 damage from him and Junks we saw in game number 1, but that was an absolutely bonkers performance. 28, still a pretty damn respectable amount of damage being dealt here from the Tianhai. And like you said, it was double grab into double grabs. It was just absolutely enormous. And having a look at the standings, WBG only sitting on 6 kills right now. SR, our EWC champs, also having a bit of a harder performance of it. 7.5 points for them, sitting at the bottom end of the table. They're going to have some work cut out for them as we move into the second half of the day. Well, the middle part of the day, really. But right at the top, 45 points already on the board. JL. That is a absolutely bonkers start for the day for them.
Yeah, it is an absolutely insane start from the day, as they've already got themselves 45.9 points coming out there. Yeah, like we saw this. We saw GG almost putting up 200 points last bi-weekly split. So we are going to take a look at some of the highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We get JL's comms again. I love it when we get to see the comms coming out from between the players, because look at how coordinated they are. They see a player, they spot him out, they say, okay, I got one low, we're bringing it over here, come through. Look at this. As soon as they grouped up, they're killing them, and then they come through in the 3v1, and it's just absolutely insane.
I can't remember who it is with the crazy bombs. I think it was I feel like it's SR or OA. No, it's Bowler. Bowler have absolutely mad bombs if you ever listen to those guys when they find a win. Very, very fun to see. Comms coming out across the board, but yeah, honestly, I always like to do a little breakdown on comms, because I actually feel like, other than the odd peak in like volume, it's very, very controlled. It's very clear. I can't speak Chinese, so I mean, I'm not the best person to how clear it is, but you can tell that these calls are pretty concise and they know what they're doing. And this play here was absolutely brutal, just sliding in. Double grab into single grab into double grab. A lot of work coming out from him on the monk, and this was kind of their downfall. They contested for a kill, which they shouldn't have, and once the monk transform ran out, unable to find the pickup on him from the cannon fire that came in from I believe it was DRG. Found that cannon fire, and our MVP for the Tianhai. No surprises to CTXJ. 28,000 damage coming in, and again, no real major Soul Jades, just rocking the skill and ultimate damage at 18k.
Yeah, I mean, looking really good, and with those comms, it's really funny to hear it. With the limited Chinese that I can speak, I can understand a few words from the comms. Like they scream with excitement every single time they get the double grab, and the teammates are always congratulating. As soon as they get the double grab, they're just like, they're congratulating them over and over again, and then they just go right back to business comms of the games going on. They're like, nice, we got the kill, and then going through. I find it really funny that for the way they get so excited, they're like, nice, and then they're right back into business. But speaking of us, we're going to be right back into a break, and we'll be right back after this.
太平只是
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside HitBrain, the man himself, and we are about to be jumping into game number 3. We've been through with our mirror matches. A lot of Monk has been played. We saw the Monk Takeda in game number 1, and then we moved on to game 2 where we saw Monk Kylan. Absolutely beautiful comps coming out and being played. I know, HitBrain, you're going to disagree with me on that one. You don't like the Monk comp too much, but I think we had some really good, super fast and aggressive games. These new changes that have come to the Nbpl have been absolutely amazing. We've been seeing through with this new live patch that we're playing on. Absolutely beautiful. I'm loving it. HitBrain, how are you feeling?
I'm good. You know, like I said, I'm a big Monk hater. So start of the day, definitely a little bit more difficult. But I will say, at least with the changes, it was a lot more fast tempo. The games were actually quite exciting. It wasn't, you know, 40 monks sitting in a circle throwing hands at each other at the end of the game. It was generally been very interesting games. I am now excited though to see what this does, because it feels like those two monk comps have kind of been a guaranteed shoe-in for a lot of our teams across the days we've had so far. And now that they're not like your kind of like your reliable kind of like backup picks for like 3 and 4, right, rounds 3 and 4, what are these guys going to be cooking up? And obviously with the Siren nerfs, are we going to see something like the Viper fall in priority as a kind of like first pickable comp? But is it going to be the Ainur which takes first pick, or you know, where does the Yoto fall into all of this as well, the Yoto Tessa comp? Like, there's still plenty of comps up and available. I'm just curious like where the priority falls, because now that all of the monk comps are basically dead in the water, I want to know what and where the priority is for the day.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing the priority fall a lot on that Viper, Syra, and Justina composition, with some of these players running the Viper Tumult Syra variation of that comp. And then we're going to be seeing our Enor and Faria Matari comp come through, the no combo breaker. So you've got to be extremely careful playing that composition, especially if you guys get grouped up and caught into any sort of CC with multiple players. You're going to be having a very difficult time trying to peel out of that, which is why often it is Transformer ultimates being used, and then you have that Matari F to try and peel from the outside. But if you get multiple of your players caught in a CC, you're pretty much done for the rest of that interaction. And until you're able to get any sort of neutral reset, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to stay alive. As we're going to be jumping in, we see all these teams getting ready. Taking a look at our first round, it's going to be YZG, SS1, and WBG. And then we move on to that second side. It's going to be SR, OA, and Alliance. GG, DRG, and Wolves picking up the third and fourth round selection, going to be given to TEJL and WZ. So unlike solos, where we see every single player running a different hero, we have the opportunity for double picks and comps, but we see a lot less family meta, as these teams actually prefer to fight into the mirror matchup than fighting against a comp that might put them at a disadvantage.
Well, absolutely, as here we are, getting ourselves loaded up, ready to go for our third game of the day. And the point of the day I love, where we get to see what these guys have got cooked up. Let's see. Wow, we are really thinking about it. We're taking a moment to get into this. Here we go, first round selection. I also like that we have an extra round of hero selection. I think that's much better. It's the Temi variant. Okay, interesting. So we are seeing the Justina variant from WBG. I personally prefer the Justina variant, but the Temi is the one that these guys look to go for. So moving into second round, I feel like this is probably the Ainur getting shown up here in the second round then, if the Viper is going to be number one. Yep, there's Cannonball for OA, or Electro Cannonball, I guess.
This is the, ooh, I like this one. I love this one. When you don't have the combo break to run, so you decide to implement Hottie, giving both of those characters the combo break ability with the Cube ultimate, and then you have the Hottie F as well to be able to give you some extra value off of combo break. You just do lose into those Matari Syra matchups because you don't have the the Viper Syra matchups, because you don't have the Matari to then cancel that that Viper ultimate with her ult, which you got the invisibility, effectively canceling out the Viper ultimate. So it is a bit riskier to play, but if executed perfectly, it can do very, very crazy things. Alliance, known to be one of the innovators in the game. Now we're going to see Hottie Kylan coming out. This is usually a third round pick comp, third or fourth round pick. And since we're going to be seeing Monk basically losing its points and making it very difficult for these players to play Monk, they're going to be swapping Hottie into that composition. But now with the Kylan changes, it could be a little bit scary if one of these players do end up getting parried.
Absolutely. Well, looks like our last round selection is going to be, well, at least on one hand, the Yoto Tessa comp. See what JO and TE want to play. Okay, they're going for the a lot of various different comps. So the Zai variant of the Tessa comp for TE. JL going entirely down a different road. Interesting to see that hero select was so varied towards the end, actually.
Yeah, and I think that it's interesting to put Zai into that composition. Like, Zai has been out of the trios meta for quite some time, as we've seen sort of the fall of Xiphon. But I definitely think that it is going to be an interesting comp to run, using Zai as your main damage dealer instead of that Yodo Hime. You're losing value on the Yodo F2, just being so strong, and but you are gaining that extra damage value, and you're gaining a bit of mobility as well. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see if they're able to pull anything off with it. And it really just depends on situation.
Well, here we go. Getting ready to go into our first game of the day. Well, sorry, our first non-mirror match game of the day. Game number 3, halfway through the day now. We'll see the loadouts. We'll see what everyone's got set up. I feel like things haven't really varied on the setup change for a while. I remember when Yoto first came back into the meta in trios, we were seeing people run the V2, which is her old version. No, her V1, which is her new ultimate. And then everyone realized with the tester that they actually preferred her with the original ultimate, so her V2 now, which was formerly her V1. Very confusing. So we have seen some changes on that front, but having a quick look at the loadouts and the setups, nothing too out of the ordinary. Now, GG running this comp here, this is the last time they can play. It's not the last time they can play the Kylin or the Zip, actually. They've still got, it's only Monk they can't pick more than, so.
Yeah, I mean, they have the opportunity to run because, but there are, in qualifiers, there's no hero points. So you can play any hero 2 times. And since they haven't played Kylin or Zipping twice, they've only played it once, they're going to be able to play it the one time here, and then they're going to be able to play Karumi and Takeda again with the Tumulch later in the day.
I thought it was 3 times. Okay, it's 2 times. Thank you.
So you get 2 times for free, and then the third time you play, it costs 3 hero points. But since all of the teams during qualifying days start out with no hero points, it doesn't actually affect. So basically, it means that you cannot play any hero more than 3 times in the day.
Yeah, there we go. Nicely answered. So, having a look at where the players are all dropping. GG, they've changed, like I said, they don't do Secret Tunnel anymore. They've just changed it over to Shadow J Mines, dropping down there where it looks like the other teams. I mean, there is a cluster in the West right now. A lot of teams just get themselves all situated around there. We could be in for a bit of a bloodbath. JL and DRG near each other. Wolves and YZG down at Sunwing's Rest as well. But I'm mostly focused on this hot drop. There is a lot of teams dropping in close proximity to one another. And there's only so much loot. So this could get a little dicey. Here we go, loading in to our game number 3. You can see that JL looking to chase up here onto DRG, already catching out with a little bit of damage, switching over to the fist weapons here for Junks. He's able to get a lot of damage off onto Jelue for a brief second there as Junks gets himself pinned up against the wall. That staff is just so infuriating to play into at times. Just trying to deal with XLU, trying to see if he can catch him off for a brief second here, but he is once again taken out by the staff, but will get answered in kind as Kakaishi stayed aerial there for a brief second. DRG trying to find himself an advantage here over the members of JL, but Kakaishi getting heavily chunked out here. TSJ is interrupted, but the Kylin dash is going to do some work here onto these members. One Fang getting chased up onto as Donkey 9 is just keeping him aerial. DRG got themselves the advantage as TXJ, the last man standing here for the side of JL. They've had a hot start to the day, but this is not it for them today. DRG in game number 3 will take this drop.
Yeah, JL going to be able to get the pick on it to XLSU. As you can see that they're actually running V1 Yodo, which is that we've normally seen the V2 coming out there. As NiHQ going to get a nice little parry on the QGGF ability is going to be invested to prevent any damage coming through here. QGG with the parry prevents any punish damage from coming through. The members of Wolves going to be able to tap dodge away from that. As now QGG on the back end in a 3v1 situation, going to be trying to fight against the members of Wolves. It's not the greatest spot for him to be in. He almost has ult available. F ability is going to come through. He could try an ult to get out of this. He's 1 HP in a dream right now. He's not looking too hot. Going to be able to kite this out for a second here as Wolves ZK just going to go and try and claim blooms. 87% on that ultimate available. He is going to get caught out. Jump LNB from you. Going to clean that up. And there we go. That's 3 kills on the board for the members of Wolves. We flip over to Alliance, facing off against WZ. Now we're seeing that V2 ultimate getting popped out for Xiao Yao. Gonna try and see if we can get any sort of value out of the members of Alliance. 3v1 situation again. He's just going to try and use that extra little bit of time to kite out. F ability has been locked in for that Enor. We're going to see that F coming out. Oh, BP getting brought dangerously low here. Is he going to be able to get the exit frag out? But it looks like the 1-2-3 in the backside is just not going to cut it. BP runs back. He finds himself an armor swap either way. And now Alliance picking themselves up 3 eliminations.
Nice start for Alliance, to be honest. They've had a pretty disappointing day. And honestly, Alliance has been a very consistently decent team this split. So I've been saying this all day. I've been surprised by them getting knocked out quite so early in the first couple of games. Now they are still second overall in the standings, so they're still scoring decent kills. I just think their placement hasn't been amazing towards the end of the game. So good to see them kind of find that strike back and that recovery, at least at the start of this game, as SR, again, they're our EWC champs, but right now they're sitting at the bottom of the table with 7.5. They have a goose egg and like one okay game on score. It's not that great for them. They definitely need to make a bit of a recovery, and we know they're very capable. The question for me is this a bad performance from them because they're not particularly great at the Monk comp or like the Monk mirror matchups? Or is there something else going on where they're maybe just, you know, kind of losing a lot of their momentum that they picked up at EWC? We'll have to see as the bi-weekly goes on and as the day goes on. Still got ourselves about 5 minutes before those Realm of Yang spawn up, and still plenty of teams running around with those revives. But I actually feel like this might be one of those moments where we do see a little bit more of a calmer stage in the game, because we had so many teams hot drop on top of each other and fight early that a lot of those teams have now been scattered to the 4 wins and are just going to be looking to re-put some gear together. GG already running around with some purple armor, getting themselves pretty set up for this Realm of Yang for when it spawns up. It's going to be a little bit stronger for them, because that Ainor running around with purple armor, already quite a squishy character. It will be nice for them to get that little bit of extra armor, because that transform doesn't make him as tanky as others. But meanwhile, WBG get themselves into a fight here versus TE. TE getting in a little bit of danger here as Peak caught out. The Bane's Breath has been thrown down from the side of TE, but Peak is just being juggled all the way down to the death. Nice little pick up there for the side of WBG. Great dazzles coming in from their Sire as well.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to mention here. If you look, Yali running that V1 Syra and not going for that V2 ultimate that we've seen tried and true played out, as we're now seeing those balls coming out into dazzles, as we're not seeing the super dazzle stun and the extra healing coming through. Oh, LXM barely making it out of there alive. His ultimate is going to be able to proc as he takes to the skies, and now we're seeing that zipping ultimate invested for both teams here, as XL's View actually taking a lot of damage here. 330 to invest in zipping ult. Now we're going to see the cube up, being able to send both of these players away, as the Hottie is going to try and see if he can make any extra stuff happen for LXM as he drops out of that ultimate. Now he's fighting against the Hottie from a GG. LXM going to try and make something happen. Dongqing now in that Kylan ultimate, going to try and bring something forward. See if he can get some slashes off. He gets the slash up onto 2 of the members, and now he's just going for the peel for his teammates. CJS taking a lot of damage, getting low. LXM getting knocked into the zone. CJS trying to follow up with the Kylan ultimate of his own. He gets the F ability from his zipping, being able to help him up with some healing, as the immortality proc is going to come through in the back end. DRD's Dongqing now trying to see if he can get the follow-up onto LXM, but the F ability invested to get out of that fight very quickly. He is losing a lot of HP to the zone. The 1-2 going to come out, but he doesn't get the extra damage off, and Dongqing actually able to pick up that elimination. CJS, the big parry, going to come through here, sends it over onto XLU. They're just waiting in the back end for the scale rush, and there you have it. Dongqing swinging in with those dual halberds, just going to pick up so much damage off of that.
Yeah, really nice performance there from the side of DRG.
It's my boys.
Romiak spawning up fairly soon as well. DRG 6 kills in, actually. I was a really nice performance there, having a very, very stellar performance. TE also got 5 kills. WBG 5 kills. It's a fair amount of teams running around with a pretty healthy amount of kills under their belt. So Alliance also starting strong with those 3 kills off their drop. Currently looking to get themselves situated. That was a very cinematic shot, actually, there, of all the bamboo and the mist.
Look at that.
SS1.
They're running. We're seeing V1 coming out on the Feria, on that side for Alliance. They're running the Hottie Feria comp, and they're not running Pillar.
Oh.
They're running good old jump into your mech ultimate for Feria. That's an interesting thing to see there.
Very bizarre. Speaking of interesting things, my favorite circle on Morris Isle has spawned up. The one where a lot of it is off the map. Basically meaning that you're in an effectively smaller Zone 2 than you are used to. It means there's less loot, there's less resources. And Morris Isle was a map which, unlike the likes of Holoroth, where the weather effects refresh the treasure troves, there are no refreshes on these treasure troves. So it's only a finite amount of resources. Obviously, things like Realm of Yang and the shops will give you some extra resources to work with. But I think it puts onus on getting into these Realm of Yangs and winning them early. Already, they're quite important for your late game scaling. I think this now impacts it even more effectively. So, starting to see how these players get themselves situated and ready. As you can see, the zone is coming up. Well, sorry, not zone. The Realm of Yang is coming up. And it looks like all of the teams are getting themselves situated and ready to jump in. See Yoto S thrown down and everyone jumps in. I think YZG, they were the sad losers of that one. They did not get inside the Realm of Yang. And we got ourselves JL versus SS1 inside this Realm of Yang. It is a weird Yue Shen Yoto comp versus our lockdown Viper comp here with the Temi. Already TXJ with that V1 on the Yoto, getting some serious work in here on Tulue. Gonna slam through him with those dashes, but now they have to be careful. Yuan, who's got the ultimate on, F comes down here as TXJ actually ends up wasting a lot of that ultimate, gets caught by the dazzle, caught by the slam as well, is finally gonna break free of that dazzle, but most of the Yoto ultimate was caught out there as a wisp follows up. TXJ was just locked down for the entirety. There's so much crowd control here from the side of SS1. On to the members of JL as TXJ will be going down. They couldn't weather the storm. The crowd control proved too much. There is no such thing as diminishing returns, but now with the ultimates timed out, SS1, they may find themselves in danger, but JL caught by the parry, and it is one thing on his lonesome here to try and hold this. A lone Karumi caught up by the crowd control. Nothing they're going to be able to do as they are forced into the low ground here, although it actually looks like they were able to potentially find a bit of an escape for long, but not enough. That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, they managed to wait out the F from the Yue Shan, which usually acts as a debuff against that Viper stun. They were able to wait out the timer. The Viper stun came extremely late, and SS1 were just able to dominate off of that, taking out the Yoto, giving her absolutely zero ult value. As we're now going to see the other variation scheme that we saw coming through. TE's Youth actually able to make a quick getaway here as WZ Xiao going to go out to the chain sites. Oh, we're seeing an Assassin's Lunge coming through here from WZ Young as he's trying to take out Peak. Xiaonan trying to come for the peel, but it's not going to help. We're going to see the Tesla Charm coming through, managing to grab all of the members of TE. WZ actually might be able to come back off of this here as Youth going to go down, getting himself eliminated. Xiaonan, the last remaining player, he manages to get the double charge off into the stun.
Oh.
F ability is going to come out though. Gets the 1-2. F ability coming up for Xiaonan in the 2v1 situation. Can Xiaonan beat out Xiao? Yeah. Yeah, double charge going to come through into the 1-2. Does he manage to get the 3 off? And now it's just the fight between in the 1v2. He gets the shotgun burst. No connection. Big parry going to come through. Xiaonan into the jump LMB. And TE going to be our 12th eliminated. Very first team to go out here as we're seeing OA versus SS1.
I think we're going to see more and more teams actually getting themselves caught out by those eliminations as OA getting himself in a fight here. 2-tick incredibly low. Does have the Vermilion Bird's might as SS1 will be able to proc that one as Cuckoo, last man standing here for the side of OA. Sandstorm's breaking out, and SS1, they are refined at this comp. They're looking incredibly good right now. Quick throw out the dazzle. Does actually make the connection there on to Cuckoo. He's going to be able to really do some work with the spear. SS1 Juan dodges over the wisp there. Does try and break away, gets caught up by the uppercut, and it looks like that phantom step giving the invisibility over there to Cuckoo. Making it definitely a little bit harder. Oh no, sorry, not phantom step. That's just a Matari. I got very confused. But it's like, no ult zone could just get popped, and Cuckoo caught by the torch. Cooked out here from SS1. Nice little pickup. Meanwhile, at Sunwing's Rest, there is a congregation of teams looking to try and get themselves some kills on the board.
SR17S looking extremely cooked in this situation. actually, PP able to snipe the kill out from the members of Wolves. NiHQ going to be able to get the kill onto Rico. These are all players who I believe are on that Vermilion Bird, right? So it's not too much of a concern, but NiHQ, the members of Wolves, looking to cleanse that Yang depletion, seeing if they can go out. They get the elimination on to the members of DRG. It's just going to extend their buff timer, or extend their debuff timer. It's not actually going to give them the cleanse. So they're going to need to find themselves some more eliminations soon, because we are going to see the cube coming out for the members of Wolves. That Hottie putting in the work for them, giving them that extra ability to kite out. And IHQ just taking to the skies now, trying to see if he can go and help his remaining teammates. As we're going to see JL now, also on that Yang depletion. We've got that Yodo ultimate has been popped, as the Kurumi ult is going to come through and try and defend. We are now going to see Junks getting absolutely pieced up here. He needs to pop that ultimate fast. He is going to be able to get it up, as Yali trying to see if he can make anything happen with that fan in hand. And it's not going to be enough for him, as Junks going to be able to corner Yiran in the building. So it looks like he might have been able to kite out this situation for just a little while, but Yiran still taking a lot of damage from those Yueshon slams. Gets the slam through. If any one of his teammates can follow up, but it's looking like it's not going to be enough. He's got that ult available. Yiran jumping back in with that ultimate, and now we see the kite out going to come through. The prevention on the stun is going to come out on the members of JL, but WVG getting absolutely sharked down by the members of YZG. CXZ picking up a kill, QGG picking up the other. JL might try and come back in on the third party. They still need the cleanse. Silence going to come through in a Yodo for CXZ. One Fang going to try and throw the double charge. It's not going to connect. Junk's getting extremely low. We're going to see a huge ultimate coming out. Junk's is going to go down to the microwave beam of the Syra. Now the Dazzle going to come through. It looks like it didn't hit too many targets, but JL in absolute shambles trying to come back from this.
That was such a good third party from YZG, actually. 6Z came in, just timed that absolutely beautifully. One Fang goes down. That's going to be the end of JL as well. Really, really rough start there for JL. Looks like that Yoso comp wasn't it for them. Looks like that was definitely one of their weaker comps. Honestly, they're allowed a bad game. They had two absolutely fantastic games at the start of the day. Obviously, it's about consistency, so I want to see them, you know, make somewhat of a recovery coming forwards. Second Realm Yangs are spawning up. 26 players left in the lobby as well. It has been a bloodthirsty game. And that's only going to get even more aggressive here. As in, they jump DRG. Going to be going up versus OA inside this Realm Yang. There is a second one as well. It's going to be SR versus SS1 over there. Let's see what OA have in the bags right now for this game. It's going to be that Cannonball versus an old school Kailin comp here. On the side of DRG, Donkey Knight goes aerial. Is waiting for a good chance to use that ultimate here. Haven't seen the Ainur actually has thrown down the ultimate here from the side of OA. Just to find those slams here. Just getting some damage off already. They've been able to blast through you. XLU is just forcing them low. Quick use of the glider to try and break away, but Cuckoo's keeping the pressure up. Donkey 9 needs to find an opportunity to throw that ultimate down, but he is caught by the zap and absolutely blasted. Another stab comes in on to the final remaining player. Did their ultimate buttons break? It just felt like DRG didn't press a single ultimate there.
They had the Hottie ultimate up. They weren't able to get the zipping ultimate off in time. OA did too good of a job focusing down that initial kill onto the zipping, preventing all of them from getting any sort of ultimate heal back from the zipping in. And then the Kylan ultimate was just not thrown out, and they weren't able to get that elimination. Super unfortunate for them, because that comp was starting to work out for the first instances, but that Faria, that Matari Enor composition is just aping down these teams. As we're going to take a look at the replay on the other side.
This is SS1 taking on SR. This is another Cannibal comp, but this time versus that CC comp we saw that was so effective at shutting JL down in the first round of Yang. This time it's Lue. He's got himself in a little bit of danger. Nice dazzle though does come down, and Rico is quickly cut through. 17S as well also being fried. The Sandstorm has been thrown out. It catches on a little bit here, but it does look like with a man advantage, SS1 able to just make a big connection here. Lue chasing onto 17S. He's going to just about break away from that catch on the stun, but still ends up losing his life for it. SS1 honestly looking terrifying on this crowd control comp. It's really, really hard to fight into.
Yeah, they're not looking too strong against the CC composition, but the Enor comp still doing a very good job in some instances. We're going to be seeing SR are down for the count right now with that Yang depletion. They're trying to fight into DRG. Kakashi going to get grabbed out. We're going to see the Hottie Cube coming in, saving him there, as all of these members are going to start to take the Hottie Cube. Now we've seen that Matari ultimate come out, giving the extra lightning throw to 17S. Ooh, big parry going to come through in the Palm Lightning of XL's view. You see the Palm Lightning on 2 members of DRG. That's going to be extremely dangerous. 17S starting to get sharked out by Dongqing. He's on that Kylan ultimate. He's trying to see if he can get any sort of damage coming through. 17S takes the hit, and now he's out of ult. He doesn't get the follow-up slashes. F ability going to be coming in, but Rico doing a great job of peeling in that Faria max. We're going to see the F ability release. He now has that slash if he wants to throw it out onto Dongqing. Can get through. The F ability is going to come through as he tries to go for the blue hold. Dongqing in the back end. 17S extremely low. Trying to go for the catch through, but Xiao with the peel doing an absolutely beautiful job. The Palm Lightning in the back end going to come through. Yuma's going to go down. Jung's going to go down in the kill feed as well, as the members of DRG Alliance actually getting completely eliminated from this game. We're going to see 17S trying to go for the defend. Rico is getting absolutely rinsed. He gets eliminated here. Now we're going to see the ultimate getting popped from XL's view just to give them that extra little bit of health and create that extra bit of desperation for SR, as the entire member of the SR team gets completely eliminated from this game, and they're still in 12th place.
Yeah, still finding it on right now. 12 kills over the DIG is really, really rough. Well, not rough. Rough for everyone else. Scary for the likes of JL because they could get caught up with. But SR, like you're saying, still in 12th place. That's where it's rough. Locked down as OA right now have got potential sights in their eyes, but they are actually just going to play it nice and safe. And crazy to see that all of our realm of Yang debuffs have been cleansed and dealt with. 10 minutes left in the lobby, 22 players left in the game. We'll have the next round of Spirit Wells and big big realm of Yang depletion forced onto everybody. And I think what makes it quite scary for me going forwards from there is, you know, we're in what looks to be, we're going to be having a final circle around the area of Sunwing's Rest. There's lots of trees, lots of areas. If you're on a Viper comp right now, you are dancing for joy. This is like one of the Viper locations. You get in a tree, you drop down, you stun the lobby, you blow people up. It's a really, really brutal one. So teams have to be hyper aware of where they're fighting and the potential to get third-partied by the likes of a Viper when that comes in. But we're not quite there yet. But it is always something that I would want to be keeping in mind if I'm playing into these Viper comps.
Yeah, it is definitely a thing that they want to keep in mind. The goal for these Matari Enor Faria compositions is to make sure your Matari never gets silenced. Because the second your Matari gets silenced, you're going to be eating every single ultimate from that team back to back to back. Because as soon as the Matari gets silenced, you don't have that guaranteed we're going to get away from this Viper stun. It is almost guaranteed to hit at least one of your members. They're going to capitalize. And that's how so many of these teams start to die, is because they get hit with that silence onto the Matari, and then the Viper ultimates come through. Palm Lightning coming out from TRG in the back end. Dongqing going to be sending that out. See if he can get some chip damage through. Looks like it's not going to create any sort of fight going on, but as these players are going to start to converge over the Spirit Well, double Palm Lightning. Dongqing and XLU have that Palm Lightning Jade for the Fist Blade, or for the Flying Knives available if they need. Because it looks like YZG going to claim that Draco Storm almost completely for free here. They've got Dragon Roar on the Nunchucks. It looks like they might be outside of this zone. And SS1 is going to get the free cap here. It looks like there might be an area in the zone where they're going to be able to avoid getting hit. Look at this. They're all on the outskirts. So none of them are going to get hit with the Yang depletion once it caps. They're choosing to, instead of going for the gamble chance to fight into this, they're just hanging out on the outskirts of the zone, which is going to leave them a place to not get caught up by that Yang depletion. And I believe YZG, with this buff, I think they're the only team that might get hit with it. But I think since they're staying in the zone, that means that they aren't going to get through. As SS1 going to leave this to the very last second to try and get themselves some extra value on that ultimate. And you can see here, look at, they're all on the outskirts. Nobody is taking any chances of trying to contest, because the second a team jumps in, they're going to claim it instantly, give them Yang depletion, and they're going to be the only team there. And there we go. Yang depletion sent out. No team on Yang depletion. This is going to be a lot slower paced game than the past ones we've seen.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see no one goes for it. WPG, the only their sole player remaining in the game was hit. So I mean, what did you expect? They're definitely in a bit of trouble. But outside of that, you know, if I was SS1, I'd be a little mad if everyone just decided not to contest and play it safe. Knowing this now means that you are going to be playing into Final Circle with a whole bunch of teams. As you see, GG secure themselves a kill onto Jing, the last player of WBG, dropping us down to 19 players now. But we could see a zone close off the back of this game 3. We could see a bit of a tempo drop. As right now, GG are just getting themselves situated. Tuna onto CJS just to refresh himself. Although I think he was full armor and health, so I don't know why.
He was down just a little bit.
Yeah, just a tad. Not enough to justify a pop. Quick tuna. Back up. We should call it a can of tuna. Oh, God, it's too early in the morning for me. That's the problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your comedy consideration, Hip Brain with the can of tuna. The ZXL looks to be getting active here. I think they're just pushing for space. They want to claim this pagoda all for themselves. Getting this temple area is going to give them a very good kiting opportunity, and it gives them good cover. But as you can see, all of these teams wanting this area, so they're going to send some cannon shots in onto the other side, attacking the members of YCG. It's going to be doing a bit of damage. QGG taking some range shots, but they do have that Draco Storm, which is going to give them a bit of health buff coming out here as SS1 going to be gaining a bit of health. Ooh, we're seeing that Dreadful Whale coming out on the side. Luo Yi, he's going to pop that tuna, giving a little bit of damage reduction coming through here, because it does give you a little bit of a buff as well as just the health and armor back. Health over time is going to be granting you just a little bit of passive healing. But, you know, any little bit makes a difference. As Jutek getting absolutely caught out here. We're going to see the pillar drop coming through, but since he doesn't have a combo break, getting hit by Luo Yi in that Dreadful Whale is going to be absolutely brutal for him. As now they're backing out here. Yuan going to be getting covered on. He does have a bounty on him as ZXL now taking a lot of damage. Going to be going for that reset here. All of these players are playing this super slowly.
5 minutes. Oh, Dreadful Whale. Oh, no! Showing off a little bit too much.
Oh!
Don't get hit again! Oh, Luei.
Oh, he's going to get sharked down.
Quite a lot of range attacks. That was, that actually could just be very detrimental to them. Just going to have a can of tuna. Heal back up. As that was so sad, actually. It is the DRG now looking to play contest here on the Spirit Well. And to force some people away. This is a... I would say this is a cleanse, but like everyone's already cleansed. Oh no, it's the Draco Storm. Did you say it's only the White Tigers that cleanses?
I'm pretty sure it's only the White Tigers that cleanses.
Or is it just the second one? So this one cleanses, but the one that spawns simultaneously doesn't.
I'm not 100% sure about that one. We're gonna have to check back in the patch notes, but DRG looking to be claiming this as it looks like they might have had it. They're gonna be forced to back out here. As all of their ults are burned, and Owe is going to jump through onto this. They're just going to back off. SS1 also looking to jump through. They might be able to try and get the silence off. Cannon shot's going to come through. They actually pick up the elimination onto Owe's AD. Dreadful Whale going to be coming through. The Gold Focus going to be able to put in a lot of work for them as they're going to be the ones to attempt to claim this. Palm Lightning coming in on the back end. It's going to be suit. Look at this. Double Palm Lightning from DRG. Going to be absolutely decimating the health bars of these players trying to capture. But now we see Yuan with the ultimate coming through. And now the Viper ultimate's going to come out. They cancel it right away just to back everybody off. They have the Temi ultimate refresh. They have the Syra ultimate refresh. Luo Yi's on 94% of that ultimate. And they do claim that Draco Storm buff. That's going to help them a lot in the rest of coming through to the rest of this game. Getting themselves triple gold armor, double gold weapons. They are absolutely stacked right now, Hitbrain.
They are incredibly stacked right now. You can see teams getting themselves prepared, lined up to see if they can play that contest right now onto SS1, but I think it's going to be very hard to do so. DRG are within touching distance, so both teams are on 12 kills. Just the thing about DRG is they're not rocking golden weapons, golden armor across the board. They're on the purples with a couple of gold weapons. Definitely. Actually, I don't even see a single gold weapon on them, so they're definitely behind us. Oh, Wolves, nice Q. Goes down to YZG. CXZ, they're able to secure that kill. DK. Let's get some healing done, but he is the last member standing here for the side of Wolves. Just going to have to play that aerial game. 2 minutes left on the lobby, still 15 players. We're in a bizarre world where our monk games were faster paced than our non-monk games, which to me is crazy. But ZK here with those demonic wings, just going in with Hardy ultimate. Still got a couple of charges left, and by a couple now one, as that time's out. Just going to use that tree and stay aerial again. Try and play the evasion game versus everybody else. Let's go away. Also down a player staying aerial for the moment. SS1 quite happy just to pop the pots, play on the low ground. And it's been a moment, but we're into a Buccaneer phase for this final circle as ZK is taken down by SS1, putting them up to 13 kills. In comes the Vipers, though, as CXE looking for the stun onto the members. Two-Tick throws down the transform and follows up immediately onto that Viper, pins him inside the zone, absolutely cuts through that health bar as DRG are the ones to secure the kill, jumping up to 13 kills off the back of that one as well, as OA, Two-Tick slamming down, but it's actually DRG collapsing in on a couple of extra kills. SS1 going in for that stun with a Viper. Lue catching people inside the zone. ZXL, caught inside, taking way too much HP. He goes down. 15 kills over to SS1. It's 14 and 15 kills between DRG and SS1 right now, and that dreadful whale on UA is going to be a real menace to play into. Now they're pressuring up onto the members of DRG. That's one kill on Kiptover, already to the side of SS1, able to take down Conq9. 16 kills, gifted over to SS1. They are dominating, they are controlling this final circle. The final minute of the game is all SS1 to win, and they are looking for the 20 bomb. They are looking to catch up and potentially overtake JL, who have absolutely ruled the first two games of the day. Yuan in the ultimate here on that Syra, looking for the big dazzle inside that zone. Not going to make the connection. Pops the dazzle, tries to force some people out of trees. It isn't going to be enough, though, as LXM will bleed out to SS1 inside the zone as GG are falling apart at the seams. Lue has built up yet another ultimate charge here on that Viper, stunning multiple members. GG stunned inside the zone. Two-Tick caught out as well. It's going to be the 20 bomb here for the side of SS1. Let's see how far over they can push it, as Two-Tick is trying his hardest to hold on, but he's caught by the CCs, caught by the dazzles and the knockbacks. Down goes OA. QGG, the last man standing in this game, as SS1 put on a clinic here on Morris Isle.
Yeah, they managed to come through, and the Viper comp never fails. DRG getting caught out in the Heartstopper kick, which silences, so he's not able to use his F ability to get out of that, into the dreadful whale follow-up, and then the other teammate of SS1 able to come through with some extra follow-up damage from the heavy sword, I believe it was, that he was rocking, that pole sword. It was just absolute insanity on that drop down there, as the rest of these players can do nothing but sit back and admire the craziness of that play coming through. As DRG actually able to get themselves a bit of a win in points, they managed to get themselves a decent amount of eliminations coming through with a good finish, but SS1 was just able to clean house and just put up so many extra points in that final sequence. They went from 15 in that final circle to about 22 eliminations after eliminating the players of DRG and GG and YZG, as well as the last remaining members of OA as well. DRG managed to sneak a few eliminations in there, getting themselves up to 14, but it was just not enough to combat the extreme forces of SS1.
Yeah, SS1 looking very, very solid going forwards here. Great performance from them. And now, as we head into the second half of the day, the questions start to rise. Are JL only good on monk comps? Or was that just a bad game? Was that a flash in the pan from them? Because it was such a good start to the day. Well, and I mean, I'm looking back on my notes of the games I've covered JL, and honestly, all of their MVPs, I'm 90% sure were from monk games as well. So at least in the games that I've covered, they're definitely incredible at it. There's no denying that. But when monk gets taken up early in the day, do they struggle to play catch up? Anyway, for you guys at home, I have a question for you. How many players chose Matari in game number 3? Was it 2, 3, 4, or 5? Check put A, B, C, or D into the Twitch chat and let us know. Check your whisper box because that's where you will be asked for your user ID and be given your rewards.
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely it is. It's pretty crazy to see that JL only getting 1 elimination, but you do have to be fair. They're running Yueishan and Yodo V1. Like they're limit testing right now. It is day 1. They put up 50 points in the first 2 games, which is more than some people will do over 6 games. So they're looking at this now like, okay, let's try something. Let's put something on the stage that if we triple MVP the first 3 games, it will be absolutely insane because we're doing it on a comp that nobody has seen play of in the Nbpl stage. We might have seen this comp. They might have played this in scrims. They might have tried to limit test this. They've definitely tried it before, but on the actual Nbpl stage, we haven't seen that Yodo V1 coming out at all. So you could definitely see, though, it got absolutely 0 value. These players were able to lock down onto it and take it out as super fast as both the teams running that V1 Yodo, and then we also saw the Zai coming in, were not able to get any value at all in those respective picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, game 3 in the bags. Now on to that halfway point of the day. Having a quick look at the overall standings at the end of that game. SS1 walk away with 30.4 points. DRG with 15.5 as well. Unfortunately, at the bottom of the table, it is JL. So SS1 potentially looking to overtake here over the side of JL. And I mean, you know, it's an interesting day because I feel like we don't have as many like big hitters playing as we have done in some other days. I feel like JL, SS1, OA, Alliance, and GG are probably like our biggest hitters right now in the overall standings, which is crazy to say when Wolves are playing, and technically they're the world champs, but they haven't really been on form since Worlds. Here is the overall kills and scores. So it is going to be Yuan with MVP, 9 kills, 23,000 damage here on the Syra. Did a lot of work off the back of that one, to be honest.
Yeah, 23,000 damage is going to be putting in a lot. But we are going to see Lu Yi with 9 kills as well. So True. 18 together. That's absolutely insane. It's I think it's going to be given to the Syra for that MVP. We're going to take a look at the standings again. SR with only the 12 points amongst them. WBG having that donut in game 1, going to keep them down at 12.5. 18.5 going to be coming up for WZ. TE with the 19. Wolves with the 22. Alliance with the 24. And then we're top of the leaderboard. Look at that. SS1 tied it with JL. If they would have just gotten 1 more point, they would have still had the lead.
This just makes game 4 and 5 more interesting, right? Like this, we've got stakes. I felt like JL were pulling too far ahead, and then boom, another 30.4 game. We've had 2 30.4 games today. That is crazy, actually. That is genuinely crazy.
Yeah, and then DRG is going to be bringing up that 3rd place spot. But let's take a look at some of these highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We're not going to get the comms this time. Taking a look at some of these plays. DRG doing a really good job right off the rip to be able to take out the members of JL. Watch this jump LMD carry that Kakashi ends up pulling off later into this game. You see coming through here. Watch this. It starts out here. He gets the focus onto One Fang. He brings it over. Jump LMB. Jump LMB into the Kylan Slash. Into the 1-2. Into the double jump LMB. Like just picture perfect. And then he has ult available right here, but he just gets juggled a little bit too high into the air, and then the 1.0 focus from Kakashi going to finish that elimination off. And we see on the backside, 60 tries to bring it back. He does get the ult off onto the 2 members of WBG at the very end. He hides and hides and hides. These players don't panic too much and try and dash away. They think that they're safe, and they were unable to connect. Rumble Yang, SS1 did a really good job. They beat out SR, and I think they won their first Rumble Yang as well. And then we see down in the later game, look at this. Just absolutely demolishing these players with all of their Jades that they had. And then we see the ultimate coming down one last time. Getting the stun off on all the remaining players in the lobby. Sending out that Flamebringer into the Assassin's Lunge. Assassin's Lunge back into the zone. And then 2-Tick trying to defend, but it's definitely a difficulty here when you're against an ulting Syra and 2 other players. As 2-Tick goes out to Shuan, as SS1 pick up that last kill on the QGG with ease.
Very, very good game number 1 here, as we will see it is the Syra. Lue on the... Is it Lue? Yuan, sorry. Got them muddled up. Yuan here on the Syra for MVP. Very, very solid performance. 22,000 damage, 23,000 healing, 9 kills, Heartstopper Kick, Razor Swift, Armor Pierce, Jabbing, Erudition and Spear Storm, Slow Shot and Sunwing Shot. Like, straight up, this is probably the most like interesting Soul Jade loadout we've had on an MVP today. All of our MVPs have just been like blues across the board with like one interesting purple. So very, very stacked loadout there for Yuan, and you know, did 12,000 damage with the spear, 5k with the skills and ultimates, only 1,500 with the longsword, but really, really impressive stuff coming in from this guy on the Syra, and it gives us something exciting for the tail end of the day now as we move into the second half. We have so much on the line, but we're going to throw ourselves over to a break and we'll be back with game 4 and 5 after this. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our fourth game of the day. Wow, had a complete brain fart there. Moving into that second half of the day. Game number 4 is going to be very interesting because we've had game 2, 1 and 2 were obviously our mirror matchups. Then game 3, very exciting to see, the priorities and stuff. Not overly surprised to see that the Viper comp still is a big go-to. On the other end, we saw some pretty solid stuff coming out from our Einor comps, but like you highlighted, Seb, the Viper silence on the Matari literally makes and breaks those fights between those two teams. So it's really interesting to see how they perform when they go up versus one another.
Well, yeah, it really depends on how well you're able to kite for your Matari. If they get the silence onto another team member, it is still difficult. Like, if they're able to find the silence onto the Enor, they can burst into an ultimate off of that. But oftentimes, if they don't get the silence on the Matari, it's the Dazzle that comes out first. That's Syra V2. And they bring that out to then get the Dazzle onto the Matari, which then turns into the silence, or they draw out the Matari ultimate early, wait for the Matari ult to go down, and then go for the Viper ultimate. There's so many avenues that you're able to take, and I think that's what's starting to be more and more prevalent when it comes to these comps that these trio teams are coming up with, is how many avenues can we take? Do we have situation A, this happens, situation B, this happens, and then, or like Monk comp, right? And there's different situations depending on who you're fighting against, right? And it all depends on how fast these players are able to react to who they're fighting, what they're coming up against, and how they're able to strategize against each comp specifically. Because there's your macro gameplay, and then there's those little split-second micro decisions that these teams are making on the fly, being able to switch up their strategy to then try and capitalize and win all of their fights. But oftentimes some of it does end up getting messed up, and the flow of the game causes them to then have to sort of fall back, reassess, and oftentimes teams can capitalize on those mistakes and then punish, and that's where we see a lot of these eliminations coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see what our teams have lined up. Obviously, we see the likes of JL and SS1 tied right now at the top of the tables, both tied on exactly the same amount of points. If I'm JL, I'm questioning a lot about last game, because they were actually taken out by SS1 inside the first round with Yang, and that was the start of their undoing. I think it's very interesting to see how SS1 will be able to how SS1 keep that momentum, and how JL come back from this, because right now I still feel like they're an incredibly good Monk comp, but I think they are somewhat struggling when you move off Monk and look at like various other comps, like the Einor comp. No, they were playing a Yoto comp actually in that last game. So I do want to see them on more like, top comp, and like the likes of a Viper comp or the likes of the Einor comp. Maybe things look a little bit different off the back of that, because they've proven to us that they're a very clear cut team. They understand their game plans very well. They just got dissembled in that last game, and then it felt like they struggled to really make a recovery and come back into it. On the other hand, obviously, kind of looking towards the top of the table so far, we still got teams like GG, who I think have been playing pretty decently today, but I think they've had their moments where, like, in their Realm of Yangs, they've looked absolutely incredible, in some of them anyway. We saw really good Realm of Yang them at the last game. But GG are always a team where, like, I feel like they need to get into Final Circle to really show what they're made of. And I think they've gotten close to Final Circle, but they haven't quite had that scaling. But like, if you look at the likes of SS1 in the last game, who were just all gold, like, that scaling is very important. And if you can win that first Realm of Yang, it makes winning the second Realm of Yang even easier. If you win both those Realm of Yangs, you've already done half of your scaling work for you. You've already done a lot of your gearing and got yourself situated and ready for this final game. So I want to see a bit more from the likes of GG and SR, to be honest. SR are very disappointing right now in the standings.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see the fall from grace from some of these teams, right? Lots of the time after a big win, it's really hard to keep up your momentum, especially with all these new changes coming in. Like, they were playing on that old version of the game, and they were able to capitalize on that. And I think they got too comfortable in that situation. They managed to win. They managed to come out doing a very good job. By weekly 3, we didn't see too much extra coming out from them, and that's where we started to sort of started to see them falter. And you know, they were still able to get up there and put up big numbers in the third biweekly. But now we're coming into biweekly 4, and they just don't have that momentum continue. And it looks like, I don't know if it's just the fact that the monk comps haven't been doing too great for them, if they were low in the pick order here, so they didn't get like their most meta composition. Maybe we're going to see them doing some crazy stuff in this next game, but it's difficult to say. SS1 now, they were the MVPs of that game, so now they're going to be brought down into that 4th round of selection. We're going to get to see the draft in a second here, but that 4th round selection has really brought them down, and now they're going to have to start trying to experiment while still keeping up their points, and that's going to be a difficult situation for them. Whereas JL, they're going to have moved up a spot, so they're going to be playing, I believe that's going to be Kylan Haughty. Well, we're actually going to not be 100% sure until we actually see the draft, but that's what I'm predicting they're going to be playing on this time. And then in our last 2 games of the day, they're going to be able to play that Matari Enor or that Viper Syra for our last 2 games.
Well, it's not just that as like the only like big go-to comps as well, because we still think it's got like Takeda who could potentially get played as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, we've seen the likes of like a Zai comp as well getting played. There's still plenty of potential options of comps that are up and available. As here we are into our first round for this game at number 4. See what the guys have locked and loaded. It's, yeah, I mean, the standard. I personally much prefer this Justina variant to the Temi variant. It also keeps Temi for other comps as well, where Justina's not a shared unit. So personally, I prefer it in that sense. Let's see what the second round's going to look like here. Probably like we expected, the Ainur getting shown up. And I think once we get beyond this, this is where I expect to see a bit more of those personality picks, like the likes of the Yoto, the Kailin comps, the I've forgotten other comps. We had like a Zai show up, but I mean that was horrific.
Yeah, Zai Wuchen Tessa. It didn't really do too well.
No, surprisingly.
So we're coming up the 3rd round. This is where JL, yeah, they're going to bring out the Kylan Haughty. TE and WZ, they have the opportunity to bring this comp out, but they could try and run something else. If they really needed to, Takeda's still available, and it's just not going to be it for them. The Kylan Haughty seems to be the next most versatile comp when it comes out, which has solidified itself as its 4th place into the meta. When Monk comp is gone, they're jumping up to 3rd. Yoda Wuchen Tessa actually going to be given to the side of WZ, which is a bit of an interesting one coming out from them so early. We could see some Yue Sean sort of shenanigans coming out from this side. There we go. We're going to see an original Takeda Siphon coming out from WBG, which is nice to see coming out. And then Yoda Wuchen Tessa going to be on the side of YZG. They love this comp. And then original Siphon coming out too. I love it. The Sand Siphon OG comp after my own heart. Takeda, favorite hero in the game. As we're jumping through to these next couple of games. This is going to be an interesting one. Can SS1 maintain their points and jump over JL off of the bad game that JL had? Because if they score on a pretty parallel scale with JL this game, they're still going to be tied up, or perhaps even higher up in the point scale than they are. Whereas JL, they've got a lot of ground to make up. Even though they had 2 really good games, they need to continue with that sort of consistency. If they 1 point this game, it's going to be absolutely cooked for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, see what the guys have got loaded is their setups for this game. I mean, no real surprises, to be completely honest with you. Expected, at least, anyway. I feel like the debate on like Viper F has finally been settled, because I feel like Viper F and Ult were like 2 things that were probably at the most variance, but I feel like everyone nowadays just agrees. But like the silence is unbelievably broken, and it doesn't wear off, man. I swear that is like, you are silenced for such an unreasonable amount of time when you get hit by a Viper silence, and you kind of really can't do much about it. You can't use a combo break. You just find yourself playing on the back foot for, I think it's like 4 seconds. I swear it's like 4 seconds. It's a long old time to be silenced, but here we are. Loadouts, setups, everything ready to go. JL, you were on the money though with the Kylan. Forgot to praise you for that one, because you definitely nailed it.
Yeah,
I this one as well.
I like this Kylan composition. It's very unique, in the way that you don't have like a crazy front line that's like super tanky like you do when you have the Transformers involved. You don't have like a big lockdown stun. You just have a good amount of sustain, a good amount of DPS, and a good amount of ways to get out of fights, right? You have the cube. You have combo breaks on almost all your players. You have a well-rounded survivability comp, and I think that it is a very good option for the triple pick when you're trying not to burn hero points, especially when the mirror matches are coming up with the monks. It is a very good third comp hit when people are having to make the decision between like, do we play Tessa, Yoda, Wu Chen? It's not getting as much value as Kylan. And even so, Kylan's parryable, and we have seen one Kylan parry all day. To absolutely no value, by the way.
I do wonder, you know, if we're now at the point where we're still trying to learn how to properly do it. I guess we'll have to see, but right now, just having a look at where everyone is dropping. Again, a fair cluster, or a couple of small clusters. I mean, SS1 and OA both going for the Volpine Essence. WBG got a nice drop to themselves. SR and JL also dropping center of the map. I mean, SR always drop there. I can never remember the name of the center part of the map, but they always drop there.
Imperium.
Imperium, thank you. Looks like we are getting ourselves ready to go into our next game. Jenks jumping down. Oh, one thing's already found purple armor. Looking to hunt him with a staff here. Gonna be able to get some damage off, but they're pretty heavily clustered, and you can see TXJ losing a lot of HP off the back already. Junk with that fan trying to keep himself going, but he is in some serious danger, looking to try and get the damage here onto Zhao. Goes for that quick charge off on to Zhao here with the fans, just brings it back. They're continuing to hunt him. Armor swap comes out from Junks, but he is alone and easy to take down. That's going to be the end of Junks. Zhao able to secure that kill, and SR starting strong for the first time all day.
Yeah, SR is doing really good. Rico picking up 3 eliminations off of the back of that first initial engage on a JL, and it looks like Kylan Comp not really giving him too much value. This is a slower map because there are no Fireflies, I do believe, so we're not going to be seeing them getting any extra ult value coming through. Looks like DRG is going to be losing a member to SS1 up at Arcadia, trying to solve the red jade puzzle, getting all those coins. Fear coming out, huge damage coming through. Dongqing getting absolutely locked down and eliminated right off of the rip of that. Ultimate is going to go down, but he's already back up at 50%. Luo Yi ready to go into this fight. Looks like they are just going to be collecting the coins, trying to unlock that bottom red jade. Getting that Volpine Essence is going to be super, super huge for them to be able to continue on to this game, giving them that extra Mortal Defiance buff coming through, and it is just so valuable. As you can see, all of these players in the top side of Arcadia trying to fight it out for that, but it looks like they're not going to be contested very much longer. Oh, actually, SR is going to come into the mix. Big ultimate coming through onto the Justina, able to lock down one of the members of SS1 already, as now the Justina trying to jump in and see if they can get the elimination onto Shuan. Shuan coming through. I believe there's one more Justina dash that's going to come through. The silence is going to be brought up into an uppercut into the 1.0, and they take out Shuan. This is actually going to give them the opportunity to get Red Jade. Oh, but Luo Yi has 2 coins in his back pocket here. He's just going to run away and grief the coins. I do believe that they respawn, and there are more than 7 coins on the map to be found. So even if somebody runs away with, let's say, 2 coins, they're still able to try and get that through. So they might still be able to get that red jade, but SS1 are just absolutely abysmal off of the rip of that. They still managed to pick up 4 kills in the early game, so that's not too bad.
Alrighty, well, not a bad start. Again, yeah, not a terrible start. I mean, SS1 pulling ahead of the likes of JL, who had a quiet start to this game. SR kicking off for 5 kills, though. Finally starting to make some moves as we move into the second half of the day, trying to play catch up with the rest of the lobby. JL not even really put any gear together, unfortunately. Lost their revives. They've definitely struggled since getting off the monk comps as SS1. Have been found here by OA. That purple armor's been stripped away quite nicely. The purple greatsword here on Cuckoo into the scale rush. Takes the armor, takes the goodies. That is a fantastic pickup there for the side of OA. Big denial, slowing down SS1, and it continued to advance their own scaling, because we got Roa Yangs coming up in about 5 minutes' time. You're rocking up purple weapons and purple armor. You are going to have a pretty significant advantage over a team who are rocking, you know, blues across the board.
Yeah, it's loot scaling is such a unique game altogether in itself. It's a little bit of RNG, it's a little bit of money stratting, it's a little bit of Morris Blessing strats. What do you go for? What do you buy? What money do you use? Do you buy bags? Do you get armor upgrades? You can see the bag buys coming out on that side of YZG, but they're not too scaled up in the loot department. Flipping over to DRG, they've actually got some pretty good loot going on for themselves right here. They've got some purple weapons, only blue armors across the board though, so that's a little bit unfortunate to see that. Junks going to be ultimate popped, ready to take this fight off against WBG, but there is a third party waiting in the wings. That's going to be TE on the backside. As WBG looks to just get out of this fight as well. They don't really want the aggression coming through. They managed to find One Fang. They're going to be going full aggression into this as they're trying to keep chase up. WBG's going to double back around. Looks like they found One Fang again, as Junk's going to be jumping into the mix as well. Hero and Chunk's going to be coming out. Junk's taking a lot of damage here. He could get out. Has managed to climb himself up to the top. There he goes. He goes down. WBG picking up a couple more eliminations. TE coming in on the third party, trying to see if he can get the members of WBG out here. Yali running for his life. The double charge is going to come through into the F ability to prevent damage with the shotgun burst. Caught by the Wisp. F ability going to come in from TE's zipping to try and peel just a little bit. And Xiaonan now on to the side of Yuron. Yuron going to get himself eliminated. Now they're flipping over their attention to Ching. 3v2 situation. Yali going to get extremely low. Goes out. Xing now fighting against TE in the 3v1. And this is not looking good for him.
Not at all, unfortunately, for the side of Xing. Pinned in place, flying knives, all that mid-range as well with the fist weapons, just making his life very hard, as we do see Alliance here getting themselves into a light scrap versus SR. 7 kills deep. The Bane's Breath makes the connection. Quick combo break with that Dazzle to break away, but I think that could actually be the undoing here. Zhao throws down the ultimate on the edge of the zone. Alliance breakaway. It looks like SR have been able to find themselves a bit of a safety net, a bit of a place to reset. Alliance's PP still not getting picked up there. With the Bane's Breath coming down, Zhao is going to make the connection onto him though. That's going to be a bit of a danger for them. Yuma under fire as well. SR having to play this very carefully. They've still got 27 seconds until this Bane's Breath fares away. But YZG, they know something's up. They can see a Bane's Breath and a no-ult zone pop. They know a lot's been blown. So they're just playing nice and safe and seeing if a third-party option is available. As Zhang gets caught out mid-sky, has to try and peel backwards towards that Bane's Breath to safety. Oh, QGG takes it to the face. Zhang gets underneath the building and just plays safe for now as they turn to look and pick apart Yuma for the side of Alliance.
Yuma just going to pop that Justina ultimate as fast as possible to try and get out of dodge, but QGG still has line of sight on him. They're going to see where he's grappled up off to, as PP is going to try and go for the heal. If they can time this right, Yuma might get absolutely cooked, and then, oh, PP is going to see that. PP's going to see the chase coming through from the members of YZG, and he's not going to res in that area. He's going to head out with Yuma onto that other side. So as we're going to see them try and make their way back into this game, we're flipping over to OA. So at the moment are looking extremely strong. Only 1 elimination on the board, but they've got purple armor across the board. They're going to be heading to a Realm of Yang, and they're going to try and capitalize off of this huge weapon advantage that we're going to see coming up for them. JL as well going to be holding that backside. No eliminations on the board for them. They've got their team back up. They've got some purple loot, and they're ready to do some damage.
Yeah, looking very set up here. Very situated as well with the fact that we've got the Realm of Yang spawning up in a minute's time. I see a lot of people looking to get themselves geared up and ready to go in. GG being one of those teams. Purple weapons, purple armor on the Einor. JL also looking to make that recovery from previous performances, as GG will find themselves going up versus TE. JL are up versus Alliance, DRG versus Wolves, and OA versus SR. So big one to note is SS1 haven't jumped into this first Realm of Yang. It's GG Gonna get Aerial to start it off. CGS using the pillar. Just playing around that somewhat. Catches out Aerial there. Throws out the F. Doesn't actually make a connection. Does now connect in for the ultimate and look to jump in on to the members of TE. Desperately trying to find that stab action down. He can find the burst off. That's going to be huge here for CJS. Repositioning. Youth is the one who's just about almost caught the cube. Is used to break him away to safety. Now Pete next up on the menu for him. He looks for the stab, and that's going to be the burst of damage there onto Youth, who is chunked out so heavily. Has to use the dash to play defensive here as CGS is transformed. Finally does break out. Has that F to break away as well, as we can see the mech get pulled in as well. Here for the side of GG. Cannon fire comes down as the members starting to get heavily chunked out here. GG, CGS trying to fire off and get some extra damage. Maybe he can cycle off enough rage for another kill, but it does look like GG finding himself in a bit of danger with LXM incredibly low, looking to find a way to break away, but Xiaonan will go down in the middle of all of this as we see LXM still holding his own. CGS has the F to work with as he secures yet another kill. Pete's being hunted as well, and somehow LXM didn't go down in the heat of battle. GG absolutely crushed this fight versus TE. Pete has nothing to do. GG just play with their food before putting them down.
Yeah, you could hear it in the back end. It was 330. Boom, boom, boom. The Faria mech just sending those staggers over and over again, allowing CJS to come in and get really good combo starters off with those fist blades, sending them up into the air, and the 1-2-3 combo with those fist blades, just GG for the rest of these players. And GG for Team GG if they're going to claim themselves that Vermilion Bird My Buff, get themselves a gold weapon to put onto their Faria, and give themselves a huge advantage coming into the rest of this fight. As we're now going to be taking a look at JL, who also managed to win their Realm of Yang, putting themselves on to 3 eliminations. Uh-oh, TXJ getting caught out. He has that F ability available if he needs. So we're going to see the F come up. Junk's going to be coming back in. See if he can get the 1.0 off. He doesn't connect. Now, Junk's looking a little bit worse for wear. As we're seeing on the backside, the stab's going to come through. Are they going to be able to get the Haughty ultimate off in time? And it looks like they will. 330 is going to toss that pillar down at any moment as well. Junk's going to be using those slashes to keep the Enor at bay. And he's managed to do it against CJS. And now it's time for the beautiful 330 action coming. Oh my goodness, the stun off from the lightning falls out of ultimate, and now we're seeing the Faria coming in. And this is what we saw last time. The amount of stun that 330 was able to provide was absolutely perfect for what they were trying to do. But it looks like he's not going to be able to get the same angles as he did in that closed Realm of Yang. Not as much chip damage going to be coming through. Can't get the drop off. Is going to end out that ultimate. And now Wolves in on the third party. Silence going to come through. Rotari ability invested as well on the backside just in case. And it looks like CJS is going to go down on the bottom side. That's Junk picking up that elimination. And now Wolves in on the third party. TXJ incredibly low. We are going to see coming through is One Fang, trying to see if he can make any extra damage happen onto that side, but it looks like he might be going down pretty quickly. TXJ goes down to GG 330. ZK trying to come in onto the backside of this. Takes out Junk. That's not going to be a cleanse though, as they do have Vermilions. And there we go. That could be the last remaining member. One Fang getting eliminated for the members of JL.
Honestly, for JL, I'm sure they're happy if they took that Realm of Yang, but that wasn't a massive amount of kills for them, so they're definitely still somewhat on the back foot on that side. Although the person who's contesting them is still perfectly tied with them in SS1 are down their Karumi right now. And if SS1 get found by one of these 4 teams who have the debuff on, looking to try and get those kills, SS1 are going to be easy pickings here for that, as we do see GG lose the last of their Vermilion's buff, and it's only OA running around the map with Vermilion's buff left on. And honestly, they're not going to be wanting to fight right now, just based on the fact that they've only got 19 seconds left to use it. So they'll probably just peace out and reposition. So we do see Alliance here. One of our Birdsmite teams, not Birdsmite, debuff teams have been able to find themselves a singular cleanse, but they still need to find another 2 if they want to hold on into this game. And it is a very tempered performance from them here. 39 seconds, and they should probably be looking for a fight. They should probably looking to try and secure themselves a kill, as we do see SR secure themselves a rebirth charm. So they're going to be able to pick up one of their players, as Wolves just repositioning here all the way away. We'll have a replay of OA versus SR inside their Realm of Yang.
OA is going to be coming with the first ultimate. It's not going to connect. They're actually going to get caught out. Huge Cavaloon coming through. SR get the first pick. but then we see, oh my goodness, huge sap damage coming out from Cuckoo too. Then we see the 1.0 getting released, 17S getting dropped extremely low. Is Cuckoo gonna hit the scale rush into the soul form? Oh my god, is he 1v3? He 1v3s here. Cuckoo 2 gets the kill. Now it's a 1v1. I guess it was the 1v2 into the 1v1. He gets the scale rush kill off, and now he's fighting against Cuckoo 2 for the pick. F ability comes in. Beautiful parry into the Palm Lightning. Syra v Syra. He has that F ability going to be up from cooldown in a couple seconds. Tries to go for the scale rush. You're going to see the stone form getting caught out, brought around back into the stone form. Uses it to dash away. Rico now in the back end, just popping that stone form over and over again. He gets the follow-up, goes for the charge. Big parry coming out into the sap. Damn, SR sold that. SR sold that so hard.
Yeah, he did. Really, really nice from him. We'll see. Some of our teams getting themselves... Well, it's in chase position right now. YZG getting jumped onto here by AB. AB's looking for the knock-up onto him. He's going to be able to get a fair amount of damage off. ZXL just pinned against the wall, taken down. OA, are they back? As they look to find a member of WBG here. Teva coming in. AB still has ultimate, but that Bird's Might is up, and not Bird's Might, the Realm of Yang, that's the word, is up, and I feel like OA wanted to get their hands on it, but instead they got themselves into a bit of a bizarre fight. I'm just going to back off for now. Playing it nice and slow. AB still got that ultimate available. Here we go, finally going to look for the committal into the Justina freeze. This could be absolutely horrific for the members of YZG. Cannon fire, WBG caught out low, and another freeze makes the connection. Yali goes down. AB, this is the team I remember setting records a couple of weeks ago. Absolutely flawless fight.
That was a really good fight to be able to come through. We did see the member of YZG, I believe they re-transported their player out to be able to get him out of dodge there, but now we're going to be seeing JL versus DRG. DRG are looking to be on the back foot here of this fight. Enor ultimate hadn't got them too much value. You do see all of the ultimates have been popped. Now we're going to see the F ability come out for Junks. Now Kakashi going to try and make something happen. Dongqing getting eliminated. Kakashi going to get eliminated. 1 HP and a dream for XLU. Does he get the follow-up? He gets parried. And Junks going to be able to take away that small chance that they had at getting themselves the win. Is XLU going to go down to TXJ's pole sword there, actually. And they get themselves that golden armor upgrade, some golden dual halberds. I think they already had a set of gold dual halberds, so they might have 2 of those now. It's going to be looking really nice for them. And uh-oh, SR, they look like they're in trouble already again. I believe this is one of 2 members on their team. GG has spotted them out. They've got that Mystic Might buff on them as well, so this is going to be pretty difficult for them to try and survive this. DRG on that Yang depletion, as well as Wolves still having 1 member on Yang depletion.
Playing the hunting game here is Rico on the run. CGS still continuing to play that hunt though. Looks for the grapple, doesn't make the connection sadly onto him, but Rico still in the line of sights here for the side of CJS. He's going to force them back. And yeah, I feel like that's all she wrote on this fight, unfortunately, for the side of GG. So they're not completely done. I say this as SR hanging on. Only got the 1 player left, and if Rico goes here, they are unfortunately totally cooked, as that is going to be the end of SR. 12 kills though. Honestly, they've done so much work to jump back up into a more comfortable standing in the overall game. Their first 2 games were pretty horrendous for them, so for them to come back now, they've still got 2 more games to go. This could put them in a bit of a more comfortable position going into their second day of games, whether that's Sunday or Friday next week. As AV also having a really, really terrific comeback. SS1 knocked out of the lobby. This could actually be OA's a chance to overtake SS1 in the standings. 11 kills in, 8 kills onto JL. The first place here for OA, plus all the kill multipliers and everything. Should be enough for them to actually get the overtake. So see if OA can keep this momentum going. But JL looking to recapture their momentum from the first half of the day as they do a quick armor swap between Junks and One Feng.
Yeah, it's definitely the smart play. Put your gold armor on your healer to make sure that when the healer does end up getting focused out, they have the most amount of HP possible to try and avoid a early death. Especially if One Feng gets silenced, you're basically if One Feng gets silenced, you're relying on TXJ to ult fast enough and pop cube. So when that Viper stun does end up coming out, they're able to cube out of there at the very last second. And you're able to actually iframe it. No matter what's going on, if you're getting focused down, if you're getting stunned out, you're able to pop that cube at the very last second to avoid that Viper stun. Now we're going to see DRG jumping in. Looks like they have found NiHQ, the last remaining member of Wolf. We're going to see the silence coming out onto him. The silence actually does end up going away. I do not believe the ultimate is going to be available for him. The pillar is going to drop. So he does get the ult at the last second here. We're going to see the full focus coming through. This could be unfortunate if the third party does end up coming through, but they're going to want to get at least one cleanse off. So it's going to be huge for them. We're going to see in the kill feed, TXJ is going to take out QGG, or one of the members of YZG, and then NiHQ is going to end up going down. So they get the cleanse on to XL's U. Now all they need to do, get 2 buybacks. Wolves' U sitting in the corner here. Oh my goodness, are they going to find him? Are they going to find him? NiHQ might actually get revived here. Oh no! Oh, they're gonna go for the comeback. They're gonna come back in. They need to get these eliminations fast, so they might start the fight into this as they see TE. Do they go for TE? Come on, find you, please. He's hiding.
They found him.
No, they didn't.
No, they haven't.
They're fighting against TE.
To hold on for now at TE. Chasing in, Bell's rung there in the middle of all of that, so they have information. So you has definitely been seen, but this could actually be a bit dangerous here for Kakaishi getting jumped onto here. Nice transform comes out though from XL's U, looking to try and find some damage off. Has got himself a little bit of damage to work with, needs to find that slam down. It's just going to reposition as the zone continues to collapse onto all of these players. You chasing forward. Remember, the Einor can't pick up the soul blooms. Even if he gets the kill, he has to de-transform. It's going to be losing that transform fairly soon though. And for you, this is just getting dicier and dicier right now. Hasn't really got too much healing they can do, but Junks is going to jump in, and JL have come in as a third party. I thought the spike pit was about to go off onto him, but XL's U goes down. That's the kill for JL, putting them up to 10 kills. Nice little third party, and this is exactly what we saw them do at the beginning of the day. They jumped in into other fights and just took the odd kill here and there, as Kakaishi desperately trying to find some cannon shots off onto the members of JL, but all it's going to take is a good shot from Junks, and Kakaishi might find himself in a bit of danger. Yu's trying to jump back into the zone. Kakaishi repositioning, chasing for the kill. Will just die to the Shadow Corruption, as it looks like Wolves desperately trying to just put whatever kills they can back on the board, as Don Q9 is going to go down to the zone. That's another kill over there to Yu. He's going to use the catapult to get himself back into zone, but
oh my goodness,
I think he was invisible. No,
play from you.
Oh, just about gets back in. Lovely play.
They find him. He takes out the last members of DRG to the zone and then manages to catapult in. Still in ult, so yeah, he was invisible for a second there. Now we've only got 16 players left. This is our smallest endgame we've seen so far. GG's 330. He's going to get himself powerfully dazzled as he tries to drop the pillar down. It's not going to be enough. So much heavy damage coming in. CJS tried to peel, but it wasn't enough. And it looks like LXM and CJS just going to back off of this. Pillar is down, so if they need to, they could hop into that, but it looks like they are just going to try and take themselves to the outskirts of this. 2Tick is going to be following closely, waiting for that DMEC from CJS, but he's full armor. LXM very low in that gold. Yu is in the back end. He could get a snipe off onto this if he needs to. Looks like he might just go into the zone here though, as OA still trying to give up that chase. They have that Draco Storm available for them, so they're just going to try and full invest onto this. 1-2 into the uppercut, into the jump LMB, going to follow through, doesn't get the extra one. We're going to see some Siphon going to be coming through on the side of LXM. The more damage he gets off with his ult, ability invested, the more damage he gets off, the more Siphon he does get back. But now Cuckoo 2 is going to be jumping in with the full sword. And that is going to be the elimination on LXM, leaving GG with only one player alive. JL, they have that Yang depletion, but they do have the flag. So they're going to try and go for the capture flag for a moment right here. And it looks like they might get this for free.
Nice little cap here for the side of JL. Get himself cleansed. There's actually not too many players left in the lobby. 13 players left as JL. Looks like OA are actually coming over to see if they can play interrupt, but the cap goes through to get himself cleansed. As T's Peak able to take down CJS, but OA, they are not letting up on the aggression. They know that a spot in second, potentially even first, could be up for grabs depending on their performance in this game. Looking for the stun as TXJ's got that Viper locking him down inside the zone. That's going to be the end of JL's TXJ. Lovely little pickup off the back of that one, as the last two members of JL now outnumbered, being hunted by AB. They've still got the Draco Storm as well, so a single connection, get that nice little slowdown, keep them pinned in place. It's going to be hard to break away, as there it is, One Feng being hunted. AB going to make sure that they're able to secure that kill for the side of OA, and it's 15 kills over to them. They're looking incredibly scary. We could be going for another 20 bomb here as the Bane's Breath comes down.
Yeah, the Bane's Breath is going to be doing quite a bit of work for these teams, creating a little bit of separation. That's what we're going to be seeing going through here. As Wolves U, 1 HP in a dream right now. He is in the Bane's Breath. But I don't think he's got any health pots available. If he only knew how many there were on that other side. Oh, there he goes. He gets hit by the Bane's Breath. We're going to see it. Oh, Tute in the back end with the bow is actually going to pick up the elimination. That's another kill for OA. Jumping through his TE, they're going to try and capitalize off this. They think that they've invested ults into this fight. They still have ultimates available. OA pulling up some crazy ultimates coming through. We are going to see they're focusing on the peak now, as the powerful Dazzle is going to be about to drop through. Who do they get it on? And it looks like that's going to be the members of Youth. And look at this. This is the tech. They leave Youth alone. They're not going to attack Youth until the very end comes in and they get the guaranteed Viper stun off. And now Pete, going to be the last remaining member for TE into this fight sequence. Silence is going to come through onto him. No F is going to be able to get popped, as we're going to see the Tome coming through. The Katana Tome isn't actually going to do too much damage because he doesn't get to connect on it. Xiaonan is actually still alive on the other side, as OA are continuing to try and clean up this damage. And oh my goodness, JL has lost 2 members as well. OA has managed to
JL lost their members to
lobby.
AB.
Yeah.
OA were the ones that took him out. They're crushing it right now. And another 20 bomb. I don't think we've had a victory today that hasn't been a 20 bomb. Oh no. Game number 2.
We saw the tie.
Yeah, the tie. But that was still close to a 20 bomb. Like, we are looking at another potential 20 bomb here today, as PP playing aggressive, knowing that his team's going to cap, is able to get the refresh on the ultimate. That's the White Tigers now secured for them. 7 people left in the lobby, and it's only 3 that they're going to need, as PP might just be the victim here of OA's aggression. Down goes Alliance, knocked out of the game. 18 kills now over to the side of AB, as JL's Jumps is taking a fight versus Peak underground. They're looking for the parry, but OA say, nope, there isn't a single kill we're not getting in this final circle. That's the 19. Here comes the 20 bomb, as Peak will fall, and AB is going to find that final lockdown. That is an absolutely gorgeous game from the side of OA.
Syra for the win. Syra Viper Justina has come out victorious in both of our non-mirror match games. And it just goes to show how crazy this comp is. It's going to switch week in, week out. The popularity of the compositions picked. Syra Justina. It looks to be Syra Justina Viper. It looks to be the strongest comp in the game, especially when we're not seeing any monks coming through. Absolutely crazy the numbers that these players are putting up, and OA just managing to dominate the lobby. It was a really good start from JL though. They still managed to finish in, I believe, 3rd place with 11 eliminations on the board, so they're getting some good placements. They're getting some good numbers up on the board for them. SS1 only managed to put 4 kills on the board, so they're faltering just a little bit behind, and I do think that OA has managed to pass them out in points, as we're gonna get to check the stats leaderboard in just a second.
Really clutch performance coming in from the side of OA, and they've been a little quiet today. I was critical of them, but winning game 4, this is a back-to-back game as well, so we'll jump straight into their game 5 pretty quick after this. They have a quick second to go, grab a drink, have a snack, and then walk back onto stage. It is it's definitely good for OA right now, because that gives them that momentum. And, like I said, they've been quite quiet all day. They'd slowly kind of work their way into a comfortable spot in the standings. And then this game alone shot them up into 3rd place and potentially 2nd place after all the stats and all of the numbers are added. I don't think it's quite enough, but it's going to be very close. And then suddenly SS1, who've just come off an amazing game, are now starting to sweat. JL, I think, are the only team who right now, because of the hard work they did at the beginning of the day, have been feeling pretty comfortable. Now, How many kills did SS1 get in game number 4? Was it 2, 4, 6, or 8? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat? Let us know. Check that whisper box because that's where you'll be asked for your user ID, and then you'll be giving yourself a nice little NARAKA hat, which Seb owns a real one of somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think they're giving the NARAKA hat out anymore. I think that that drop has actually been gone for a minute now. I don't actually know what the reward is. Can find out for you guys, but I think it's just a spring split random gift at the moment here, because we've used up all the hat codes. They're gone forever, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll take a look at that in a second. But yeah, as far as the answer for treasures go, I did say it a couple seconds before we actually got the answer for treasure in there, so if you were paying attention, you guys should have this question pretty easy for you guys. So we're gonna get to see that in just a sec. But ladies and gentlemen, SOA with the phenomenal finish onto this game. They had a very, very good play into the early game. Through to their mid game was incredibly strong, and then their end game, they just exploded with so many eliminations. When you're a dominating team in those final circles now, you have that buff. You're able to shark out all the solos, all the duos, and then if there is a team of 3, you take them out first, and you have priority eliminations over everybody else because you're a full team. 29.2 total game score. So they didn't get the 30.4 that we saw from the other teams. It was 21 kills. So they're missing just a few points in that. I think they're missing 1 total point, or 0.8 of a point. And then we're seeing JL picking up that second place finish with their 11 eliminations on the board. It's going to be, oh my goodness, AB with only 1 elimination, Cuckoo 2 with 13, all by himself, with 28,000 damage. Damage coming through as well for 2-tick is going to be 25,000. 7 parries is crazy.
That is a crazy performance from Cuckoo. I mean, 2-tick also very, very solid performance on the Justina. AB did his role. He was more of a support unit that game. 16 assists over 12,000 damage. Ominous Nera, fantastic performance. We'll see the overall standings as we are moving fairly fast through our first day of the final bi-weekly, or first trios day of the final bi-weekly, shall I say. As looking at the top of the table, OA have been able to surpass SS1, 6 points over them now, and very close to the likes of JL. These next 2 games, these top 3 at the top are going to be really scrapping it out for this. Very, very interesting. I honestly felt like JL had done enough work at the beginning of the day that everyone was just going to be playing catch up to them all day. I didn't think they were going to have to fight this hard to stay at the top of the table. And man, they are fighting hard for that, because it is close to them losing that spot at the top.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely interesting to see how close this has been getting, because lots of the time we've been seeing very, very widespread scoring. But here we're actually able to see that they score so much when it comes to points here, and they're keeping it very close, neck and neck. Like, it's one team MVPing after another, and it really goes to show that these guys' skill level is so close between each other. It really matters which comp is being played, because when you have these players that are on such close level of skill, you're able to see how crazy the comp advantages are.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to see at the end of this fight, like you're saying, it was really good focus, and like just the team play was very intelligent. You know, they found that stun earlier on the edge of the zone, and they don't go for it. They wait for the Viper stun to connect before then chasing into the kill off the back of that. They make sure they take out the big groups of 3, then can gather up the last couple of like solos players or solo teams left in the lobby for them to take off. It was just very, very well coordinated. Here's that stun we were talking about, where they focus elsewhere, then wait for the Viper stun, guarantee the kill, get the Soul Bloom, refresh some of that rage charge so they can get ultimates back a bit quicker. And then it's just a matter of picking off those solos players and getting as much kills as you possibly can. Very, very impressive from OA. But I'll be real, I'm not overly surprised that it's impressive from OA. OA have been very, very dominating this season. Today has definitely been one of the quieter ones, as is our Syra MVP at the end of this game.
MVP going to be going to the side of that Syra, and yeah, 3rd time MVP for Cuckoo 2. This is going to be 13 eliminations, 28,000 damage. 15,000 healing still as well. Being on that Syra V2, going to be able to give a lot of heals to the teammates. 17k damage coming solely from the pole sword. Skills and ultimates taking up that next spot with 3,400. He had Hepta, Sap, Martial Arts, Shaolin Staff. We have Aerial Dash and then Blistering Edge, as well as Slow Shot, Sunwing Shot. But I don't even think we were seeing the musket use. We saw the repeating crossbow coming out from him. And then we've got the Blistering Edge just doing so much work as well. Aerial Dash coming in if he needed the Hung Sword. I don't even think he had it. I think it was more just the stats, as well as the Hepta. None of their players using long swords. He's like, you know what? I'll take the gold damage reduction, but I don't have a long sword to be able to utilize that. I'm just going to go through with my gold full sword and mess up my opponent's days. And that he did. Oh, wait. Picking up the victory in game number 4. And wow, we're already over halfway through the day. This is 4 games down. We've got 2 to go. 2 games that are going to be extremely... I think we're playing Fireflies for at least one of them. But these
Fireflies are the first 2 games, I believe.
Yeah, but I think... Do we go 2 games Fireflies, then 2 games no Fireflies, then 1 game Firefly, then 1 game no Firefly?
No, it's 4 no Firefly maps, which I think is quite
no
sad.
Firefly.
Yeah, they're all daytime maps from this point on, and like morning maps and stuff.
Wow.
Obviously, some of the maps do still have Fireflies in certain locations. You've got them north of Imperial on Holoroth, if I remember right. You obviously got Secret Tunnel and things on Morris Isle, so there are still some Fireflies, but not as many kicking about. Although, actually, that looked like a nighttime Padoria, but I know we open on nighttime, but I don't know what the hell happened there. I think that was just
well, we have Padoria Midnight, and then we also have Padoria Starry Night. So
yes,
we have both played in there, which is our it could be our 3rd Firefly game. So I think that might have been our last Fireflies, as we're going to be jumping into the next bit of fights that are going to be coming through. This is where it's going to get really nitty gritty. It's like we're going to be seeing JL bumped up to 2nd category, so they're going to be on Matari Enor. So if they're able to put up 11 eliminations on Kylan Hadi, it's going to be crazy what they're going to be able to do on Matari Enor. And then on the last game of the day, they're going to get to play Viper Syra. So they have the opportunity to MVP the last 2 games, which means that the only games that they don't MVP are 3 and 4. They win 1, win 2. They could win 5 and 6 with absolute ease.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see, because the thing about right now is we've talked a lot about this actually over the last mostly over this season. It's how it feels like, wow, I said like 8 times there. We're in a situation where the players and the teams, the quality has gone up massively, and instead of having, if you remember, like FPX back in the day, who were incredibly dominant during the regular season or the regular bi-weeklies, or you'd see your GGs who are always at the top as well. You'd have like an outstanding 3, maybe 4 teams per season who absolutely dominated. But I feel like the quality of the whole league has risen up so much that the vast majority of the teams are all capable of these big 20-bomb games. They're all capable of these massive bi-weekly regular days. I think there's only a few teams who, I wouldn't really stake any money on it, to be honest. But for the most part, I feel like 80% of the roster are massively improved from the year before. And what this means is, I don't think one big game is good enough anymore. I think you need multiple big games. I mean, we've seen out of our 4 games played today, only one of them not be a 20-bomb. A 20-bomb was maybe a once per week thing we used to see back in the day. And now we're seeing more and more teams score incredibly high, consistently high. So what this means is I feel like you need to be consistently playing well at the very least. And, I feel like it really is anybody's day. We got 3 teams who are all capable of walking away in first place at the end of this. We'll have to see coming out of this game 5, because this is going to tell us a real story going into our final game of who is on form and who isn't.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to be able to keep the consistency up, because it really depends on if you're able to stay consistent. Because if you're not able to stay consistent, then you're just done. It's so unfortunate to see that in lots of moments into these games, we're seeing so many people start to falter when it comes to those off-meta picks, and you start putting up less and less points. And like we saw with JL, you can only not MVP a few games. Otherwise, you're getting in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does just come down to the consistency. Like, and if you're dropping one game, I mean, imagine if JL had like an okay game instead of that 1-pointer. The story would be very different right now. They wouldn't be as nervous about the likes of OA and SS1.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I'm actually really excited to see how this is going to turn out, because there's this imbalance right now with the compositions, where if you're not able to perform on the meta comps, you can't play the off meta comps in hopes that you're going to MVP. The Viper composition is too strong at the moment, and if you're able to keep all three members alive, you see they're able to catch out. That comp is the king of catching out single members. If you get the silence off on one player, they are 100% going to get eliminated. Not often do we see the peel out coming through. So it is super spicy to watch. I'm not gonna lie. As we're jumping in,
I will say I do think the Einor comp is capable of MVPing as well. I just think right now, or at least in this game, we haven't seen that quite as much. At least today, I've definitely seen some Einor comps really pop off. Especially when, keep in mind, this is technically a nerfed Syra. Now, it's still putting out some serious numbers. Now, JL will actually be first round for the final game, so that's Morris Isle. That's the comfortable map everyone knows. I would expect to see them look for an MVP there as well, but we'll have to see as we are in 2 Hero Select. The first 2 rounds are very, very formulated. I'm also glad to see that the teams are realizing that Justina is so much better for the Temi. It's so much better for this comp for the Temi, in my opinion. And most teams are agreeing with that. The second round will be the Einor. Third round, we have those Kyling comps. We do have the oh my word, I've forgotten her name. Yoto comps and stuff like that kicking about. So there are some other comps up the sleeve going down the line.
Yeah, these compositions have solidified themselves in the top of the meta. Bottom of the meta, there's still room for debate on what has been working. We've seen some Valda play in week 3, and then we've seen a couple of other people who have been like trying to run some different comps. I know that Bauda loves to get spicy with the comps. We saw Wombo combo coming out last week. That was my favorite. Valda V1 Monk. Jake, just listen to me again. Valda V1 Monk, and it worked. They managed to first place. They didn't MVP because somebody had a lot of eliminations, but they got the first place finish with the kill multiplier in a game. They were able to get like a lot of Yang griefs right before the realm of Yang. They'd send the Valda V1 out into the Monk ultimate, the double grab, double slam. It was pure cinema. I absolutely love to watch it.
I love Valda V1. Valda V1 is my absolute favorite. My favorite Wombo combo comp has been the Tessa Valda comp. It was like Tessa Valda for Justina or Viper. No, yeah, it was Tessa Viper Valda, and it was V1 Valda. You'd Tessa roll, you'd Valda roll. Everyone gets caught by the stuns into the Viper. It was brutal. It was so brutal. I want to see more of that. But for now, Tessa has a place with Yoto. Viper has a place with Syra and the others. So probably not going to be seeing that comp anytime soon. Is going to be a Sand Siphon coming in from SR. And that's what is OA cooked up? Akos Yoto Uation.
Oh my goodness. Akos V3. I really hope we get to see the Akos V3. That would be the absolute dream here.
Is that Cage? Is that Cage?
Yeah, that's the Cage ult. I don't think it's
that's what Alliance were playing at one point.
Yeah, Akos V3 is some people have been trying to in NA cook up some Akos Viper stuff. It hasn't been working too well, but let's see if CN can pull it off. It'd be absolutely insane to get to see that coming through.
That would be a I mean, I'd love to see this comp, because this is like a maximum aggression comp as well. No healers, no support, just 3 damage dealers doing their thing. Like, that's like, do you ever play World of Warcraft?
I do not.
Cool. Well, it's like doing a full dungeon with nothing but DPS and no tank or healer. I really love that kind of stuff.
I'm not the biggest Warcraft player, but you know what you're saying sounds pretty cool, pretty fun. So hopefully we're gonna get to see if that does cause any value coming out there, and I'm excited to see it. I want to see. I want to see this.
My only concern is
variations.
It has very little kind of utility for itself.
100%.
Like your utility is the food wrencher. That is basically the most utility you're gonna get. You have no real sustain through it. You're gonna hope you're preying on like sack soul jades and things like that to keep you going.
Yeah, you're gonna. It's gonna be really like item based. You're gonna be focusing heavy on quests early, trying to get money to try and go for the scale. So let's just see really quickly here. They don't have Furen shops. They're playing Akos UA shops.
God, it's even worse.
Yeah, no, there's oh my goodness. This is
I forgot about the Yoto in the comp. I thought it was like Takeda instead. Oh
yeah,
no.
I think
I like ugh. I love
think
Yoto
the Yoto
as well.
just gives them a little bit more peel.
I guess the F actually, to be fair.
Yeah, the F3.
The F's fair.
Okay, so they're running V1 for both sides. So F2 V1. And then they have the V3 on the Yueshon to avoid Viper stuns and the Cyro Dazzle. So it's going to give them that like the buff that it's like a DD buff. So they any debuff that comes onto them rinses away with that in ultimate transformation when he presses the F in ult. So that's going to give them a bit of an advantage, but I don't know. It's pretty sussy what they're cooking up here. I'm not going to lie.
Alrighty, well, having a look at the drop spots. GG doing their classic, dropping it Imperial. Oh, we're basically off the map. I don't know where the hell they're starting. Wait, what? Can you go there? It must be like right on the edge of the map. Crazy. Pretty scattered drops. SR going to get the puzzle off spawn. YZG could potentially play interrupt. T dropping, I mean, nowhere. They're not really near any like the kind of like the bountiful loot drops. Very, very bizarre. Very spread out start on the drops.
Yeah, DRG getting Matab all to themselves. So they're going to get some good loot. SR are going to be able to get that gold weapon immediately, but YZG could be dropping down onto them. The off spawns that we're going to see are going to be pretty chaotic with OA, SS1, and WZ taking an off spawn fight. TE going to be pretty much by themselves. The JL and Alliance are close to those purple portals on the map that can bring them to Yushon Ruins in the blink of an eye. So we're going to see that fight kicking off. But yeah, we're starting things over on the side with WZ, SS1, and OA. This is going to be a very fun off-spawn fight as Yuan's going to start kicking things off with that fan in hand. Shuon's going to get absolutely decimated. Then AB on the backside. 2-Tick going to get eliminated pretty closely as well. That's going to be 2-Tick gone. That's going to be AB gone. And OA has gotten the short end of the stick in this first multi-wave fight coming through. Cuckoo 2 getting sent to the Soul Altar as well as their whole team's going to have to go for the revive. Now it's WZ versus SS1. Shuon getting absolutely decimated. Young picking up the elimination there. Now we're going to see Nui versus Young. Can they pull it off and make it happen? F ability invested. I think this is a 2v1 situation. There he goes. WZ managing to take out all of these members, putting up 5 kills on the board. And now TE trying to jump in the mix for the third party again. And it looks like they're backing off as WZ keeping up that pressure.
Keeping the pressure on for now. TE being chased off here. WZ going forwards. Cannon shots available and lined up, but not going to make a connection off the back of that one as Young continues to chase forwards here, seeing if he can find a little bit of damage off. Onto Peak. Peak getting himself heavily chunked out. Young just repositioning over the palisade there onto the other side. Going to just go toe-to-toe here with Xiaonan, and Xiaonan's going to feel the wrath here. Ultimate committed from Young. Peak's in his line of sight. So's Youth. And WZ starting off nice and strong. They've already got so many kills, actually. 6 kills. They could actually end on 8. Although most of Young's ultimate has been used on the chase. And you don't really get... Like, he does get some mobility, but, like, he's still a transformer. So still somewhat lacking in mobility compared to the likes of just using grapples and weapon tech to chase.
As we're gonna see, Peak, he's got purple armor, but yeah, the 3v1 situation against the members of WZ, the F2 is gonna connect. So he's got that sling through. There we see the damage coming out. Matariev going to be released. And the follow-up Matariev from Xiaoyao to follow through on that. And you hear the male face roll. No grapples available. He's going to get a nice parry, though. The 1-2 is going to come through. Tries to go for the parry again. Gets another parry. He's going to take out Xiaoyao. Peak's going to get the ultimate. He gets the Soul Bloom. Is he going to pull off the 3v1? We're going to see them try and go for the revive here. He gets another F2 shot into his face. He's going to get a bit of recovery through. But TE is coming back through. Youth's going to try and come in. He takes out Young. Peak's going to go down. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Youth versus Xiao. Xiao's going to get hit with the combo into the 1-2. Does he go for the 3? He hits the 3 into the aerial RMB. Now the Palm Lightning is going to come through. Dodges that perfectly. Takes the last bit of hit into the Neja's Might, into the uppercut, into the grapple bump, into the 1.0. And there you have it. Youth is going to go down. Oh my goodness, we almost saw the 3v1.
That was a crazy potential turnaround as TE. Don't salty run back. Don't salty run back. Don't salty. Okay, they're salty run backing it. I'm not sure this was particularly the smartest move here from the side of Xiaonan. Immediately finding themselves in a little bit of danger, thinking that they could take this fight, although they do get a lot of damage off. Peak is taken down. And that is TE now down a player without any revives. They're going to have to go and manually get them using rebirth charms. And that stops any potential for TE being able to do a Realm of Yang early. Not it, honestly. I think that was a real fumble from the side of TE.
It's unfortunate to see that happening there, but we are going to see 17S going for the chase down onto the side of OA. Cuckoo 2 actually going to get a lot of damage in. The follow-up coming through from AB. Now we're going to be seeing this comp come to life. You see the debuff coming through to get themselves through that Temi wall, completely beat the effects of its Molt ultimate. And now the Yuishon not getting too much value as the reset is going to come in. They still have that Akos ultimate available. Akos going to be coming through. Oh my goodness. Akos in trios. Slam's going to be coming in from that V1. He's going to use it to peel onto the sides and try and see if he can get all 3 of the SR members into that. Now we're seeing Yodohime coming through. Oh my goodness, Rico taking so much damage here. Into the jump. Keeps going for the jump, but Rico trying to kite it out. He's not going to be able to get the kite through. 17S going to be extremely low. They get the next pick. Now it's a 3v1 situation. Xiao, the last remaining member, goes for the full leader jump all on the top side. The Yodohime ulti for the last bit of the stages, trying to go for the last throw. So they can get any sort of peel damage off onto him. Now they're able to get the chase down through. No F ability available. Oh, he does have the F back up. We're going to see the F2 coming up from 2-2. Is he going to be able to get the connection? And oh my goodness, the comp gets 3 kills and fully wipes out the members of SR.
Maximum aggression, I guess. Maximum aggression. Absolutely beautiful from the members of OA. See if they can continue to scale it up, though, because this is going to be an incredibly hungry comp. Like, if they are somehow able to get, you know, the likes of, like, these later Spirit Worlds, and they all got golden armor and golden weapons, genuinely terrifying comp to go up versus, but will have their weaknesses getting there. Once they get there, genuinely will be quite scary, but we'll have to see. Keep our eyes posted on OA. 3 kills to start, it's not bad. 2 minutes until the Realm of Yang spawns up, so we'll get some action over there. WZ kicking it off strong with the 9 kills for themselves off the bat. SS1 only been able to secure themselves a singular kill, while JL have been able to put together 5 kills, so they've also had a very solid start to this game here on the Iron Ore comp. And, you know, JL kind of been playing catch-up, because once we moved off the mirror matchups, they were straight into 4th place, and they spent the entire day at the bottom end of, like, the selection order for the table. Now, we're getting to see JL on one of the top 2 teams in the meta right now, this Iron Ore comp in the next game. I think they'd be silly not to take the Viper comp, so I assume we're going to be seeing that crowd control comp showing up next from them. So they got 2 pretty big games in the bag, but could come through for them. So see how they perform on it. As right now, WZ definitely are the stars of this show, hunting onto that hyper-aggressive 08 comp. 2-tick with the golden weapons, going to be able to do a fair amount of work here. Young already getting absolutely battered by the staff as they engage onto AB, who's already lost a lot of HP. Needs to find some level of safety, but the CC is going to be enough. He's able to transform, though. Get himself away. 2Tick hunting onto Young. Young finds himself caught out hose for his own transform as well in response, as now it's just the disengage angle being thrown down between both of these teams. Looks like Young, though, isn't quite done with the chase. OA, do you need to be a little bit careful? AB's being absolutely shredded by Young here. Cuckoo's trying to make the breakaway, is going to be able to not get caught by the stab action here from Young, as 2Tick is also playing on that deficit, playing back on the back foot for the moment, but Young's going to lose his transform, and they've lost some of that aggression to speak of, as Cuckoo's ultimate, he's used all of the charges up, so he's just got it for like the mobility right now. A bit of extra stats as Xiao Yao is going to get caught out as AOA find the re-engage angle, but they need to find some healing. WZ Young being forced back onto that low ground. Cuckoo going in for a heal, gets the pop back off as Young has lost his life. Cuckoo going in for the chase, but the sandstorm is going to be a real issue for them. 2Tick is incredibly low, going to be losing his golden nunchucks. That is a heartbreaker here for the side of OA as SR come in with an absolutely perfect third party.
Yeah, it's the perfectly timed third party. And it's a bit of get back too. When you lose to a Yueishan, Akos, Yodo composition, and you're able to get your get back like that, they are going to be super happy for that. As we're going to be jumping into this first one, look at how stacked JL is right now. 5 kills on the board. They've got some pretty good Jades. 1 purple armor among them that they've got stuck onto the Matari there. We're going to see TXJ taunting that F ability right away. Is going to go into the ultimate off that, as they do get a lot of damage off onto the Viper. They don't want to see the silence coming through. They get the stab down onto Nai HQ, and that takes him out right away. Now they lose their lockdown abilities. They still have their stuns available, but they lose that ability to get the freezes and the lockdown. And this is where the comp starts to lose value. They lose value off of that stun. Now Matari ultimate's available. As soon as the Viper stun comes out, they're going to be prepared for it. They have that Matari ultimate ready. We're going to see them go into the air, comes out of that ultimate, and now all of their ultimates have just gone completely to waste. They've been able to kite out every single one of them, and now we're seeing the Syra F ability come through. Yu is 1 HP in a dream right now. They're going to focus their attention over onto ZK. They take the 2v1 onto the higher powered player, and now it's a 3v1 situation. They're just going to wait it out. They're going to see how long they can last and hold it through. It looks like they do manage to pick up that kill at the very end there. Now we're flipping over to SS1 versus WBG.
Yeah, and so WBG heavily chunked out here, but nice parry comes in from Jing. Juan able to pick up his katana once again, or his hung sword right now. Actually, dual swords, excuse me, as he gets parried a second time. Juan really struggling here.
Oh!
Parry! Stop bullying this man and just put him down. He has to jump away with a cube. A disaster for SS1. Jumps in for the scale rush. Does catch onto Jing here, but he's interrupted once again. Jing does go down, but finally they're able to equalize this out. It's a 2 versus 2. Yali has very little health to speak of. Is about to get that ultimate back though. This could be a big moment for them. There's the ultimate.
Oh!
There's the kill. Heroic turnaround. WBG find the victory. And one thing to note, by the way, TE got the Roma Yang for free, and they had 2 members down. So they got 2 rebirth charms from the shop inside the Roma Yang, plus that rebirth charm. TE going to be very happy with that. It's a nice little recovery for them from what had been a potentially a pretty dicey situation.
Yeah, as we're taking a look on the other side, it looks like XLU, the members of DRG, going to be using that Justina from Kakashi, trying to get a little bit of dash forward into this, as Jiang is 1 HP right now. And they managed to Wu Chen port out. It looks like they might just be going for the quick armor swap. Wolves are following close behind, wanting to see if they can manage to cleanse themselves some Yang depletion off of the members of Alliance. The Alliance have Mystic Might as well. Kakashi going to get the musket shot for the elimination confirmed, so he's not going to get that Vermilion Bird's Might buff to go for the respawn. They're only on Mystic because they cleanse Spirit well. So if they go out here, they're out for the whole game. Yuma has that F ability to create a bit of distance, but oh my goodness, ZK with the drop down through here. Oh my goodness, look at this stun onto everybody. XLU gonna get hit with so much damage. Oh, Dongxi with the peel. Harry gonna come out. DRG with the insane amount of peel coming through. The silence is coming out on the side. And XLU still gonna go down, but what an initial peel. ZK is gonna manage to pick up those kills. They still have Yang depletion on every single one of their players.
I am amazed Wolves didn't get a cleanse there, considering there was a freebie in Alliance. But It's like, it's not going to matter. They don't get the cleanse off onto anybody, so they're going to have to keep hunting. Does get a little bit of extra rage built up, though, and Wolves, you know, a couple of kills under their belt. They can't be too upset off the back of this one, as we are going to see WBG going up versus JL. JL with that Bird's Might. WBG also with that Bird's Might. JL actually kind of need to lose this fight or win it fairly soon. They've only got 27 seconds left on this Bird's Might, as it looks like Yaran is potentially under fire here, and JL not willing to give up this fight. 18 seconds. This could get a little bit dicey for them. They're going to have to play escape here. Jing is now going to be the attention here for YZG, who have to debuff on. Again, though, it is a player with the Vermilion Bird's Mites. They're not going to be able to find that cleanse off as YZG. They might realize that JL are just about to lose their debuff. But JL, even without the debuff, don't really give a damn. They're just going to jump in and look for Juan here. Try and take him down in this game number 5. Force him low. Everybody's collapsing in the area. And at that point, JL decides to peace out. Don't want anything to do with it. Cube gets used here from KGG. And I think they're tempering off briefly. For now, at least.
Yeah, it looks like they are just going to back off, waiting for, I think this is going to be next realm of Yang spawn coming in, as we're going to see here. As we do see some of these Yang depletion teams still needing to get some energy in the fight. And the Cap Bloom going to come out into a scale rush on the backside. He does get hit with an F ability from his zipping. We are going to see the ultimate getting popped here, using that peel to cover for his teammate for a second there. Pops the cube as high as possible, drops back down. You're going to see Shuan taking that cube as Luo Yi back in that ultimate as well. Yuan getting extremely low. SR Shao going to get the elimination there. Who grabs the bloom? I believe that was ZXL. Now they're trying to back out. They have one player still alive, or one player who's cleansed the depletions. They're going to try and see if they can get the pick off on the Luo Yi. Or they just completely back it out here, as JL is trying to see if they can run up some third-party eliminations here. They don't need to be in this fight. They just want to, because it looks like they're going to try and get extra aggro on to the members of WBG. I think this is their only remaining member. Oh, no, they do have heal available for them. TXJ is going to get almost completely eliminated. Pillar Drop's going to come out from him here, as Junk's also getting brought pretty low. TXJ is just going to jump over to assist for the peel there, as they're just going to go for some heals as well, see if they can get some cannon shots off on the members of WBG. We're trying to mess up their flow of their gameplay here. Junk's going to be jumping in, pops that ultimate ability. Oh, Yiran's getting low. One Fang going to pick up that elimination onto the backside of that ultimate. Now it's going to be Luo Yi getting eliminated. Now they're just going to kite this out. They kite out as very, very well, as ZK just goes for the ult cancel, getting a bit of his rage back. And they're going to be out of there as fast as possible, as now SR taking on DRG get the rub in.
Yeah, chasing in for it. 17S right now, pops himself. His ultimate, looks for those through red shots, has got the Sandstorm to play with, but XLU looking for the lockdown. He's going to be able to break away using that Sandstorm cover. Still got the fruit wrench shoves to work with as well. One more left in the bank. SR continuing in chase forwards here. Zhao gets caught briefly by some of the crowd control. There's going to be the Kurumi ultimate to follow up. The 17S is just being absolutely gigabully. Has been able to jump into that Kurumi ultimate and get some of his armor back, but he's caught by the stuns as SR trying their hardest to keep their primary carry alive. He's been able to get some healing done thanks to the Kurumi, but he was being battered about, but he jumps back in with a staff. Kakaishi forced to use the freeze onto themselves here as 17S is now just going to quickly switch out to the unarmed, go for the strike. The staff absolutely shreds DRG here. I thought SR were in a dangerous position, but they turned this around beautifully. Great defense of their Takeda. They're able to find themselves the victory inside the realm of Yang, as Wolves and ZK are going to find themselves in a little bit of a scrap right now. Wolves with the buff on, the White Tigers. Apparently that was very hard for me to remember. Chasing in for a kill here. They've just got one player, ZXL, pinned against the wall, and there is not really much ZXL can do, so they're just going to get popped. Nice little pick up there for the members of Wolves.
Two players throwing light attacks, and the one player sitting behind throwing at the parry every couple of seconds that you see the blue charge, and there's no way you're losing that fight. Is that QGG might be able to get res off here. Pretty sneaky little res coming through in the back end, but now on the other side we're seeing Tutik fighting for his life on the Yodo. It's not looking too good. F3 has been popped. They're going to try and push him out of that for no heal possibility. Justina ultimate comes out. They're able to pop the Justina ultimate recklessly like this because the fact that they can use one dash, cancel it, get the bloom, and they're almost back up to ult already. Now Cuckoo to the A-Coast, the only one alive. They've got 4 kills on the board. AB fully dead, and Tutik looks like he won't be able to get res. He has a blue buff here, so it looks like I think he might have gotten a spirit well off of the back end of that, or there is a chance that he also maybe got a free run with Yang, as we could have seen. We're gonna see now ZXL in the zone fighting against ZK. Big parry coming out on the side of ZK, and the rest of Wolves are gonna come through and clean this up very cleanly. And there we go. That's another elimination for Wolves on the board, putting them up to 9. JL still at 11, sitting very nice at the top. DRG on Yang depletions. That's going to be a little bit of a rough one for them. They need to get these eliminations quick. WBG now on the bottom side of Pillar. We can see some thorny roller gameplay coming through as Yiron going to get hit with the jump LMBs. The double charge is going to come through and take out a lot of damage on the Dongqing. And now we're seeing, oh my goodness, a huge palm lightning attack coming through. Dongqing taking a lot of damage. Yali and Yiron going to try and follow up onto it, but now we're seeing the ultimates coming through. They're going to try and escape this. Oh, thorny roller!
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, coming through. The powerful Dazzle going to take all of these members incredibly low. They're focusing on the one player with the combo break ability. Oh my goodness, the thorny roller getting knocked around again. Double freeze going to come up onto the side. Shing's going to go down. They're going to be able to get the bloom off of that. Yali's now trying to play defense. Roller's going to hit Dongqing. Yuron's actually incredibly low. Tries to come through with the palm lightning. Sky punch going to come through into the double jump LMB. Yali goes down. And now it's one remaining member of WBG with the Hottie ultimate available. He's got Cube up as well, I do believe. Oh, XLU! Parry it. Parry it. He gets the parry off onto it. They're able to parry this now. Gets the follow-up damage to come through. Gets the last one. Palm Lightning's going to get released. Run's going to go down. But oh my goodness, we saw the parry come through. Oh, Thorny Roller again? No. Okay, we don't see
Donkey 9 ate like 4 fully rollers to the face, man. Like, he got absolutely rolled as JL jump in. Scout for DRG are in there. It's not a bad fight, to be honest, considering the fact DRG probably just used a lot. But JL knowing that playing for last place, playing to win, it's going to be the biggest thing they can do right now. Those 11 kills means that they're far ahead. There's 08 finished up by TE. That full aggression comp only got 4 kills, so not that aggressive, unfortunately. And with OA and SS1 now locked out of the game, JL, they could put a meaningful gap between them and the other 2 like podium teams for this 6th and final game coming up after this. So this is a good opportunity for JL, but this is a better opportunity for the likes of SR and stuff to start to play catch up with those at the front. So JL still in it, but everyone else is potentially catchable off the back of this. So we'll have to see as TE getting themselves into a bush briefly. Have been spotted out by the members of JL. We're just gonna do a bit of fishing with the cannonballs. I've got the Roma Yang Spirit Well spawning up fairly soon as well, so have a little factor to play with. 20 players left in this lobby.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the likes of Wolves, the likes of SR, the likes of DRG. This is going to be their chance to really start to climb. I would have said Alliance a couple of seconds ago, but Yuma has gotten himself eliminated, and now Wolves are just going to be scouting all areas where they could hide close in proximity to the body, where they might try and go for the revive. I think they've held on for long enough. We're going to see DRG off of the back of that fight with WBG. Look at how scaled their loot is now. They've got Cav Bloom on XLZU. They've got Palm Lightning with golden flying knives on Dongqing. And they've got the purple staff coming, or the purple spear coming through for Kakashi, which is going to be huge value, especially on a character like Justina. When you get that freeze, that overhead bonk on the charged RMB is going to deal so much damage, even though it's just a 1.0. It's one of those crazy 1.0 burst damage attacks that you see. And now contesting for the big parry coming through for Kakashi. He does have a gold jade for his spear as well. Gonna be trying to do some extra damage off of that. Now we're gonna see the powerful Dazzle come through. XLU going to have that Viper ultimate available. He doesn't get the stun off on the 17S, but he does onto one of the other members of SR. DRG are actually caught in a really tough spot here, losing a lot of HP. XLU is gonna go out to Xiao. This is going to be super unfortunate, catching them in a very rough situation. And now we're going to see the ultimates coming out. ZK trying to push everybody off with that Viper ultimate. TXJ going to be able to get out of dodge using that ultimate to heal for his teammates. Nice. You're going to get hit with the lightning. Now JL on the backside going to be able to do so much damage to the members of Wolves. But the heal, look at how much heal is coming in from that Syro V2. Already back up to almost full HP. NiHQ is actually going to take out Junks. Junks going to be getting completely eliminated off the side of that. That's going to be super unfortunate for him. TE now with full control over the Yang Spirit Well. They're going to be able to get this while every other team falls on the Yang depletion. This is going to be tough for these other teams to come back as TE is starting to take the reins in this fight.
Yeah, TE very much in control right now. Everyone's got the debuff on. Are we going to see anyone actually really go for a scrap? I feel like they're playing all quite passively right now. Wolves and GG will obviously out of range of the debuff. Yeah, the cleanse very quickly. We have seen actually a couple of kills coming through as Zhang's throwing the ultimate down, takes a bonk from the staff. They are put in place. Is everyone looking just to contest a little bit more? SR chasing up off into the distance are just going to back off. They have the cleanse on them, so they're okay. Let's see if a potential kill is available to them. Quick shot to 17S. Does hit, but nothing too major. 6 minutes, basically 7 minutes left in the lobby. 16 players, making that 8 teams left in this game. So anybody's getting to play for right now is Zhao, getting himself absolutely chunked out, and that's going to be the end of one of our teams, dropping us down. Another team there is a nice little pick up as they're now looking for PP. Wolves just full aggression, just eliminating 2 teams back to back. 14 players remain. That is absolutely heartbreaking for those teams just to get absolutely rolled there by the side of Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves, the Draco Storm. Oh, yeah, look really at that!
Scary. Oh, it's the new Soldier, new fan one. What's it called again? Hold on.
Oh my goodness. That's gonna take me a second to remember.
Unseen Current.
Unseen Current. There you go. You got it. You got it. It is a crazy Jade. The gold focus on it, mixing that with the Soul Shattered Nether Step is going to give you some crazy advantages into the fight. The amount of dashes that you're able to do, just the movement that you get off of it alone is crazy, and then the gold focus into it is pretty powerful, as you just saw there. The lockdown that you're going to be able to have onto these other players. Oh my goodness, the members of Wolves getting hit up by the Bane. They're low in HP. TE, see it! See it! Catch them out! They're so low! Focus them! Focus them! Focus them! Oh my goodness, Wolves are going to be able to get out of there scot-free. They get hit with the double Bane. They're incredibly low in HP, and they get the full reset. Back to full. TE could have capitalized, could have gotten themselves some sort of eliminations off of the face of that, but JF going to be fully eliminated from the game. OA going to be at fully eliminated as well, and SS1, so this is going to allow DRG, Wolves, and likes of SR to try and get a bit of catch-up going here. With, Wolves going to be going for this next Spirit while trying to get that double Draco Storm in, seeing if they're going to be able to do that.
All right, now Dome goes up. Wolves get themselves set up and situated inside said Dome. It's only DRG who have the debuff on right now as well, which is pretty rough for them. Feels like Wolves have set themselves up and are situated to take this game, but they've got SR, they've got DRG, both on 9 kills, quite close behind them, so it still feels like it is realistically anybody's game to take, as Wolves gets themselves caught out by the freeze from Justina, but they're not actually going to be in too much danger. They're looking for Donkey 9 there in response. He could just be in real danger. Draco Storm in the pocket here of Wolves, and that is going to be the end of Donkey 9. Wolves able to get back into the zone, pop some pots and heal back up. DRG now down another player. They are definitely on a severe back foot right now, and it's going to put them into a dangerous position where they're just going to be forced to throw the freeze out, trying to turn the attention onto Rito from the side of SR. To be fair to Kakashi, he's doing a damn good job of it. Has got the freeze, but he's just pinned by the Nejia's might. Over the shoulder, ZK goes. Wolves jumping in with the Draco Storm. Decide to back off, heal up. 11 players left in the lobby. No one wants to get over eager and chase too hard for a kill right now.
Yeah, as we're looking, Wolves and GG are the only Syra comps left alive, but GG has lost a member. As So we're going to be seeing TE on the E-North area. They're going to try and focus out the TE. I think they're going to try and go for the focus there first, because that is the most threatening comp when it comes into that end zone, other than Wolves. Wolves are going to look to start their Reign of Terror. They still have that Draco Storm available. As you can see, they're starting to push over onto this side. And there we go. There's the ultimate. We see the Matari ultimate come through. So the cancel comes out as he saves 32% of that ultimate charge, just to back TE out, and now they know they've burned the Matari ultimates. They might try and keep the refocus going on. GG, you know that they've burned the Matari ult. Jump down there and send the Viper, but they are only a two-man crew, so they're not going to try and focus against the team. They still have 2 ultimates available, but Wolves might try and jump back into this. We're going to be seeing them come through. They've got 48 seconds left on this Draco Storm. Are they going to make something crazy happen? We could see them go for it, but it is very unlikely that we're going to see that come through. Clank comes in off of that. He's got the Universe Slash available. We're going to see the cannon shots coming in. Look at how much burn damage is coming out onto that side. Palm Lightning going to be brought out to their side. They're going to be forced out of this little crevice here where they've been hiding. They're trying to go for the reset, but the burn damage from 17S is just going to be so much coming through onto that side. We're seeing the Wisps getting brought out. Nobody getting caught up in that Wisp, though, as the Peel's going to be trying to come through with the focus attacks. Will they be able to make anything happen? So much range damage is going to be brought over. Universe Slash onto both CJS and NiHQ. They're running into a death trap here as the 2 members of GG trying to hold out their position for as long as possible. SR going to be jumping in a little bit closer as the circle starts to get to its smallest point that we're going to be seeing before it shrinks to completely gone. Wolves getting focused onto first. 17S going to try and bring this out. Viper ultimate isn't going to be available for them yet, but that Syra ultimate is going to be invested onto the side of Wolves. They are backing things through. You trying to get the members of TE in the back end. They're going to see 17S try to capitalize on these cannon shots here. ZK going to get the pick onto Peach. We're going to see the Viper ultimate getting released now. Temi ultimate going to come through to try and peel. The members of SR are getting absolutely decimated, but the peel coming through from 17S and Xiao. Rico manages to stay alive during this. Wolves actually not able to capitalize fully off of this. The Casino dashes are going to come through. NiHQ's going to go down. ZK's going to go down. SR's picking up these eliminations. Even though they're on 15 kills, SR's managed to climb up to 12.
They're very capable of catching this one, and to be honest, that sandstorm from Zhao was so big and such a difference maker. Now Rico going aerial, does still have that Kurumi ultimate. He's going to have to wait for a good opportunity to throw it down. In comes the Viper stun though, followed up immediately by that Kurumi ultimate just to keep them going. Stun is going to make a connection, but they are able to evade and break away from that one. Nice sustain for them as GG were looking for a kill on to Youth here. He's incredibly low. NXM is going to chase for it, and CGS is able to secure that kill in response. That's the 2nd kill for GG, but they're coming at a heavy price as SR picking up kills left, right, and center. It's going to be a big ending for them. A 15 bomb. SR finally returning to form in this game number 5.
Yeah, they're looking really good there. They're able to lock that down. The Unseen Current coming out at the very end to avoid any extra Justina utility. But you can see how versatile that Justina can get when the double freezes come through. It was almost able to pull off a crazy peak. I don't know why they weren't trying to focus out Youth there. The Youth was 1 HP, and they were going for the members of GG instead. When Youth was 1 HP, they could have gotten themselves an extra elimination into that final sequence, but GG actually managed to pick up a lot of those final kills. Unfortunately, going into that final fight, they were only on 1 elimination, so it's not going to do too much for their points, but Wolves and SR going to put up a tremendous amount of points in this game. SR going to be able to put themselves up the MVP, and Wolves going to be getting that close 2nd place.
Absolutely. Really, really good stuff coming in on the side of SR. We've got one more game today now. All to play for going into this game number 6. JL eliminated the latest of our 3 podium teams, but all of the top 3 teams from today's games were taken out pretty early in this one. First it was SS1, then it was OA, then it was JL. Anyone can take first place by the end of today. Well, not anyone, but there is a broad picture of teams who are capable of taking first place by the end of this game. We'll have to see how this next game, this final game on Morris Isle is going to go. And most crucially, JL will be on the Viper comp. So they'll be on the best comp of the patch. We'll have to see if they can make it stick, because they've been on the back foot all day. They've been climbing up. They started in 4th on the Hero Select after game number 3. And I've been playing catch up for the whole day after that. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what these guys have got in the bag.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how JL brings out the Viper comp, because they're already sitting at 71.9 points, which is 11.9 points, 11.5 points ahead of the second place team. So they are very high above anybody else right now, which is going to create more problems for the teams that are trying to climb up and put themselves into a podium place right now. But we just saw SR. They managed to take out the top 3 teams already early on into that middle of the game. And then we see during the late game, they managed to capitalize and clean up. Their end game was just a little bit off, as they didn't manage to capitalize on every single elimination. They let GG have a few. But as far as their execution went, they still managed to perform extraordinarily well, and they came through with that MVP. No 20 bomb for them, which is what we're used to being able to see. So we're not going to see the 20 bomb coming out for there, but we will see a very good finish, as you do get to take a look at our stats now. 15 kills, 18 points with a 22 game score for SR in first place. Wolves going to take the 17 game score in second, and JL, they still put up a crazy number of kills. They're going to get that third place finish with 12 game score. WZ with that 10.5. DRG as well, tying them for the 10.5, but they had just one less elimination, as WBG is going to be taking the 7.5 in 6th place, 6.5 for TE, and so on and so forth. And wow, look at this. 7 kills for 17S with 20,000 damage, 19,000 healing coming up for Rico, putting in a lot of work on the Karumi there.
I still can't stop thinking about the beginning of the day when we saw JL score, and both their Monk and their Takeda had 42,000 damage. Like, that was just mind-boggling, because this was a huge game from 17S. He did a lot of work. 20,000 damage is a pretty solid amount of damage. You know, I'd say it's on the kind of like upper end of mid damage. High damage, I'd say it probably starts around 25 plus, but like, honestly, crazy damage coming out at the beginning of the day. And here we are, standings. One more game to go, and then our teams will be wrapping it up for today. And then we'll be working towards next weekend, which is the bi-weekly finals. Very excited for that one. See how these teams are going to fare versus one another, but the final time before we get into playoffs anyway. You can see the overall standing, overall scoreboard right now. SS1 in 3rd place, OA in 2nd place, but 11 points ahead right now is JL. They got somewhat of a buffer to work with, but they can't have a bad game, especially when they're on the best comp of the patch. I do think SS1 are going onto phase 2, so they'll probably be playing Einor going into this game number 6. I don't know where OA was sitting in the overall standings though, so still got a little bit to work to do. SR though, do you remember how terrible that day was for them? Like the start of the day when they got like no kills, they did nothing.
Oh yeah.
They're now sitting in 6th place. They've done a fantastic job of jumping up that standing off the back of that last game. So see if they can continue to rise to new heights and continue to perform as well as they have, as we are just seeing the replay of the end of this game. Or this game in general. At the end of this game, SR inside the realm of Yang. It's definitely a lot more crazy compared to what we saw. I mean, the big replay from this, honestly, isn't even that special. It's just the Hemi ult in that final circle, stopping all of SR from getting caught out and punished by the Viper stun. It's so much work for them. This is not it. This is another use of that Hemi ultimate. It's nice to see the return of Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon is one of my favorite comps in the game, so I always love watching it.
Yeah, and they've done a few changes to the Sand Siphon, just with the alteration changes that have come through. Hemi's V2, or with the refresh, took a big hit for the alteration. So they switched over to the V1, so he doesn't get that Wisp refresh, but they still get the crazy alteration now. And so you see that getting implemented instead of our what we've seen before with the crazy alt refreshes. Seeing the focus follow-ups coming through. Look at that unseen current coming through, and then the freezes come through here, but he gets locked down with the Furen into the unseen current, into another Temi ult that gets brought in, and our Takeda going to be the one to claim that MVP, as we see the Takeda V2, the ult that nobody uses as the MVP animation. It is a very cool look at the ultimate though. We get to see the jump through TP there. 7 kills, 20,000 damage, Phantom Step, Cyan Fang, Cavalry Bloom, Fan Cannon and the staff doing the most of his damage, but he had the dual blades coming out there as well near the end of that. 5 times this man has gotten himself as the MVP. The EWC 2025 Midseason Challenge, its champion, SR17S. Wow.
That's performance from them. Nothing too overly major on the loadout there when it comes to Soul Jades. Double attack Soul Jade and a couple of nice purples. As you can see, still didn't need it. Just really, really good communication. And nice to see a non-Viper team take MVP today. Because obviously our first 2 games don't count, but that's by the by. Let's have a look at how many teams chose Mitari, Feria, and Einor. How many teams told Electro Cannibal? Was it 2, 3, 4, or 5? Let us know in the Twitch chat. Make sure you check that whisper box because that's where you will be notified. There's only one more chance after this to grab yourself some of these Answer for Treasure goodies. So make sure you do try and get every chance you can. Otherwise, you have to wait till tomorrow. But for now, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break and then we're back with our game number 6 in a moment. We'll see you in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside HipRain, and we have played five out of the 6 games that we're going to be jumping into here. We've got 1 game left on the board, and JL in the first place position, as well as first pick on the board. So they're going to be getting to run that coveted Viper, Syra, Justina composition. And they could be putting up some crazy numbers in this last game if all goes into their favor. Other teams trying to chase up on their victory, that's going to be SS1. We've got Alliance and Wolves trying to pull up onto their coattails and get themselves back into a decent scoring position. And then we've also got DRG waiting on their heels, SR as well, trying to keep up the amount of points that they're putting after an abysmal first half of the games.
I mean, the big ones is SS1 and OA, right? Like they're relatively close to JL at the top. But, you know, like you said, first pick for JL going into this one. So you would expect that means they're going to be picking this Viper comp. I mean, if they don't, I think they're going to need a good looking at. But yeah, they're going to probably be picking that one. And Morris Isle is one of the maps where I feel like Viper comps really thrive. There's lots of trees. There's lots of ability to kind of get those ambush attacks down. And how JL have done so well today has been off the back of their reading of fights and finding ambush angles and, you know, jump scaring people and jumping in and securing kills. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like they're set up quite nicely going into this final game of the day to, you know, to deliver on what they've already started to set up today. And if you get a good enough game here, you borderline now, you don't have, I would say you still have to worry a little bit, but you borderline don't have to worry about the next game day because you should have pretty much qualified for bi-weeklies because just due to how many points they put on the board. But the average qualifying points are now higher than they used to be. It used to be about, I think it was like 60 points was typically where a team would qualify. Like 65 points was like the average bi-weekly qualification benchmark. So as long as you hit 65 points, you very likely qualify. I feel like we're moving up closer to like 75 to 80 is now your like qualifying points for a bi-weekly finals spot. So everyone's stepping up their game. Everyone's scoring more points. See the teams on our screen right now. 17S, our EWC champions, are making a recovery after what has been a very lackluster start to the day, but they are coming back. They are looking a little bit better, and you can see here who is starting where. Our first round is JLT and WZ, and behind them SS1 and WBG and YZG are into second. LA and SR actually are in that third round selection, so they do get a little something. I like third and fourth round personally because I think you get a little bit more of the kind of fun picks. You kind of can move away from the meta. And, you know, SR just proved to us, but Sand Siphon is still plenty good to take a game, denying the likes of those Viper comps from taking another MVP in a row.
It is very few and far between that we see MVPs coming off of the off-meta comps, but we just saw Sand Siphon play an absolutely dominant performance. When it comes to those end games, after we see the Viper ult get burnt from Wolves, and they cancel it out to try and regain the rage, they don't pressure with the range shots as much as they should have to get themselves into that high scoring area. And they don't get the ult back fast enough, and it's pretty unfortunate. JL actually going to opt to run for the Tumult version of this composition. And we're going to be seeing a Matari Enor coming out, so this means that Justina is still available, but Syra and Viper still picked out, which means that we might get to see actually 4 Enor Matari compositions if WBG and SS1 both go for that same pick, as doesn't get banned out in the first games, but it does get picked out one time. We're only going to see 2 Syra compositions, and this could be done just to silence the amount of points that JL are going to be able to get, since that they're going to be the only team running that specific comp. One team's running Temi, one team's running Justina. And so they can get targeted out pretty easily through here, since there's only 2 of the other teams, and there's going to be 4 Matari Enor teams, the comp that has been specifically made to attempt to counter this. What is SS1 picking, though? We got 10 seconds left to lock in their decision. They're taking their sweet time with this. Okay.
Oh, really? That's why did it take them so long to pick this? They knew they were going to play it.
Maybe they were going to come out with some crazy, spicy stuff.
I very much doubt it in the third selection, the second selection. Now, moving on to the third. They'll have plenty of things up and available. I haven't really seen too much of that Yoto comp that we talked about. In fact, it's had relatively limited success. This Kylin Hardy Zip comp, which I harked my mind back to quite a while ago, is now currently the go-to for third round selection. And then fourth is more where our personality picks come out. I am surprised, considering both Kylin got nerfed recently, and Hardy got absolutely stomped into the ground a while ago. But the fact that they're still picking this comp up is genuinely quite surprising to me. But if the players think it works, then who am I to judge him?
As we're going to be seeing the last picks coming out here. DRG to select and Wolves to select. These are two teams that are middle of the pack right now. And they need to be putting up a lot of extra points on the board. So it's unfortunate that we don't get to see them playing on a super meta pick. But it looks like Sand Siphon, off of the back of the victory last time, is going to be ran twice in this last round selection. We're going to see at least 3 Temmies on the map. Wolves, last to pick. See what they're locking in. Siphon again, but ooh, I like this. Yuation Siphon. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's what we saw for a while when, like, because Temmie got nerfed in the sense where, like, the teaming side of Temmie got taken out of the game, basically. Well, I say basically, entirely removed from the game, so they can't refresh each other's wisps. And then people started to question the Sand Siphon comp entirely off the back of that one, especially with Syra then moving on to another comp and not being so shared. You know, it raised questions from the players on what could they play. And the Yuation was one of the answers, and we saw some pretty solid success from it. It you know, it functions similar to how, like, Monk used to function. Well, the Yuation's role within the comp, where when the Decada is ulting, or after the Decada's finished ulting, Yuation is basically buying space. They're being a nuisance in the middle of the fight. You know, they're keeping people off your healer, and you know, you get a Furen shove into a slam, into a Furen shove into a slam. Someone's not going to survive that. It's a lot of staggering. It's a lot of damage that can come out. But here we go. More SIR one last time today for trios. We're figuring out who is going to be going into the next round here of this bi-weekly season, or group, or stage 4, I guess, bi-weekly 4. In first place. Have a look at the overall loadouts. Nothing too unexpected, I would expect.
Yeah, it's going to be standard. There's a meta. These teams have to follow it. There's lots of fun stuff that's actually pretty fun to see brought out with different Fs and abilities and stuff like that. But it's very, very few and far between that we actually get to see that brought into the game. Like we saw Akos coming out earlier, but he's still playing in the meta ults and abilities, because even if you're playing on a hero that's got such a disadvantage, you're going to want to play on the ult that's going to give you the best chance to fight into these teams. And yeah, pretty standard coming out from everybody on this side. I like that we're getting a lot more Siphon coming in here as our last comp. It's a very interesting comp to watch. Like you said, it's pretty cool. As we're taking a look here, OA close second place. They're only 11 points behind. SS1, you know, a little bit further to 18 points, 19 points away. DRG even further than that. But everybody's going to be working to catch up here. As right in the middle of the map, we're going to be seeing the Celestra spawn getting JL, and then just north of that in that gold zone, we're seeing DRG, WBG, WZ, and TE. Up on the bottom side, down on the bottom side, I should say, is going to be OA. On the top side is going to be SR and GG. Wolves and YZG going to be taking Sunwing's rest, and then to the left most west side of the map is going to be Alliance and SS1. Going to be battling it out on that gold zone right there. And SS1 just spawning just on the outside of that because they don't want to take the initial off spawn. They want to get a little bit of loot and then jump into that fight. The only like crazy fights that we're going to see right off the rip, I think, are going to be WBG, WZ, DRG, and TE. SR and GG are going to be a quick one. And then Wolves and YZG are going to be a super, super fast off spawn here as we're jumping in.
I think the GG one's quite interesting, though, because they're going to jump straight into Secret Tunnel and try and build the rage up. As you can see, that's exactly the game plan, but they're a little bit slow to the punch. And SR are going to jump in first, try and get himself the Fireflies, build that rage up, but there it is. F gets used here from CGS. He doesn't have any items to work with. He's already been able to take down. Remember, though, Rico's gone down as the dual swords are in the pocket of CJS, as Zhao being hunted here, chased off, as LXM is going to be looking for the charge. It's going to get a fair amount of damage down as Zhao continues to play nuisance here onto the members of GG. 3 throws going low. Zhao tries to send a couple of members back, but there's the parry landing onto Zhao. Caught out, knocked through the window, though. He's just desperately trying to hold his own. Caught by the uppercut into the grapple tech, and CGS is able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, outside the door, 17S is just being put down. GG They haven't dropped there for a while, but Secret Tunnel is still their spot.
Yeah, that's going to be the way that they're going to get themselves their first 3 picks off spawn. It looks like Cheeks J has already gotten himself eliminated. A double charge getting released from One Fang on the side of that. F ability going to get released. They have Bane, so they're going to try and go for the res here. It looks like Junks is going to get taken out. They get themselves 1 elimination right off the rip, but now it's the 3v1 situation against the members of WZ and WBG. Now One Fang gonna try and kite this out. He has ult available. We're gonna see it come through. Oh my goodness. One Fang gonna be able to heal himself up a decent bit off of this ultimate here. As we do see the Dazzle come through. Doesn't really get anybody. And both of these players are just gonna take their lives to the Soul Altar. As One Fang backs out. And WZ now fighting against WBG on the outskirts of this Bane. Let's see who's going to be able to get these eliminations. It looks like Xiao in a 2v1 situation. Not looking too strong here. Oh! The Bane coming in and peeling for WZ. And it's going to take out a member. That's going to be WBG's Yali eliminated. Big Parry going to come through though. Silence going to get brought out as well. And Xiao's going to go down to WBG Shing.
Alrighty, well. I'm just going to be seeing the likes of Yuan getting chased off here. Nice. He should be able to finish him up. Only got grey armor to work with. Nunchuck's going to be very effective taking him down. Nice little pick up there for the side of Wolves as they just chase up a little bit more. PP in their sights now. HQ has lost a lot of his armor though, so he's going to need to look for that reset opportunity. Has got the temper from the Shroom to keep him healing. Is able to get a single pot off as Wolves continue to assault forwards here onto Alliance. Yuma does send them packing, but Wolves are going to finish that one up. And Zhang Zhang, the last man standing here for the side of Alliance right now, just cubes up, caught by the grapple though. Nice lock onto Night HQ. Looks like he's just going to back off for the moment as in comes YZG as a potential third-party option. So YZG are a little bit hesitant to chase in onto Wolves, not knowing their ultimate situation. And honestly, that's a good call because Wolves had everything up.
Yeah, Wolves would have been able to fight that off pretty easily. YZG just able to take a bit of a reset here, get a little bit of extra loot off the bodies of the members of the team that they did end up eliminating. I believe that's Alliance, who lost 2 members into that fight. I think they've still got 1 alive as Wolves in the back end. They don't have the Takeda ultimate available, but they have Yushan, they have Kurumi, so they should have enough sustain until that ult were to come online. We're going to now take a look at our kill leaderboard. JO's only with 1 on the board. GG with 3. WZ with 3 as well. 2 for SS1, 2 for Wolves, and 2 for Alliance. The rest of the members with 1 and 0 eliminations. OA hasn't been able to pick up a kill. But it looks like they weren't sent back to the Soul Altar just yet. They played them. They're playing a very slow game. They're playing right by Shadow Jade Mine. They went for the completely away from everybody off spawn. Probably went into the zone to grab themselves some loot in Shadow Jade, played around the gold zones around the outskirts of the map. And that's what GG's doing as well. They're playing around the outskirts by the secret tunnel, but it looks like SR has spotted them out here. They might go for the engage. They have their lives available. SR could be going for the run back here, as we saw this fight happen earlier in the day. Looks like they might want to engage. Both teams have ultimates available, so this could be a very probable fight. But SR doesn't have their lives available, so that's the only difficult situation for them wanting to aggress into this fight.
Yeah, and both of them actually relatively grouped up as you look at the armors and stuff. But GG going to be looking to try and see if they can take this kill. I mean, a kill onto SR would be brutal. Clan comes out, doesn't get into the full parry though. CGS has some tethering in, has got his ultimate, needs to throw it down, but he is just being consistently locked down. There it is, Furen shove up onto Rico. I'm going to try and target the healer out here, but Rico being definitely a little bit more of a hard target to pick. They've got the follow-up from the knockbacks as CGS is going a little bit low. Does still have his Kurumi to refresh his ultimate if that ultimate is available here for 3-3-0. Waiting for a good opportunity to throw that one down as GG actually starting to lose out on this fight pretty heavily. Need to invest that Kurumi ult. Get those armors back, but looks like they're just going to full reset on the armor. Chase here into SR, knowing now that the Kailin ultimate and the Hardy ultimate has been used. and they feel comfortable to just continuously chase even without their Sandstorm, knowing they've got the healing, but no ult zone gets popped, and that's going to be a bit of a menace here for the side of GG. Rico is getting opened up onto here by CGS, into the parry, onto him for the follow-up. He is able to break away briefly, but Zhao is going down. GG are able to secure that kill. Now Rico next up on the menu for him with the fist weapons. CJS will put him down. Easy little pickup, and 17S last man standing. This is the end of SR, eliminated from the lobby 2 minutes before Roma Yang spawns up.
Oh my goodness. SR, what do you know that you lost your off spawn of GG without ultimates, right? You go for an area where they might be. You see them, you send bow shots off at them, signaling that you want to initiate the fight. They know that the only team that knows that they were there was your guys' comp. So they take a look, they go, okay, this is probably the same team, so they probably don't have lives available. If we fight into this, we completely win. If we lose, we just give them our loot, and then we have our lives to take back. They burned all 3 of their ultimates, whereas GG only burned the 2, but they canceled the ultimate of their zipping early to keep half of the rage percentage, where they could have casted it again early into that fight. They go into the no ult zone, preventing any sort of healing to come out from either side, and they just turn it into a melee battle, and they lose the melee battle. Huge parries coming out on the side of GG. It was perfect for GG, and just an absolutely abysmal performance from SR. It was just like terrible selection. Like, you don't take a fight right before Yang when you don't have your lives. Like, you need the scale up going. You shouldn't be taking a fight into GG like that. They have all of their ults. They are ready to put the pressure on you, and you just managed to lose so badly. And it's really unfortunate to see, because, you know, technically they're taking that fight because it's like, oh, it's a Sand Siphon comp. We beat this in the meta. But it just did not work for them. It looks like GG getting ready to go into their own Realm of Yang.
And GG are now really set up. You know, they got a couple of purple weapons, but everyone's got purple armor, so they're all quite tanky at this point in the game, where we're still in a phase where blue weapons are relatively common for most people to be rocking. I mean, you can see GG only have a single purple weapon. So, again, nice and tanky going into this. You won't have, like, big Soul Jays are also going to cut through those armors and those health bars. As JL are overall lobby leaders. They're going to be going up toe-to-toe here versus GG. 08 Alliance, TE, WBG, and Wolves versus DRG are going to be our other Roma Yangs, but CGS gets aerial nice and early here. Pops the F. Hasn't actually found a good window to use it yet. It's just seeing if he can line it up. Just going to slam back down into the ground, looking for a potential opening jump. It's going to get jumped onto here. You see the Viper ultimate get thrown down, but the Sandstorm could potentially do a lot of good here. CGS is breaking away, but 330 is going to be the one they're going for the target on. They're going to look for the lockdown onto the Kurumi. They need to break her out, buy her some space so she can pop that ultimate, get the healing, but 330, there was not enough peel from the side of GG. JL perfectly selected their target, and they have absolutely torn through them, but TXJ is potentially up on the running here for them to take down. A lot of the crowd control was used, and with no Sandstorm to speak of, this could be a bit of a detriment here for the side of JL. GG, they may have mishandled the peel, but they found the tail end of the fight to go in their favor. One Feng looks for the scale rush. The parry lands onto CJS though here from Junks, and now LXM caught by another parry. Take it down. JL take the Realm of Yang.
Oh, it was such a close fight too. They almost managed to keep the Kurumi up off of all of that stun. They had the peel there for a second, but we're going to be taking a look at Wolves versus DRG. Dong Chang is going to get absolutely pieced up off of the silence there. Palm Lightning is going to be coming in though. I think this is a 2v2 situation. ZK is getting extremely low. Oh, big Yushan have to try and combo start there. Not going to be enough, as the Palm Lightning going to be doing so much burst damage through, and NiHQ gets himself eliminated. DRG winning their Realm of Yang out against Wolves, and WBG losing as well as Alliance. JL actually going to be able to take a fight on the outside of the Realm game here. It looks like it's against TE. TE, no need for this fight right now. They are not going to want to. Oh, they do have Vermilions, so they're going to try and go into this. They're going to get the lockdown on 2 of the members of JL. This is going to be rough for TXJ. He gets completely decimated here, as One Fang's going to try and come in on the peel with the healing from that Syra V2. They're going to deal a lot of damage on to one of the members of TE, but it looks like they're going to get a little bit of Siphon back as well. Ball's going to come through, giving them a little bit of recovery. JL not looking too good into this fight. Peak is actually going to go out. Uppercut going to come through from Junks, but the F ability coming in from Youth. Third party from DRG coming in here, as One Fang's going to go out to Kakashi. DRG actually cleaning up a lot of these eliminations here. From the back end, WBG Shane's going to take out Youth. Dongqing gets a kill on the Xiaonan, and DRG and WBG cleaning up all of these eliminations. Yang depletion teams are starting to make their way into this. Junks is going to go down to Kakashi. Now the DRG members getting focused on by WBG as they're going to try and jump into the mix here. Big parry going to be coming out on the side. I believe that was a member of WBG getting parried. XLU, 1 HP in a dream right now. They do have that Vermilion Birdmite though to try and kite this out. WBG Shing now in a lot of trouble. QGG is going to come through and capitalize and get himself an elimination. YZG has that Draco Storm ultimate, which means I do believe that they captured that Spirit Well, as we're going to see Dongqing now coming through. Yali gets eliminated by DRG's XLU. Now Dongqing getting focused out by QGG. He's just going to let this go. He wants to get eliminated here in this situation. He's going to try and go for a little bit of defense. Dongqing's going to get himself eliminated. XLU is going to try and see if he can get any sort of follow-up on a QGG. He's going to take his Vermil life and let himself go. Goes for the dodges here. Tries to see if he can get any extra damage here. He does get himself parried. And that's just blue flying knives thrown away as he takes his Vermilion's life to the soul.
Very nice, though, for DRG. They got 5 kills while doing the Vermilion Birdsmite. That's dropped SS1 a spot as DRG have somehow managed to slingshot themselves up at the overall standings. I think SR are probably going to be losing their top of the top table spot at the end of this game, with the fact TE are on 5 kills and only 3 points behind them right now. That's why ZG still with that Draco Storm for a little bit longer, a couple of seconds longer. I'm going to look for this fight here versus Yoran. I'm going to look to hunt them down. Yoran, you are down. That is the end of WBG, and that is the end of their day as well. Ending in last place when all is said and done. Not great showing there for Weibo Gaming, unfortunately. Still got plenty of other teams in the area. GG, debuff on them. Still paying the price for what was honestly just greedy play inside the Realm of Yang. They played fantastically up until the Realm of Yang and then just didn't peel. And it cost them heavily. So got a couple of teams looking to try and play that cleanse game right now. SS1 going in for a scrap here versus Wolves, although I think it's Wolves who are more hungry for the fight here. Yuan tries to find the shot off with the musket shot mid-air. Doesn't make a connection onto it. Got the Realm of Yang spawning up fairly soon as well, so people are going to be looking to jump straight back into those, get themselves cleansed and get into the action. Bit of a rooftop shenanigans between the two teams right now as SS1 hunting for Wolves, but Wolves, they're actually just backing off. They find Juan here trying to go for a bit of a heal. Have still got ZK's ultimates. They're going to catch him here with a free range shove. Juan going incredibly low. One more hit is all it's going to take. Wolves able to find the kill, get themselves that cleanse off as well as they're looking for Juan, who jumps inside that inside the mech. He's going incredibly low though. Lue also low as well off the back of that one. We see Alliance getting eliminated. Another cleanse comes through. The mech is going to de-transform. Wolves 20 seconds to find this final cleanse on to ZK. He's going to go for the heal. They just got to try and play the bait out here. The mech de-transforms and they immediately pounce in on to this barrier. Can she stay airborne long enough? ZK, 4 seconds left, is able to find the cleanse. That was way too close to the wire there for Wolves.
Yeah, they're running into the very last second, but they managed to get themselves those 3 eliminations, actually knocking SS1 out in a very bad predicament as well. Double charge is going to come through from WZ's Young, but he does end up getting pieced up and pieced out of the lobby as he does get caught up on that backside. WZ still alive, so they might be able to buy him back and bring him back into this. They're in 3rd to last place. Alliance in the 2nd to last spot, as they are also fully eliminated from the lobby. JL versus DRG right now. DRG, the front runners of this specific lobby. Not the front runners of the day, but they're doing a very good job here. JL going to try and focus this player out. XLU is going to get caught through here. And let's see, do they have enough peel? But no, in an instant, the 1.0 from those nunchucks absolutely shark down all of the HP of the members at DRG's XLU, which is unfortunate to see him go out like this, as we're seeing the silence is on Dongqing right now. So he's in a 3v1 situation. He's not able to throw any fear and shoves. And there he goes. JL able to pick up 3 more eliminations. And oh wait, get themselves a free Realm of Yang.
Pick up for them off that one. JL They're looking good. I didn't really know what else to say on that one. These guys are just looking absolutely fantastic. They're having a really, really solid day. 9 kills into this game. We did expect them to perform well on this comp as well, just due to the fact that it is the best comp on the meta, and they've been spending all day playing catch-up. Right now, they are the kill leaders of the lobby. They are the overall lobby leaders. OA, the only team who are capable of potentially catching up to them, but they're only 3 kills in. Not sure OA have quite enough of what it takes. Although, to be fair, OA did get a free Roma Yang, so while they get the scaling and the gear off of it, they don't actually get the kills that JL just got off of that one. So let's see if OA can start to transition all of this scaling into something a little bit more substantial. 2-tick golden pole sword. They got a golden long sword onto AB as well. So they are somewhat situated to be able to go for this one as DRG back onto the map now. Let's see if they can find themselves the cleanse in time, as we're going to see 330 in a fight here versus YZG. Parry comes in from QGG there. Does get himself a fair amount of work off onto 330. Absolutely decimating with the whole staff even. Able to get so much work done. Draco Storm rips through them, and that's 2 members of DRG down. YZG denying heavily here, as in comes TE as well. The big thing is YCG, I don't think they blew a single ultimate, a single ability there to get those kills. They just hands checked them and completely outperformed. Lovely little pickup for them as YCG is going to do a little bit of tree climbing now, turning into squirrels as TE. Seeing if anybody is in the area who they could potentially look for a fight with.
Turning into squirrels, I love it. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, game 6 has brought so much crazy energy to Morris Isle as JL on 9 eliminations look to try and get themselves a 100-point day. It's well within their sights. DRG, the next placing team in this lobby, is on Yang depletion. They're having a little bit of a rougher go of it after this second round with Yang. Got themselves 3 minutes to try and pick up some eliminations, get their soul blooms all in check. YZG is going to end their ultimate, their buff, right quickly here, as they do end up losing out on their Draco Storm. So no more eliminations coming through for them. OA still has that Mystic Might available for them, so they're getting that walking bell button, their little UAV. They're able to see over where everybody is. And DRG still not in the mix. They need to find themselves a team to get some eliminations on fast. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. As Wolves just doing a little bit of prayage to the statues, getting them some extra little bits of loot. Getting switched around. I do believe that it's either Vars's grip with 1 use left on it, or it could be a little something else. Not 100% sure what we're seeing. Dongqing now finding the fight against WZ. They are going to take out Young here. Very low in HP, no ultimate available for him, but he is going to hop into that mech. Burn damage should be coming through. Dongqing very low in HP. You're going to see the Kurumi ultimate coming out here as they're all going to jump back into this fight. Furen Blast going to come through. Golden Fang going to be dealing so much damage into the Longsword 1.0, into the Fan R&B as well. Cannon shot's going to be coming from Young. Xiao trying to back off. Silence going to come through into another Faria cannon shot. Kakashi getting brought extremely low. Xiao Yao trying to make something happen. WZ's going to be able to peel, and the Enor. They're not going for the Enor. Come on, guys. You need to do it. 1 minute and 33 seconds left. Can DRG pull it off?
It's going to be a hard ask for them here. Using the Palisade as a nice area to himself up into high ground, but this is an incredibly hard place to actually connect onto kills just due to the amount of terrain to work with. But DRG, they're still going to take the opportunity, and they're going to send Zhao Yao down onto the low ground, securing a kill. That's 1 cleanse in the bag. Young now in the sights here of Dongq9 as he's going to use some of the terrain, scale rush forwards, get some healing off, and that looks like with the transform, he's going to be able to keep this one going. 1 minute here for Dongq9 to be able to secure the kill onto him, as now Wolves have come into the lines of DRG. Could be a little bit dicey off the back of this one for DRG. 50 seconds though, they've only been able to find a cleanse onto their Kurumi of all people. They don't really have too much in the tank to keep this one going. They may have to look for the rebirth charm angle, but DRG, they're not giving up until the last possible moment. But battered back here, Young, still a potential kill for them. But again, it's terrain where there's so much room to play the evasion game. It's so much room to escape away as DRG. I don't think they're going to be able to find this kill onto Young quick enough, and I think even with this sustain, even with the pots getting burnt here to heal themselves up, 18 seconds is not enough time, especially when Young's able to find a pot and get some extra health back here. Goes in for the grapple, not going to make the connection. DIG are just going to have to give this up. They don't want to give any kills up, so they're just going to get into a building and make sure that they go down where their gear is also going to be recoverable if they are able to find themselves a position where they can get the rebirth chance. Meanwhile, JL, they're just going to hold this spirit well. Wow, words getting hard as we get later into the day.
YZG and OA going to be going head-to-head for the Yang Spirit Well. Big drop down going to come through. They managed to tap dodge it. I think both of them are just going to tap dodge it. The drop down is possible to happen again. We don't see the second cannon drop down come through. The DMAC is going to be brought out. QGG has that Enor ultimate available as JL manages to claim the buff, I believe, and now they're going to be able to claim that. XLU is just going to go out to zone, takes his 9 kills into the finish. I think he would have done a better job of trying to survive this for the rest of the game, but I know the Yang depletion would jump back up onto him, so it looks like he is just going to attempt to go for that. And JL going to be able to get themselves both buffs here. And look at this, Yang depletion brought onto about half the lobby. Oh, the entire lobby, as the JL manages to get Draco Storm, and now they've got themselves that Yang Spirit Well. They're going to clean house. This is the beginning of the end. That's
crazy, actually. That's crazy they're running around with both of the buffs right now.
Well, they only
do have the flag, though.
One.
Yeah, you don't get to keep the... you keep your first buff. But they still get the token, right? For the
red tome? Yes.
Yeah, they still get the totem. That's what
they get all of the good stuff from it. The only buff that you actually get from the Yang Spirit Well is you get Immortal Defiance. So having the Draco Storm is definitely going to give them more value. And now the fact that every other team has to fight, they don't have to initiate. They can just look to third parties. It's going to be incredibly crazy for them as Cuckoo 2 going to get absolutely pieced up by YZG. Now WZ jumping into the mix. Who grabbed the bloom? I believe it was CXZ. Who was able to get the cleanse. So that's our first cleanse coming through as the rest of these members try and focus onto the OA here. Big cannon shots coming through from WZ's Shao. Going to be able to hit again, but the F2 going to bring him back up to the top as we're seeing the Fairy Mech do its thing on to the last little bit of verticality that we have on the tower. Another pillar drop going to come through. Now CXZ's turn to jump into that Fairy Mech and make some plays happen as we're seeing the jump up to the top. 2-tick in his sights. Is he going to get the cannon shots off? I think he gets a few. Little bit of damage coming through. AV trying to come for the peel to distract. He's still got another boost coming through, and there we go. We're going to see him go back up to that top side. Just get a pot off as this ult's going to end. Maybe try and get another pillar drop. No, the ult's going to end before any extra value is able to be gained as they chase down OA's 2-tick. LXM's going to go down and CJS as well. And that's all of GG, I think, fully eliminated from this game.
Well, looks like CXZ, sorry, playing the full escape game right now. Has got the F just to reposition, stay aerial, get a bit, must get shot off, not going to make the connection. JL, 10 seconds left on this Draco Storm. It's fading away, but 15 players left in the lobby, and JL have absolute dominance right now. They've got themselves golden armor across the board, golden weapons as well. Plenty to work with, and that Bane's Breath. JL aren't even remotely scared of it as they see CXZ is a little bit low, although they don't know the wall hacks we have, so they don't see that one. But we do see TE take down AV, the last member of Alliance, putting us down to 13 players at this point, although it looks like CXZ may be going a little bit low here. Young's able to get a nice chunk out of him, gets him into a really dangerous position with his Bane's Breath coming down. It's hard to reposition here for CXZ. He's trying to get himself inside the building, but the problem is his TE are also in the tunnels. Very, very dicey here across the board as Young pinned against the wall. QGG's keeping the pressure up. The mech is there for Young to break away, and he's going to be able to use that to get some safety net out. But very, very dicey. Everyone's playing nice and safe. Oh, no! Yanan throws down the stun, looks to try and find the lockdown into a couple of people. Doesn't really get too much off the back of that one, but he's got the dazzle to come through as Yanan is so low. If that dazzle connects, which it does, he is donezo. JL take the kill. This Spirit Well is one they are not willing to give up. They're going to grab himself Soul Blooms and jump back in, but Wolves are still looking to play contest onto it. You can see off in the distance WZ getting more and more chunked out as it looks like Wolves actually will be able to take this White Tigers buff and get themselves cleansed up for the moment as JL repositioning in. You see YZG6Z with the musket shot able to take down Zhao, and like that we're down to 10 players as YZG6Z is going to get taken down by Wolves inside the zone here. Wolves are not done with this action. Zhaonan has a quick purple armor swap. He's incredibly low off the back of this one, but they're looking for even more. Wolves going full aggro, full force into the whole lobby here. Furen shoves, making the connection here onto Zhaonan. He's got another one to go with, but the F silence is going to completely deny him any more use of his ultimate. Finally, it's going to be able to get that last shove off just before it times out, and then he refreshes the ultimate thanks to the Spirit Well and throws it down again. The members of JL are starting to go a little bit low here to ZK, as ZK is ripping through them. It's a blinking health bar, but somehow just about stays up as One Fang throws down the ultimate, looking for a big dazzle onto these members of Wolves, and maybe if they can pick them apart, the Wolves will fall, as that's the lockdown. The Kurumi ultimate comes through, the Furen shove for a bit of space, as NiHQ also doing his best to keep everyone off of his Takeda. They've been able to full heal up, and JL are starting to crumble at the seams. Wolves are striking back in this final game of the day. NiHQ loses his transform, and somehow only JL have lost a single player right now in this little scrap for dominance of the final circle. Youth, his Karen remains there for them to get the healing off as JL are pushing forwards. Wolves, ZK able to take down QGG in the middle of all of the action here as they're chasing on to One Fang. One Fang caught by the parry, ZK caught by the parry. He's able to immediately get the combo breaker off. He's still got the Furen shoves to work, and One Fang is low. Sandstorm thrown down. JL, incredibly low health bars across the board, and that is going to be the end of them. The White Tigers finishes them up. Peak is left on his lonesome, the last man standing, as the Wolf packs around, and they will finish him off. That is going to be a Wolves victory at the end of the day.
Oh my goodness, JL had it in the bag. They lost the Spirit Well, and Wolves and White Tigers' prowess go like hand in hand. They were the ones who joined and came and captured the first White Tigers prowess Thanos snap that we've ever seen, and they just managed to snap the lobby out with that same energy as the pre-nerf White Tigers prowess every single time. Wolves are going to be the MVP for our last game, taking it away from JL, but JL still managed to get that third place finish with that many eliminations. They're going to be a close second, and they're going to be super high up in that scoreboard when we finish and see the overall standings for the entire day. But wow, what a finish from Wolves to be able to clean house on the very last little bit of that lobby and come through and finish things up in a super beautiful fashion.
I will say, I do think that JL, while they had a good recovery on the day, like, I feel like they're only good at Monk. Like, these guys, they got the best comp in the game, and they didn't really do like an explosive game like we saw from them on the Monk. Like, it was a good game, don't get me wrong, and they definitely locked themselves into first place, but a lot of the heavy lifting was done by the Monk mirror matchups at the start of the day. I think if I was JL right now and you've got, you know, the playoffs coming up, my headspace as the coach is, right, we need to start practicing all of the comps for Aunt Monk and start wrapping our head around it, because it feels like they've put the time in to get both the Takeda and the Kylin variants of the Monk comp down. But like, Viper, definitely good, but how much is that is just the Viper comp is broken as hell at the moment, or how much of that is they've actually put the practice in? But I will say, they're Ainur, all right, they're Kylin pretty lackluster, to be honest. Like, these lower tier comps, they need to put some time into if I was JL, because I think if they get those comps down to a higher degree, they could easily, for me, be favorites going into the finals, provided they make it to the finals, which I would be surprised if they don't. But, you know, that's my thoughts on it, is like, I feel like if they can get these comps down, they could actually be up there as a favorites for the whole thing. So there's not much time for them to do it, though. They've really got to get the practice down. I feel like over the next couple of weeks, we'll see more and more people start to understand how to play into the Kylin nerfs now that you can parry him. I think it's still a little bit too early, and I know it's been live for a while, the patch, but realistically, these guys have been scrimming on last patch's patch for a while. But here we are, overall standings, as I will quit my rambling. Wolves walk away with 22 points, YZG 14 and 12 to TE. Honestly, other than SR, great day. Lots of points scored there for that final game as our overall standings. Not the highest on the damage front, to be honest with you, but ZK on the Takeda definitely getting MVP with those 7 kills and the 18,000 damage done by him. But genuinely, a terrific showing from Sand Siphons at the end of the day. The last 2 comps of the day were Sand Siphon comps getting MVP. So comps still not dead, thank God, because I love it.
Yeah, I do enjoy it. It's my favorite comp to play because I am a Takeda main, so it's my favorite comp to watch by far. And taking a look at our standings, finally, we're going to see 83.9 for JL. Wolves with the 22 game score in that last game, giving them a 68.5, climbing above OA. 64.7 for OA, 57 for DRG. Not in a too bad of a spot after day number 1. But JL definitely putting the points up on the board and putting them up in a crazy fashionable style. Only 1 game below 10 points, and that's going to be their game 3. Everything else 12 points or higher, with the 13, the 15.5, and the 30.4 in game number 1. I mean, come on, guys. They're doing a great job. But yeah, of course, they got to stay a little bit more consistent in those last 3 games. But here we go. Let's take a look at our final highlights brought to you by China Unicom.
I think the crazy thing for me on JL is had they not whiffed that 1-point game, they could have actually looked at a 100-point ender for the day, which is crazy because we started to see more and more teams that actually get like 100-point days in. And it's big because it's not just about putting yourself ahead of everyone else. The big thing is it gives you more chances in those bi-weekly finals because you carry 13% or it's 12%. I can't remember how much it is, 12 or 13% of your total points earned during the bi-weekly regular split into those bi-weekly finals, which means that, you know, if you crack 100 points, you're taking, what, 12.5 points or even 13 points into the day just off that one game. You get even more points, it goes even higher. You know, you're looking at a pretty solid start, and then hitting that match point threshold comes quicker, which means you have a slightly bigger safety net to play with in the bi-weekly finals. But man, that's just such a good game at the end here. Wolves just dominating the final circle. They were moving around so aggressively, and the free range shots from ZK fully leveled up due to the gear they had, able to do a lot of damage and just cleaving multiple targets with it. And ZK got so many ults going off in this entire thing as well, because he was getting soul blooms, he had soul altars, he had so many things that would like refresh and build up that rage charge quick for him, but like he was making it work. So no surprises to see that ZK was going to be our MVP at the end of this last game of the day on the Takeda. Really, really good performance from him, and his first MVP as well, crazily.
Yeah, nice MVP coming through for his first time. 11,000 damage with the fan, 5,000 with the flying knife, 777 angel numbers coming up for the musket. Sap Soul Jade, 2 Nah Jade as well. Rest of it is damage reduction and attack, which is, you know, typically the stuff that you're going to need on Takeda. You want to have that sap for your big parries. You want to have the 2 Nah to get yourself a little bit of passive health, a little bit of attack coming through, but mainly the damage reduction is what's going to give you a super huge advantage, especially if you're getting picked off by those attacks and you're not able to time the Fury and shoves right. Any damage reduction is going to really help you going into those fights, because a lot of these players are running attack. So you're going to try and level that playing field with the damage reduction. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick interview, get a report from one of our players, and we'll be right back.
Hi guys, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Wolves Yu come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 请雨一先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自狼队的雨一。
Welcome. So we already moved on to our fourth bi-weekly competition. So how's your feeling like face this week's matches? 那其实我们已经来到了第4双周的比赛了。那经过了前3双周的比赛，来到第4双周是以一个什么样的心情和状态来面对这一周的比赛的呢？
尽量取得高分吧。
So I just try my best to get more points in this week's competition. Well, so you know, when you standing here, I still remember last week by weekly final of trios when the Wolves end the game without match points, so we got one more game. So how's your feeling for that biweekly final? 那其实狼队站在这里啊，我还是会想起在上一周的这个周决，狼队创下的这个壮举啊。对于上一周的周决，你们怎么看呢？
打得很漫长，很煎熬。
So I think it's really a like long and torturing game for that biweekly final. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did Wolves Yu use in game 6? A Kurumi, B Temuch, C Takeda, D Tessa. 那这次我们的问题是雨衣在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢？ A 是胡桃， B 是沙男， C 是武田， D 是狐狸。请给我们倒计时一下吧。Please count down time.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
A.
Yes, the answer is A. Well, so before you came to Wolves, for Wolves, like last week, Jacob, they got the champion. So after XCM move out from Wolves and you instead of him, will you have like kind of pressures because of like maybe they got champion before? 那其实我们知道，在雨衣来到狼队之前呢，狼队已经在捷杯拿下过冠军了。当时是小恶魔还在的时候，那在小恶魔走了的时候，你代替了他的位置，在狼队已经取得了这样高的成就之下，你有没有压力呢？
压力肯定还是有的。
Of course I have that pressures. Will you face any like maybe a hard time or some bad comment because of that pressures? 那有没有面对过就是像由于这个压力所产生的一些困境，或者是一些比较不好的评论呢？
没有，狼队的粉丝都很好。我直播的时候在评论区都鼓励我，让我和队友抓紧磨合，听他们的指挥。
Oh, okay. So actually not, because I think all of the fans of Wolves, they are very kind. They encourage me a lot when I do streaming on the TikTok. Also, they said like encourage me to do more cooperation with my teammate and to improve myself quickly during the matches. So how do you think about your cooperation right now? 那觉得目前磨合的怎么样了？和你的队友们？
还可以，打得还可以，还需要努力。
Oh, I think it's not bad, but I think I still need to try really hard. Well, just good luck to you for the following games. 其实也能够看到雨衣在这个赛季的进步，也是祝你们在之后的比赛好运。Okay, so that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Thank you very much, Lee. As we're getting ready to wrap up the day here at the NBPL, it has been it's been an exciting one. I am a big fan of monks at the beginning of the day because it just gets them out of the way. Don't have to deal with them anymore. And genuinely, those monk games were some of the most fun monk games we've had. And if I say that, I'm being genuine because I absolutely despise that character. It's been 3 coming up on 4 years of him, and I'm really bored of monk. But I have to give it to them. Genuinely, monk mirror matchups like that with the Kylans and the Cicadas, very aggressive, really, really fun to watch. And JL dominating today so far, but there's still plenty of teams to play who haven't played. They'll be playing on Sunday, and that's going to be an interesting one for me to see how some of these how JL will fare up versus some of these other teams, because they have typically and historically struggled versus some of our front runners. Weirdly, some of our front runners have been SR, but NARAKA this year has been very unpredictable. I think if I was a betting man, this would not be a game I bet on because it's so diverse and it's so varied, which makes it quite hard to actually predict how people are going to perform.
Yeah, I mean that's what the pick'ems are for, so you don't actually lose any money when you're betting on these guys. You
don't
use channel points.
Bet.
Yeah. Use the channel points because it is such an unpredictable game, and I absolutely love the fact that it's really unpredictable. Like often we do see a trend with the skill base of the players, but there is an element of luck to it. There's an element of RNG that comes with the loot pathing, with the whoever you run into first, with the ultimates, everything. There is a luck and chaos aspect to it, which really makes the game so much fun to watch. And it's why we play the games out. That's why we NARAKA, guys. It is such a fun sequence of games that we see coming in here with the qualifiers. I love how they've got the qualifiers set up, and then we've been seeing with the new match point system with the mirror matchups. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, you know, the mirror matchups I've talked about, I'm not the overly biggest fan of the mirror matchup thing, but I do like that, like, what it does is it reduces like a kind of almost like a staleness where, you know, you just get used to seeing the same characters and the same comps getting played over and over again. I think right now solos has definitely got its like hero select system down. Like that is very, very fun to watch. And you know, I feel like trios is getting there as well. We're getting quite close to having like a really, really good system for it. But here are the overall points, so the overall standings at the end of today's games. WBG sitting at the bottom, but it's all about the top. JL in first, Wolves in second, OA in third place. SS1 dropped from tied first place to fifth by the end of the day. They had a real fall off in game 4, 5, and 6. And honestly, other than one big game, if you actually look at the overall scores, it was a pretty bad day from SS1. So that one day did a lot of good for them. Here is tomorrow's schedules. We're kicking off our solos day 2, groups A and C, starting with our Padoria, Holleroff, Morris, and then, you know, the standard stuff we've been doing over in solos. I will say though, make sure you tune in because we do get those little 1v1s at the beginning of the day, the best of 3 1v1s.
So much fun.
So damn exciting. They are so damn exciting. I absolutely live for them. So make sure you do tune in for that because they're going to be absolutely banger. Solos is honestly on fire. Trios also on fire. We got NARAKA in a good place as we're going up in the run up towards J Cup. I'm really excited to see how these teams perform as we step forwards from that front.
Speaking of J Cup, if you guys want more NARAKA action through a normal hour of the day in NA and EU, we've got our EU J Cup qualifiers lobby day 1 coming out today in a couple hours, I believe. So in about 4 or 5 hours, we've got that going on. And then we have our solos day 2 for EU tomorrow as well at around the same time, 11 Pacific. I know it is because I'm on Pacific time. And then next weekend, we've also got our North America solos and trios where I will be actually playing in the trios finals for North America.
No. I give you slack, but I can't remember who you beat in a 1v1 in solos the other when we were
T225.
T225, yeah. This guy ran into Roma Yang and beat T225 in it. So, and you came second overall.
I lost the Roma Yang. I won the third party kill on the T225 after.
Oh, that was it. Yes, you lost the Roma Yang. It was hype. Yeah. Honestly, you know what? I can't really give you smack for that. I'd get absolutely slammed if I played versus these people. I'm terrible at games now. 32, too old for it. Anyway, we're going to throw it to the end of the day. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with solos and then Sunday with trios, so make sure you tune in. Until then, good night, good morning, wherever you are. See you later.